In the dispute between the communists and the editors of the Monthly Review, it appears to me that Huberman and Sweezy have the stronger case. In fact, they hanged the Communist Party theoreticians with their own terminology. If each of the countries in the Soviet bloc, including Albania, is socialist, then why should this term be denied Cuba, which now has a planned economy and far greater freedom than any of them? The fact is that socialist was used by Stalin in the years of his psychosis as a mislabel for Soviet society. It was a way of proving that you can build socialism in one country. This played into the hands of the worst enemies of the Soviet Union, for they never tired of agreeing and even emphasizing that socialism was what the Soviet Union had all right, and therefore Stalinism and socialism were one and the same thing, and if America went socialist you'd lose democracy and get frame-up trials and concentration camps here, too. To confer the badge socialist on Cuba may thus unfortunately be taken as a somewhat dubious honor. Theory of the Cuban Revolution /241. In the early days the Soviet Union was called a workers' state, with bureaucratic deformations, Lenin added. It was socialist in tendency, that is, it was a transitional formation on the road to socialism, but not there by a long shot. Nor could it reach socialism on its own resources. Such a concept, had anyone suggested it in Lenin's time, would have been dismissed as self-contradictory. The Soviet power was a working-class conquest in the international struggle for a worldwide, scientifically planned society built on the foundation of capitalism as a whole, or at least on the combined resources of several industrially advanced countries. The concern the Bolsheviks felt for terminology was not due to an aesthetic pleasure in splitting hairs. Precision in applying labels reflected their concern over knowing exactly where they stood in relation to the goal still to be achieved. It was a good tradition, well worth emulating, like much else in Leninism. If Cuba is not socialist and is highly unlikely to achieve socialism by itself on one small island, what is it? The Cubans themselves have been reluctant to say. Professing some disinterest in abstruse questions of theory, they have politely invited those of their supporters and well-wishers who are better informed in such matters to have at it. Meanwhile they propose to move ahead, with or without labels, to work out problems that permit no delay and that have kept their limited personnel going 24 hours a day. As their own guide, they find it sufficient to follow the broad generalizations of a humanism concerned with the fate of the humble. If you can tell a Guajiro from an imperialist and hold government power, it seems to work out all right. This pragmatic approach has added to the theoretical puzzle. If the Cubans don't know whether Cuba is socialist or not, how is anyone else to know? Jean-Paul Sartre, on visiting Cuba, came away with the conviction that the world was witnessing something completely novel, a revolution impelled by blows from an imperialist power to respond with counter-blows, each more 242/radical than the previous. Would a revolution driven forward by such a process create its own ideology? That remains to be seen. In any case, Sartre found it a refreshing contrast to what he considers the sectarian approach applying a preconceived ideology to a revolution. Others, stimulated like Sartre by the Cuban Revolution, have decided that even Marxist theory breaks down before such phenomena. What provisions are there in Marxism for a revolution, obviously socialist in tendency but powered by the peasantry and led by revolutionists who have never professed socialist aims, indeed, who seem to have been limited to the bourgeois democratic horizon? It's not in the books. If Marxism has no provisions for such phenomena, perhaps it is time provisions were made. It would seem a fair enough exchange for a revolution as good as this one. On the other hand, what books do you read? The Cuban Revolution is not the first to have given the theoreticians something fresh to consider. The Russian Revolution exceeded it in that respect. In 1917 the entire world socialist movement was caught by surprise, including the Bolshevik Party not accepting even Lenin. Socialists wielding power at the head of the workers and peasants in a backward country like Russia. It wasn't in the book. Well, most of the books. The Russian Revolution was fortunate in having a leadership as great in theory as in action. 4 decades ago it was common knowledge in the socialist movement that one at least of the Russian leaders had accounted in theory for the peculiarities of the Russian Revolution in all its main lines some 12 years before it happened. His name was Leon Trotsky. Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution greatly facilitated the Bolshevik victory by giving the revolutionary cadre the clearest possible conception of the import of their action. But if Trotsky had not been there, had not made his great theoretical contribution, we may be sure that Lenin, consummate socialist politician and man of action that he was, would have led the Bolsheviks to power just the same, and an accurate theory of the Cuban Revolution /243. Flexion in theory of the revolution would have come later. I mention this not only to defend the right of the Cuban Revolution to have its own peculiarities but to draw from Bolshevik theory to attempt to explain certain of these peculiarities. The main power in the Cuban Revolution was the peasantry, as in Russia. But this peasantry shaded into the powerful mass of agricultural workers, which, because of the role of the sugar industry, constituted the most dynamic section of the Cuban proletariat. The agricultural workers solidly backed the revolution. The city workers favored the revolution but were not in position to head it, unlike Russia, for 2 reasons. 1. The unions were strapped in the straitjacket of mutualismo, that is, a bureaucracy tied directly to the Batista dictatorship. 2. The political leadership was held by the Communist Party, an organization devoted to peaceful coexistence, people's frontism, and the cult of Stalin, an organization which, as Huberman and Sweezy put it diplomatically, never caused any serious problems. The CP leaders actually went so far in avoiding causing any serious problems for Batista that they pictured him as a man of the people and took posts in his government. The main demands of the peasantry were an end to hunger, an end to Batista's savage killings, and agrarian reform. In Russia, bread, peace, land. These demands became the slogans of the July 26 movement. By all the criteria of origin, aims, and social following, the July 26 movement was a petty bourgeois formation, but an extremely radical one. It had one plank in its program which separated it from all similar groupings and which was to prove decisive. It made a principle of armed struggle without compromise against the Batista dictatorship. To carry out this aim, it organized a peasant guerrilla movement that has been compared to Tito's and Mao's. Parallels can also be found, however, in the rich revolutionary experience of Latin America, including Cuba itself. Its formation was not as novel as its success. On coming to power, the July 26 movement set up a Cole 244/Chen government that included well-known bourgeois democratic figures and not in secondary posts. In retrospect, these may have seemed middle-class decorations or mere camouflage, hiding the real nature of the government. It is more accurate, I think, to view this government as corresponding to the political aims of the revolution as they were conceived at the time by its leaders. But such a government stood in contradiction to the demands of the insurgent masses and to the commitment of the July 26 movement to satisfy these demands. The revolution urgently required far-reaching inroads on private property, including imperialist holdings. As Castro and his collaborators moved toward fulfillment of the agrarian reform, they met with resistance from their partners in the coalition, a resistance that was considerably stiffened by support from Wall Street, which viewed them as the reasonable elements in a regime packed with bearded wild men. As Huberman and Sweezy correctly observe, a sort of dual-system government began to emerge. The displacement of Felipe Pazos by Che Guevara in November 1959 marked a decisive shift, and the resolution of the governmental crisis, whatever hangovers from the coalition still remained. The government that now existed was qualitatively different from the coalition regime. Its chief characteristics were a genuine interest in the welfare of the bottom strata of the population, readiness to entrust the defense of the revolution to them by giving them arms, clear recognition of the identity of the main enemies of the revolution, and resoluteness in disarming and combating them. It was even free from fetishism of private property. Yet it did not think of itself as socialist. It did not proclaim socialist aims. What should we call such a strange government? Among the great discussions organized by the Bolsheviks in the first four congresses of the Communist International was one precisely on this question. Deeply buried under landslides of Stalinist propaganda, the minutes and resolutions of Theory of the Cuban Revolution /245. That discussion are not readily available. When you unearth them, your feeling is one of shock at their timeliness. Did the Bolsheviks really discuss such a question 4 years before Castro was born? The Bolsheviks analyzed several varieties of workers' and peasants' governments, that is, radical petty bourgeois governments, indicating differences that would cause a revolutionary socialist party to offer support or to refuse support. They also left open the possibility in theory of variants they could not readily foresee at the time. The general label they used for such regimes was workers' and farmers' government. Here we must expostulate a bit with the Bolsheviks. They also called the dictatorship of the proletariat a workers' and farmers' government. A representative from theoretically backward America might have asked for distinctive labels so he could more easily tell them apart. But the Bolsheviks discussed this point, too, and felt that it would not be confusing so long as everyone was clear on the difference in content, since the first kind of government would likely prove to be only a transient form preliminary to the latter type. Of course, the communist delegates in 1922 could not visualize such a change without the helpful presence of a genuine revolutionary socialist party such as the Russian workers had in the Bolsheviks. A key question requiring our attention, therefore, is the absence of this factor in Cuba. To find the answer we must turn to the world situation in which Cuba is locked. The most prominent conditioning force in international politics today is the deep decay of the capitalist system. Leaving aside the effect of such general threats as another major depression or atomic annihilation in a third world war, Cuba has experienced the decay of capitalism in two specific ways. 1. The deformation of national life through imperialist domination, monoculture, superprofits, hunger, disease, ignorance, dictatorial rule, etc. 2. The economic and diplomatic strangulation of power like the U.S. applies to a colonial nation seeking independence. The moves of Wall Street and the State Department. 246 as many observers have noted, powerfully accelerated, if they did not make inevitable, the radicalization of the Cuban Revolution. Eisenhower lost Cuba much the way Truman lost China. Next in importance to the death agony of capitalism is the existence and the growing power of the countries where capitalist property relations have been transcended and planned economies constructed. Showing what can be achieved in economic, scientific, and cultural progress, not to mention sovereign standing, these countries serve as practical object lessons. Their tendency to magnetize attention, especially in the underdeveloped areas, has become an active political factor that is now powerfully strengthened by the possibility of securing material aid from this source. The Soviet Union, by its mere existence, has always been, even in the terrible years under Stalin, a radicalizing force among oppressed peoples. The attraction was enormously increased by the Chinese Revolution and the fresh example which China has provided of how to break out of age-old stagnation and imperialist oppression. Cuba has been affected by all this in the most vivid and concrete way. The third feature of world politics is the long default of the communist parties in providing revolutionary socialist leadership to the working class. For decades this signified betrayal and defeat in the most promising of revolutionary situations. Today it has finally begun to signify the emergence of alternative leaderships. The masses in the underdeveloped areas, having lost fatalistic acceptance of hunger, misery, ignorance, and ruthless exploitation, have become impatient and are pushing forward whatever leaderships are at hand. Nationalists have filled the vacuum, at least temporarily, in many areas, but the tendency is toward much more radical currents. Nowhere is this to be seen with greater clarity than in Cuba. Finally, there is a tendency among the nationalist movements and newly emerging countries in the Far East, the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America to seek mutual encouragement and support. The Cuban revolutionists, for example, are in close Theory of the Cuban Revolution /247 touch with the Algerian freedom fighters. They have diplomatic relations with Yugoslavia, India, Ghana, etc. Sékou Touré and Sukarno have been honored guests in Havana. Lumumba is a hero in Cuba. A radical move taken by any of them that proves successful has big impact on all the others. For instance, Nasser's seizure of the Suez Canal, when Egypt suffered the combined attack of Britain, France, and Israel, made a lasting impression. In the light of this international background, the series of countermeasures taken by the Cuban government under pressure from the State Department are seen to have an ideological origin that does no violence to Marxist theory. In fact, these countermeasures are explainable only by a theory grounded in the international class struggle. Whatever the consciousness of the Cuban revolutionists may have been, not a single major measure undertaken by them was unique. Intervention of the latifundia and domestic and foreign capitalist holdings was undoubtedly as Cuban as the royal palms, but it finds a precedent in the control exercised over private enterprises under the Bolsheviks prior to the establishment of workers' management of industry. A similar stage appeared in the Chinese Revolution. The expropriations and nationalizations are likewise far from novel. A government monopoly of foreign trade is in the Russian tradition, and the planned economy which Cuba has now begun is, of course, recognized by everyone as in the pattern initiated by the Russian workers and peasants. In the October 1960 issue of Political Affairs, James S. Allen, a spokesman of the Communist Party, labels these as measures of a state capitalist type. This effort to avoid the label socialist, as advanced by Huberman and Sweezy, is not very satisfactory. Are the measures of similar kind in the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, Yugoslavia, Albania, and China also to be labeled as of a state capitalist type? Evidently not. Aside from this, Allen's position has another flaw. What about the state? Is it capitalist? Can a capitalist state carry out such measures and still remain capitalist? Judging from the shrieks 248 of the counter-revolutionaries and the froth on Wall Street's mouth, it is not possible. The fact is that the state structure began to undergo alteration upon Castro's coming to power, January 1, 1959. For good and valid political reasons, Castro insisted on smashing both the old army and the old police force. The lesson of Guatemala had been well absorbed by the July 26 movement. A new army and a new police, based on the rebel forces, replaced the old. A nationwide militia was organized. One could have decided that this was enough to require us at the time to call Cuba a workers' state. But the premise for such a conclusion is that the conscious aims of the leadership are revolutionary socialist, openly proclaimed, so that it remains only a question of time until the entire state structure is altered to conform to the needs of a planned economy. This political premise, of course, did not exist. It remained to be seen what course the pragmatic leadership would take and whether their proclaimed political aims would become altered as they sought to put into effect the reforms they advocated, or whether in sticking to their political positions they modified or gave up their social and economic aims. The outcome could be determined only by the struggle itself. The results are now in. In the 2 years since the victory, the holdovers from the old state have been sloughed off in the key positions, although they may still hold authority in some sectors. With the completion between August and October 1960 of the nationalizations in the major areas of Cuban industry, a new state had come into being, so deeply committed to a planned economy that Cuba's course in this direction cannot now be changed save by an imperialist invasion and a bloody civil war. Since the transcending of capitalist property relations and the construction of a planned economy correspond with the economic interests of the working class and are objectively socialist in tendency, we must, if we are interested in exact terminology, call this a workers' state, signifying that it is a state committed to the task of carrying Cuban economy and society. Theory of the Cuban Revolution /249. Forward through the transition from capitalism to socialism. It is true that this workers' state lacks, as yet, the forms of proletarian democracy. This does not mean that democracy is lacking in Cuba. Far more democracy exists today in Cuba than ever existed under any previous regime. It does mean that a government based on workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils, or some form of councils in the democratic control of the government, has not yet been worked out. Mills's observations about the concentration of power in one person are accurate. Marxist theory admits the possibility of situations in which no alternative exists save such concentration of power. However, it regards this as exceptional and dangerous to the revolutionary interests of the workers and peasants. It is a sign of weakness in the organization of the struggle. The norm is the extension of democracy into all phases of the nation's life. It is not just a question of democratic rights but of organizing the most powerful defense and bringing the maximum power to bear in carrying out the structural changes and constructing the planned economy. Consequently, while defending the present Cuban government from attack from all quarters, Marxists advocate the earliest possible development of proletarian forms of democracy in Cuba. It would seem self-evident that this would add greatly to the political defense of the revolution, above all as an example to be emulated in other countries. This is the tendency in Cuba, as Mills notes, and one must join him in ardently hoping that the ferocious pressure from American imperialism will not lead to retrogression. A new stage in the Cuban Revolution of the greatest interest and importance is now opening up. The leaders have convincingly demonstrated that they really meant it when they said they were prepared to carry the revolution through to its necessary conclusion no matter where it took them. What have been the consequences in their thinking? Looking back, they must note with some astonishment, I imagine, that it proved impossible to carry through simple humanistic aims, all of them long proclaimed by the bourgeois. 250/society that toppled feudalism, without taking measures that transcended capitalist property relations. Capitalism doesn't work for the poor. To fulfill their desire to turn the promise of a better life for the humble into reality, these men of powerful will found they had to put Cuba on the road to socialism. They discovered this through practical experience and not through preconceived notions. It is almost like a laboratory test. What theories did it confirm or disprove, or must we wipe the slate of theory clean and start fresh? Is this experience not worth evaluation? Wouldn't the way be smoothed for revolutionists in other Latin American countries, for example, if they knew the reasons for the course that had to be taken in Cuba? Surely the experience will be similar elsewhere in Latin America and other continents as revolutionists follow the example of the Cuban vanguard and bring their peoples into the mainstream of history. Up to now the Cuban leaders have appeared as great revolutionists of action. Perhaps some of them may now venture into the field of theory with commensurate contributions. It is time, we think, to attempt to bring the theory of the Cuban Revolution up to the level of its practice. From such a development all the friends and supporters of the Cuban Revolution stand to gain, not least of all in the United States, where the success of the July 26 movement has brought new hope and inspiration to the radical movement. Stop the crime against Cuba. Statement by the SWP Political Committee. April 19, 1961. The Kennedy administration has launched an undeclared war on Cuba. This is the brutal fact now facing the American people. No less an authority than the New York Times felt forced to admit in an editorial April 18, the day after the invasion, it is also no secret that the United States government has been helping the Cuban exiles over a period of many months with arms, training, and facilities on American soil and in Guatemala. This has been too well publicized to be ignored today. Khrushchev has appealed personally to Kennedy to put an end to the aggression. The Soviet premier warned that any so-called small war can provoke a chain reaction in all parts of the world. He reaffirmed a pledge to help Cuba in beating back the armed attack. Once again he stressed the interest of his government in a relaxation of international tension. But, he added, if others aggravate it we shall reply in full measure. This restrained indication of the possible consequences must be taken with utmost seriousness. If the Kennedy administration persists in its armed aggression, it can set in motion forces 252/ that will inevitably plunge humanity into nuclear war. Let there be no mistake about the guilt. The Central Intelligence Agency, first under Eisenhower and then under Kennedy, financed and trained thousands of counter-revolutionary mercenaries. They were armed with U.S. naval, air, and army weapons, including B-26 bombers and troop transports. Their invasion of Cuba was masterminded by American military experts in flagrant violation of the U.S. laws, including the Neutrality Act, and non-aggression treaties. The crime against Cuba is also a crime against the American people. All Kennedy's talk about a Peace Corps and an alliance for progress in Latin America proved to be lying propaganda. It aimed at covering up the real plan of action, a new ordeal of terror and butchery for the Cuban people. Kennedy's campaign promises about a new frontier and world peace were directed primarily to the youth of America. But Kennedy is not teaching the ways of peace. The planting of phosphorus in the air conditioning system of Havana's biggest department store is hailed as a heroic act. Corps of bombers are praised as champions of freedom and democracy. By this glorification of sabotage and indiscriminate terror, Kennedy is fostering in America's youth the type of mentality now on display in the Eichmann trial. Is this the new frontier? Like Eisenhower, Kennedy is acting for the economic and financial interests that stand behind the Democratic and Republican parties. These dealers in stocks and bonds bled Cuba for 6 decades, condemning the population to poverty, unemployment, illiteracy, and endemic disease. They want back their lucrative holdings, no ifs, ands, or buts. Besides that, they fear the Cuban example will inspire similar revolutions throughout Latin America. Their recipe is crush it in the bud. The counter-revolutionary generals of the invasion army lie when they say they are fighting for democracy and the liberation of Cuba. Their sole aim is to make the island safe once again for the dollars of American investors. Stop the crime against Cuba. /253. This is proved by the key plank in their call for war against the Castro regime issued April 8 in Manhattan by Miro Cardona, head of the Cuban Revolutionary Council set up for recognition by the U.S. as the government of Cuba. We emphatically assure those who have been unjustly dispossessed that all of their assets will be returned. We shall encourage investment in private property, both national and foreign, and we shall give complete guarantees to private enterprise and to private property. The Cuban revolutionists have followed an opposite course. In place of capitalist production for profit at the expense of human rights, they are building a planned economy. In Cuba, the long-standing army of unemployed has been greatly reduced and its liquidation is feasible in a year or two. Jim Crow was wiped out along with capitalism, its main supporting institution. Attractive, low-cost homes are being built by the thousands throughout the island in a great national effort to provide housing for everyone. Rents were slashed in half and now every tenant can become a homeowner, since rent is accepted by the government as installment payments on a house or apartment. Landless peasants have received their own farms or else participate in cooperatives that have already made possible an impressive rise in national productivity. Illiteracy, which affected a third of the population in 1959, is now close to elimination, a 2-year achievement no other country can match. These are some of the gains in Cuba which Wall Street regards as a mortal threat. The money changers are right. Why should any people endure the domination of big monopolies when by kicking them out they can win such enormous improvements? Wall Street's scheme is to correct things by overthrowing the government of Cuba the way the Central Intelligence Agency overthrew the lawfully elected government of Guatemala in 1954. What is this mysterious CIA? What does it do with its NR 254/ Mao's funds? To whom is it accountable? All that the American people have been permitted to know is that the head of this spy agency is Alan Dulles and that it carries on cloak and dagger operations. Spying, it turns out, reaches the level of undeclared wars. One courageous journalist, I.F. Stone, has asked why Alan Dulles is not indicted. A congressman alive to his responsibilities to the American people would go further and demand impeachment of Kennedy. Many voices have demanded investigation of the CIA, investigation of its U-2 spy operations, its sinister efforts to get us into war in Laos, its recruitment of Cuban mercenaries, its training of saboteurs and terrorists, its construction of military training camps and secret air bases in other countries, its access to the arsenals of the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force to outfit an entire expeditionary force and keep it supplied in a war. The American people are entitled to know exactly how this agency assembles foreign troops on American soil, how it transfers these mercenaries to other countries, how it lands them on the beaches of Cuba and supplies them with the materiel of war, and who pays for all this. The crimes committed by American big business against Cuba since 1898 make a somber list. Instead of capping these crimes with the horrors of invasion and war, we should in simple justice offer the Cuban people all the help in our power. Let's resume normal diplomatic and trade relations. Let's send delegations to study the successes of the Cubans and see what we can learn from them. Instead of a policy of hatred toward Cuba, let's initiate a policy of friendship. We firmly believe in the right of every people to choose whatever kind of government they want, free from any foreign pressure. We believe that the Cubans are entitled to exercise this basic democratic right. We call for solidarity with them in defending it. We hope that every American who believes in the equality of nations will join in picketing and demonstrating for this right. Stop the crime against Cuba. /255. Or will indicate to Congress and the White House by other means how he feels. End the aggression against Cuba at once. End the economic blockade. End the policy of trying to isolate and crush the Cuban Revolution. Hands off Cuba. The Cuban model for revolution in Latin America. The Cuban Revolution's impact on Latin American radical politics was explosive. Young revolutionists were drawn to the Cuban example and they sought to repeat it. They broke away from the influence of the communist parties in the direction of guerrilla warfare. The Cubans gave support to these movements, polemicizing against the electoralist CPS. As an alternative to class collaborationism, the Cuban model had a positive thrust, as Castro put it in the Second Declaration of Havana, February 4, 1962, "The duty of every revolutionary is to make the revolution." The Organization of Latin American Solidarity, OLA's, conference of 1967 attempted to draw together the left-wing currents in opposition to the betrayals of the conservative CPS. Joseph Hansen attended the conference as a reporter for The Militant. His article The OLA's Conference, Tactics and Strategy for Continental Revolution, November-December 1967 International Socialist Review, and part of his report on the international situation to the October 1967 SWP Convention, The Promising Developments at the OLA's Conference, excerpted here from the January-February 1968 International Socialist Review, outline the strengths and weaknesses of the Cuban strategy, its internationalism and revolutionary goals on the one hand, and, on the other, its lack of a clear political strategy for mobilizing the working masses and building a revolutionary party. The experience of Latin American revolutionaries who tried to repeat the Cuban experience was negative. Guerrilla movements across the continent were put down by armies trained and aided by the U.S. The CIA and the Pentagon learned the lessons of the Cuban Revolution from their point of view and found methods to block its repetition. The Cubans and other Latin American rebels began to rethink their strategy. The Fourth International's position on guerrillism was changing in the late 1960s also, but in a different direction. Young radicals in Europe were fired up by the revolt in France of May-June 1968 and inspired by the example of Che. Many of them joined the Trotskyist movement with guerrillaist illusions. At the Ninth World Congress of the Fourth International in 1969, the majority voted for a guerrillaist perspective in Latin America. A minority, including Joseph Hansen, held to the traditional Marxist orientation of building mass revolutionary parties that could lead working-class revolutions. The discussion of this issue in the International lasted almost a decade, with agreement at the end that experience had proved the guerrilla orientation to be incorrect. In the course of that debate, the lessons of the Cuban Revolution were cited by both sides to support their arguments. The excerpts from various reports and documents by Joseph Hansen reprinted here give his assessment of the Cuban leadership's guerrilla strategy. Why Castro ended up in the minority in Venezuela is from assessment of the draft resolution on Latin America. The 7 errors made by Che Guevara is from report on the Third World Congress of the Fourth International since reunification, given at a New York SWP branch meeting June 4, 1969. The Cubans' pause for reflection is from a contribution to the discussion on revolutionary strategy in Latin America, June 26, 1970. These 3 articles are in discussion on Latin America, 1968 to 1971, an international information bulletin published by the Socialist Workers' Party, June 1972. 259. The OLAS Conference. Tactics and Strategy of a Continental Revolution. 1967. The first conference of the Organization of Latin American Solidarity, which met in Havana from July 31 to August 10, was recognized from all sides as an event of worldwide political significance. The international press gave top priority to the deliberations, 157 foreign journalists registering for credentials. The State Department paid the conference a high, if involuntary, tribute by postponing a scheduled meeting of the Organization of American States until September in order to place this reactionary body in better position to try to offset the decisions reached by the OLAS gathering. All of Washington's satellite governments in Latin America reacted to the conference with anger and apprehension, taking extraordinary measures to block delegates from attending. The Mexican government, under pressure from the Johnson administration, even staged a provocative witch hunt on the eve of the meeting. It was the largest assembly of authentic representatives of the active guerrilla fronts in Latin America that has yet been held. Cuban sponsorship of the gathering, the sponsorship of a workers' state, gave it added significance. Delegations attended from 10 other workers' states and from 14 international organizations. A conspicuous absentee was the People's Republic of China. An outstanding feature was the presence of spokesmen of the Black Power movement in the United States. Stokely Carmichael, one of the leaders of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, was included among the top figures of the conference, being made an honorary delegate. The apprehensions of the imperialists and their retinue were not misplaced, as could be judged from the way their press and even the U.S. Congress fumed as the conference proceeded. Among the leftist currents, reactions were mixed, ranging from the open displeasure and opposition voiced by right-wing Communist Party leaderships, as in France, to the gratification expressed by various guerrilla movements, the commendatory statements of spokesmen of the Black Power movement in the United States, and the recognition by leading Trotskyists that the conference represented an encouraging achievement and step forward for the world revolution. The subjects considered by the delegates were of burning actuality. 1. The United States and Latin America, with particular emphasis on the place of the Cuban Revolution in the struggle of the exploited continent for freedom from the imperialist metropolis. 2. The escalation of U.S. imperialist aggression in Vietnam, with its associated threat to other countries, including the People's Republic of China and the Soviet Union, and the increasing implication that the extension of U.S. military power in Southeast Asia will continue until it reaches the level of nuclear war unless effective countermeasures are taken in time. 3. The ghetto uprising in the United States and their connection with the colonial revolution and the international struggle for socialism. 4. The class struggle throughout Latin America, involving on the one hand the utterly reactionary oligarchies backed by Washington and on the other the worker-peasant masses and their revolutionary vanguard. 5. The betrayal of the revolutionary struggle in Latin America committed by the right-wing leadership of the Venezuelan Communist Party. 6. The class collaborationist Kremlin policy of peaceful coexistence with world capitalism followed by the Kosygin-Brezhnev regime. Throughout the proceedings, the main theme was the reactionary role played by U.S. imperialism in Latin America, particularly its maintenance of the most repressive military regimes. Considerable attention was paid to the depth of U.S. economic, political, and military penetration on a continental scale. The delegates added graphic accounts of what is happening in their own areas and how the U.S. blocks the social overturns needed to lift their countries out of stagnation. The indictment of U.S. imperialism began with the opening address made by President Osvaldo Dordic Estorado and reached its most powerful expression in the dosing speech made by Prime Minister Fidel Castro at the Chaplin Theater. However, the most dramatic moments in the presentation of the case against the world's most colossal economic and military power came during two press conferences at which the journalists and delegates were given an opportunity to question agents of the CIA captured in Cuba while on counter-revolutionary missions. One of the groups had landed during the conference itself. From the basic premise concerning the continental scale of 264/the role of U.S. imperialism and its policy of intervening in any country in Latin America where it decides an active threat may exist to its reactionary interests, the conference drew a number of far-reaching conclusions. First of all, it was obvious that the struggle for emancipation must itself be conducted on a continental scale. Heavy stress was placed on the identity of interests among the toiling masses in all the countries of Latin America. This was summarized at the conference in the words of Simon Bolivar, "For us, our country is America." Rephrased, this becomes the present-day slogan. Latin America one country. Secondly, it was obvious in face of Washington's policy of blocking even modest reforms by bolstering or installing the most ferocious military dictatorships, that no road is left open to the peoples of Latin America but armed struggle. Moreover, it was affirmed that the objective of this struggle must be nothing less than a socialist victory. These two conclusions, the hemispheric nature of the freedom struggle and the necessity of taking up arms in a battle for the socialist way out, were affirmed in speeches and resolutions that made headlines around the world. The position was graphically symbolized in two giant portraits, one of Simon Bolivar, the liberator, as a backdrop at the opening session, the other of Che Guevara similarly placed in the Chaplin Theater where the OLA's meeting came to an end. The meaning was unmistakable. What Bolivar began in the past century as a bourgeois democratic revolution can be completed and carried to success today only as a socialist revolution*. This outlook, it is clear, stands in sharp contradiction to the line of peaceful coexistence, or class collaboration, followed by the right-wing leaderships of the communist parties in Latin America. The experience with these leaderships, particularly the right wing of the Venezuelan Communist Party, which went so far as to publicly repudiate the guerrilla fighters, was placed on the agenda for special consideration. The Cubans, along with the representatives of the various guerrilla fronts, called a showdown on the issue. On the ground that they had betrayed the struggle in Venezuela, the Venezuelan CP leadership was not invited to the conference. It fell to a center group, headed mainly by the CP contingent in the Uruguayan delegation, to seek to avert or soften the showdown. They argued that it would be unwise to split with the right-wing Venezuelan CP leaders. They were good comrades who would see the error of their ways in time. The unity of the movement must be preserved at all costs. Even if the Cubans and the guerrilla fighters felt strongly about the actions of the Venezuelan CP leaders, definitive action should not be taken at the OLA's conference. The question should be referred to a subsequent conference of the Latin American Communist parties, where the communists could settle their differences among themselves. Besides, it would be a mistake to make a fetish of armed struggle. In some countries, of course, no other means is open, and it might well be that it will eventually prove to be a necessary stage in all countries, but the value of other forms of struggle should also be admitted. Criticism of the Soviet government for offering technical and financial aid to such dictatorships as the one in Colombia was considered particularly uncalled for and reprehensible. These and similar arguments did not convince the delegates, and the conference ended by characterizing armed struggle as the only road to victory under the conditions prevailing in Latin America, all other forms of struggle being necessarily subordinate to this and of value only insofar as they further armed struggle. In conjunction with this, the conference held up the experience of the Cuban Revolution as a general model. Whatever mistakes were made in the course of the Cuban Revolution and whatever modifications might be required due to specific circumstances in the various Latin American countries, the main lesson of Cuba remains valid against a repressive military dictatorship of the Batista type: only armed struggle can assure victory. Moreover, The Cuban experience, it was maintained, also remains valid on the tactical level. The key to mounting an armed struggle with any hope of success is to launch guerrilla war. The question of armed struggle was thus taken at the OLAS conference as the decisive dividing line separating the revolutionists from the reformists on a continental scale. In this respect it echoed the Bolshevik tradition. Seeking to pin things down still more tightly, the Cubans insisted on the key importance of guerrilla war as a method of moving toward armed struggle. They likewise insisted on the priority of the countryside over the city in initiating a guerrilla nucleus and advancing it. Certain modifications, nonetheless, were to be noted. For instance, it was reported that in Venezuela the guerrillas have shifted from a fixed center to a moving column. Another interesting development was the distinction made between revolutionary conditions and revolutionary situations. The former refers to the broad relationship of forces, the latter to a specific combination of circumstances such as Lenin had in mind in projecting the seizure of power. While revolutionary conditions hold for all of Latin America, in no country does a revolutionary situation in the Leninist sense exist at the present moment. Thus the perspective is for a long and difficult period with no easy success in sight. While the delegates concentrated on problems of the Latin American Revolution, the framework of their deliberations was much broader. They did everything possible to utilize the conference as a sounding board to express solidarity with the Vietnamese people. They did not limit themselves to hailing the heroism of the Vietnamese, but insisted on the need to support them in the most vigorous and effective way possible by stepping up material aid, by opening up new fronts against U.S. imperialism, by revolutionists making the revolution in their own countries. A similar attitude was displayed in relation to the struggle of the black people in the ghettos of the United States. When Stokely Carmichael spoke at the final plenum, he received a standing ovation, and throughout his stay in Cuba, the press, radio, and television featured him as one of the main luminaries. The uprisings in the ghettos in the U.S. going on at the time of the conference were given similar prominence, and after the conference a giant rally was staged in Havana on August 18 in commemoration of the Watts explosion. In this way the Cubans sought to call dramatic attention to the common ties between the colonial revolution and the struggle of the black people in the United States, and to draw the appropriate lessons. The conference ended by setting up a permanent organization with a set of statutes. The aim of the new organization, 268/OLAS, is to coordinate and advance the revolutionary struggle in Latin America along the lines specified in the main resolutions passed by the delegates. In this way, the conference not only drew a balance sheet on the experience with the right-wing leaderships of the Latin American communist parties, it set up a new continental organization to challenge them in the field of struggle. This was probably the single most important outcome of the Havana gathering. What was the line of political thought behind the OLAS conference? No documents are available on this, but it can be inferred with perhaps reasonable accuracy. I would say that the Cuban leaders have drawn certain broad conclusions concerning their entire experience up to this point. To save the Cuban Revolution from being smashed by American imperialism, they were compelled to turn to the Soviet Union. Without material aid from the Soviet Union, it would have been virtually impossible to survive without immediate extension of the revolution. Besides material aid, they also turned to the first workers' state for models in various areas. This also involved turning to the existing Communist Party in Cuba, particularly for cadres. This course, from which the Cubans felt there was scarcely any realistic escape under the circumstances, also carried certain disadvantages. One of the worst was the undue impetus given to the growth of bureaucracy, which would have been a problem in any case. The danger was seen in time, and the Cuban leaders met it head-on in the famous Escalante affair. They drove ahead to completely restructure the party so as to further deprive the Escalantes of points of leverage. In the international field, where the Cubans from the very beginning were committed to advancing the cause of world revolution, the experience was even more disturbing. Khrushchev's course in the missile crisis of 1962 showed the dubiousness of relying on the Soviet bureaucracy in a showdown with American imperialism. The doubts that arose, or were reinforced, at that time settled into firm conclusions in view of the policy/269. Followed by both Moscow and Peking in face of Johnson's escalation of the war in Vietnam. An Asian land war which ought to have led to an early defeat for American military power was permitted to drift into an increasingly dangerous threat without a single serious countermeasure being undertaken. The two powers have proved incapable up to now of uniting even at a government level in defense of a beleaguered workers' state and with their own countries marked as subsequent targets. The Cubans thus came to see in Vietnam a warning as to their own possible fate. The conclusion was inescapable. The defense of Cuba rests primarily on the Cuban workers and peasants. The best defense is extension of the revolution. As they came to realize this with fresh urgency, the Cubans went through another disappointing experience. The leadership of the Venezuelan Communist Party gave up the armed struggle to which it had committed itself and reverted back to the electoral road, i.e., participating in the electoral field not as a revolutionary opposition party, but as a pressure group supporting the progressive wing of the national bourgeoisie. And this betrayal received covert support from the Kosygin-Brezhnev government through cynical proffers of technical and financial aid to Latin American military dictatorships participating with all their counter-revolutionary energy in the U.S. blockade of Cuba. To counter the Venezuelan betrayal and the Kremlin's treacherous maneuvers in Latin America, a vigorous new assertion of revolutionary principles and a fresh start in applying them was obviously required. The OLAS conference was designed to serve this objective. Looking back, it can be seen that the Tricontinental Conference, held in January 1966, represented a step in this direction. It ended in a compromise, however. Along with the assertion of revolutionary goals, formulas were agreed to that provided a cover for the right-wing CP leaderships and all those who were willing to pay lip service to armed struggle while in practice. 270/ continuing to play the rotten game of electoral politics. This was capped with Castro's attack on Trotskyism, which, however much it satisfied the right-wing CP leaderships, was taken by all vanguard elements with any real knowledge of the Trotskyist movement as at best a mistaken identification of Trotskyism with the bizarre sect of J. Posadas and at worst nothing but a belated echo of old Stalinist slanders, the purpose of which remained completely obscure. It was thus necessary to wait and see what the true outcome of the Tricontinental Conference might be. The course followed by the Cubans quickly disclosed that the revolutionary side of that conference was the more important, and it became clearer and clearer, particularly after the disclosures concerning the betrayal in Venezuela, that a public break with the right-wing CP currents was inevitable and imminent. This was formalized at the OLAS conference. The right-wing CP leaders were branded as betrayers of the revolution. Those who attempted to straddle the issue were compelled to line up. A clear declaration was made on armed struggle as the only road in Latin America. In this context, the political meaning of the OLAS conference is absolutely clear. It registered the fundamental differentiation of the Cuban Revolution from the old communist parties and their class collaborationist politics. Does this mean that the Cuban leaders have become Trotskyist? The answer is no. What they have done is assert their political independence in relation to both Moscow and Peking, or any other center for that matter. As the logical concomitant to this, they have decided on a policy of non-exclusion in relation to all other revolutionary tendencies. They will give a hearing to and collaborate with any revolutionary current. Whether or not a given tendency is actually revolutionary is to be determined by its attitude toward the Cuban Revolution and the principle of armed struggle in Latin America. The break with the right-wing CP leaderships consummated at the OLAS conference consequently opens the way throughout Latin America for an accelerated regroupment of Revolui 271. Shinari forces. How this will work out specifically remains to be determined in each country, of course. A conference or congress, no matter how revolutionary it is in principle, cannot do more than draw a balance sheet on the experiences of the preceding period and project a course of action in accordance with the lessons that have been learned. The OLAS conference was no exception. In fact, it did well in this respect, accomplishing what it set out to do. Nevertheless, some very important questions, raised at least by implication, received little or no discussion. In the coming period they will undoubtedly occupy the attention of many of those who participated in the conference, and perhaps they will be brought up at a later stage in the regroupment process. For instance, there is the problem of explaining the betrayal of the right-wing leadership of the Venezuelan Communist Party. It is scarcely sufficient to consider such a development to be a matter of individual weakness of character, inasmuch as an entire leading staff of a mass party with a strong trade union base was involved. Evidently the betrayal had social roots. These ought to be explored not only for the education of new revolutionary cadres, but also the better to avoid a repetition of such a disastrous outcome and the better to combat the betrayers in Venezuela itself. Obviously associated with this are the international ties of these leaders, their political background, and particularly their formation in the school of Stalinism. All this should be brought out into the open and the lessons assimilated. A related question is the failure of the Cubans in particular to anticipate the betrayal. To raise the question does not at all mean to indict the Cubans. In fact, the integrity they have displayed makes it possible to raise it dispassionately. Study of the question will of itself eliminate the deficiency which is lack of knowledge of the true history of the world communist movement and lack of appreciation of what Stalinism did to that movement. That this has a very practical side is indicated by a related 272/question, how did it happen that in the internal struggle in the Venezuelan Communist Party, the faction that stood for revolutionary principles ended up in a minority while the faction that stood for class collaboration ended in a majority? The question is all the more pertinent in view of Cuba's nearness, the impact of the Cuban Revolution throughout the continent, and the fact that the revolutionary faction had behind it the weight of a workers' state. The course of that factional struggle ought to be studied closely in all its aspects, with a view to determining whether the defeat was objectively inevitable or whether perhaps avoidable errors were committed. If the defeat was due to a shift in the relationship of class forces in Venezuela, then the revolutionary movement must examine not only the causes of this but how it affects tactics and strategy. If it was due to blunders in leadership, the objective effect of these blunders must still be weighed. A problem which some delegates were already pondering at OLAS demands the most intensive consideration. This is the problem of the revolutionary struggle in the cities. The key issue is what to do in situations where the masses are not yet prepared to engage in all-out combat but can be mobilized to at least some degree. Is leadership of the workers and the unemployed to be turned over to the right-wing betrayers? Without a battle for the allegiance of the masses? Are there partial struggles which the workers and unemployed might be prepared to engage in that could prove propitious to the revolutionary cause and which might serve at least to remove the right-wing betrayers from the field as a serious obstacle? It is to be noted that the Venezuelan betrayers, in seeking to answer the damning charges leveled against them by Fidel Castro, have advanced as one of their strongest arguments precisely the question of the revolutionary vanguard maintaining its ties with the masses in the cities. They, of course, seek to utilize the masses as pawns in the electoral game and at the same time divert them from the revolutionary road, but their calculation that the Cubans are vulnerable on this issue should /273 be weighed quite objectively. It is not only in chess that the moves of a foe can indicate weaknesses in one's own position that might otherwise be overlooked. The correct countermove would seem to be to step into the arena of the class struggle in the cities and seek to outflank the right-wing CP leaders to the left. The secret of success lies in the development of transitional slogans which in and of themselves are more realistic than the measures advocated by the reformists yet entail a logic that takes the masses along the road of revolution. All this is associated with the question of developing a homogeneous leadership and organizational structure capable of giving correct guidance to the revolutionary struggle in all its aspects. This is what revolutionary Marxists mean when they talk about the necessity of building a party of action. At the OLAS conference this question was colored by the Cuban experience, so that one heard such contradictory statements as the revolution will be made with or without a party and the guerrillas constitute the core of the party. If the revolution can be made without a party, why advance the concept of a party being built around guerrillas or of guerrillas performing any political function at all? And while the possibility of making a revolution without a party was voiced, At the same time the necessity for absolute discipline in the struggle, the disciplined combination of the military and political aspects was insisted upon. The question obviously demands deep consideration, the elimination of misunderstandings arising from various sources, not least of all the bad impression created by the Stalinist and Social Democratic record in Latin America and elsewhere. A study of the Bolshevik experience could possibly prove of unusual interest if it were undertaken with due consideration for the peculiarities to be found in Latin America. The correct relationship between revolutionary theory and practice can also be expected to come under examination in the coming period. There was an evident tendency at the OLAS conference to ascribe the failures and betrayals of the right-wing CP leaderships to wrong or outdated theories, or to Theo. 274/rising divorced from reality. Deeper study of the whole phenomenon of Stalinism will disclose, however, that the policies of the parties affected by it did not flow from theory but directly from some very mundane and practical bureaucratic interests. The theory constituted little more than window dressing, although eventually certain theories that were advanced, such as the theory of building socialism in one country, had their own pernicious influence. The tendency noticeable at the OLAS conference to discount theory was one of the consequences of leaving out of account the role of Stalinism as a determinant in the betrayal of the Venezuelan Communist Party. It should be added that the seeming bias against revolutionary theory in general derives in reality from a specific rejection of Stalinist, social democratic, and all other varieties of reformist ideology, just as the seeming discounting of the decisive role which a party can play as a revolutionary instrument derives from a specific rejection of parties of the Stalinist and social democratic type. This attitude, a necessary stage in preparing the way for the organization of genuinely revolutionary mass parties in Latin America and for a rebirth of revolutionary theory, is now coming to a close. The definitive break with the right-wing CP leaderships is a certain sign of this. Finally, it should be noted that while the black struggle and its black power phase in the United States was handled in exemplary fashion at the OLAS conference, the anti-war struggle and the dynamic movement shaping around it in the United States did not come up for attention and analysis. The oversight stood out all the more in view of the importance ascribed to it by the Vietnamese and the impact it has had throughout the world. Perhaps the Cubans misjudge the potential of the anti-war movement, considering it to be frozen in a pacifist pattern. In the coming period, this wholly unprecedented development in the American class struggle will undoubtedly reveal new facets that will not fail to prove impressive to all Latin American revolutionists and to invite closer attention on their part. 275. The OLAS conference ended a chapter in Latin American revolutionary politics and opened a new one with very promising perspectives. For the imperialists, things have taken a decided turn for the worse. For the vanguard, a great advance has been registered. They are now in a much better position to carry out their duty, which is to make the revolution. The promising developments at the OLAS conference. 1967. One of the most encouraging developments in the recent period, a development greatly accelerated by the war in Vietnam, has been the growing realization among sectors of the vanguard that have hitherto been influenced if not swayed by the Soviet or Chinese leaders, that these leaders are not to be relied on. The clearest manifestation of this centers around the Cubans, but it is also apparent among the Vietnamese, the North Koreans, among circles in and around certain communist parties, and among sectors of the intellectuals in the Soviet Union and the East European countries. The Cuban Revolution is acting as a polarizing center for this critical sentiment. The Cuban Revolution is serving in this way precisely because of the high level of consciousness of its leadership and the conclusions they have obviously drawn from the course of the war in Vietnam. We very early came to the conclusion, it will be recalled, that the Cuban leadership represented something new. It was not shaped in the school of Stalinism. Its political conscience/277 ness had deepened in the very process of revolution, and it had independently developed revolutionary Marxist conclusions out of the practical experience gained in making a revolution. We foresaw that there were excellent chances for this leadership to go much further in its development. In any case, we were convinced that it marked the beginning of a new important phenomenon, the rise of a genuinely revolutionary-minded generation, free from the blight of Stalinism. We are now able to state that these estimates were not wrong. In fact, the way the Cuban leaders have acted in response to the war in Vietnam has served to confirm our prognosis in the strongest and most striking way. At the recent OLAS conference in Havana, this leadership reaffirmed the need for the masses to take the road of armed struggle and condemned the decision of the right-wing leadership of the Venezuelan Communist Party to turn away from that road and to revert back to mere electoral politicking as nothing less than a betrayal of the socialist revolution. A new, influential voice was thus added to the long list of revolutionists who reached similar conclusions concerning the attitude and actions of the bureaucratic CP leaderships. But this condemnation represents a historic first. It is the first to come from the leadership of a workers' state since Trotsky began the struggle against Stalinism and in defense of the program of socialist revolution. The condemnation of the right-wing Venezuelan CP leadership at the OLAS conference was another step in the process that began inside Cuba with the struggle against bureaucratism, a high point of which was the condemnation of Aníbal Escalante and his supporters. The showdown at OLAS, however, was a reflection of international and not domestic developments. In relation to the Latin American Revolution as a whole, the differentiation between the Cuban leadership and the right-wing CP bureaucrats has proceeded around the issue of armed struggle as the only means to victory where all other possibility. 278/ ties have been barred by dictatorial regimes backed by U.S. imperialism. Holding up the Cuban Revolution as an example, the Castro leadership has exerted increasingly heavy pressure on this issue ever since the beginning of Johnson's escalation of the war in Vietnam. The right-wing CP leaderships did their best to evade the issue or to pay lip service to it while they actually sabotaged it. We observed this struggle very attentively despite its muted nature until recently. Even Castro's attack on Trotskyism at the Tricontinental Conference in January 1966, which we of course answered immediately, did not cause us, out of anger or resentment, to lose sight of the reality and turn away. We noted the very positive steps taken at the Tricontinental Conference to reinforce the revolutionary struggle in Latin America. We realized that if the resolutions adopted at that conference were actually applied, it could only facilitate the exposure of the pseudo-evolutionists and help speed up the process of building a revolutionary leadership on a continental scale. The Cubans demonstrated that they meant what they said, and the differentiation with the treacherous right-wing CP leadership speeded up accordingly. The showdown came at the OLAS conference in Havana in August. The political meaning of the decisions taken at the OLAS conference is crystal clear. They represent a definitive break with the treacherous leaderships whose advocacy of peaceful coexistence really signifies a line of maintaining the status quo and doing everything possible to block the masses from taking the road of revolution. The OLAS conference thus represents an important ideological advance, offering the greatest encouragement to revolutionary Marxists throughout the world. One of its first consequences will be to facilitate a regroupment of revolutionary forces in Latin America and to speed up their development along programmatic lines. Even a setback as severe as the death of Che Guevara will not halt this process. The turn marked by the OLAS conference conforms with the political realities of Latin America and the imperative/279. Need to build a revolutionary leadership capable of correctly absorbing and applying the lessons of the Cuban Revolution on a continental scale. In some quarters it has been maintained that the Organization of Latin American Solidarity, which was set up at the Havana Conference in August, represents the appearance of another international. For instance, John Garrissey, writing on the OLAS conference in the October issue of the Monthly Review, asserts that Castro has launched a new, Fifth International. A conclusion of that kind is hasty, to say the least. However well-intentioned and internationally minded such a conclusion may be, it indicates a serious underestimation of what a task it is to create an international, that is, a genuine, revolutionary Marxist international. The underestimation derives most likely from lack of study of the history of what has been done in this field. Above all, it reveals an underestimation of the role of program in constructing an international. In this respect, the Organization of Latin American Solidarity has much to accomplish before the claim can seriously be advanced that it constitutes a new international. First of all, OLAS must consider the problem of the revolutionary struggle in the industrially developed countries, particularly the main power center of world imperialism, the United States. This is not an unimportant question since American imperialism is the principal prop of the oligarchies and dictatorial regimes that directly confront the revolutionary movement in the colonial and semi-colonial world. The industrially developed countries are also where the final and decisively important battles will be fought in the struggle for world socialism. Secondly, OLAS must consider the problem of the revolutionary struggle in the workers' states, the question of a revolution in a revolution. Again, this is not unimportant, as is proved in the dearest possible way by the course of the Soviet and Chinese bureaucracies in the Vietnam War. Thirdly, even in Latin America, the area of primary concern to OLAS, some very important problems remain to be worked. 280/out, particularly the problem of providing revolutionary leadership for the masses in the cities through the development of transitional slogans and partial struggles, breaking the way for broader and more decisive battles. Fourthly, the immense problem of the internal life and functioning of an international must be considered. A rich experience testifies to the immense difficulty of constructing an international party, for that is what an international is, even with the most skilled and knowledgeable application of the principles of democratic centralism. But the statutes adopted by OLAS at the Havana Conference show that these principles have yet to be grasped by the founders of the organization. This question, however, stands at the heart of constructing a viable international. It is to be hoped that OLAS will take up these problems. I think that it is completely in the logic of the progress already made by the Tricontinental and OLAS conferences to turn toward serious considerations of these problems. I believe that significant contributions in these areas can be expected from the revolutionary figures who have assembled in the Organization of Latin American Solidarity. But it is certainly quite premature to credit them with already having established a new international, a claim which they themselves have not as yet ventured to assert. The role of the war in Vietnam in nurturing the differentiation between the revolutionary orientation of the Cuban leadership and the right-wing CP leaders in Latin America can easily be followed. From the very beginning of Johnson's escalation of American involvement in the civil war in Vietnam, the Cuban leaders pointed out the need for vigorous countermeasures. As both Moscow and Peking permitted things to drift, the Cubans became more and more concerned. This was evident in the increasing stress they placed on the danger which the war in Vietnam signified for the Cuban Revolution. If the Vietnamese should be defeated, then it is certain that the Cubans will be next. Another significant indication of the trend in their Think/281 was the alteration of the slogan, "Cuba does not stand alone," to a new slogan, "We Cubans must rely on ourselves." Along with this, heavier and heavier stress has been placed in Cuba on the heroic example of the Vietnamese. Preparations for the armed defense of the island against a new invasion have been stepped up considerably so as to make any attempted invasion as costly as possible to the imperialist forces. All these developments are indications of the lessons which the Cubans have drawn from the course of the war in Vietnam. On the international front, the Cubans have vigorously advanced two themes: first, the need of the revolutionists in each country to make the revolution. Second, the need to bring effective aid to the beleaguered Vietnamese. They state, quite correctly, that the best way to help the Vietnamese is to make the revolution in other countries. This is the meaning of the slogan advanced by Che Guevara, "Create 2, 3, many Vietnams." It was also the central meaning of Che Guevara's action in attempting to organize a guerrilla focal center in Bolivia. He wished to set another example, to provide a living contrast between the lip service being paid to the Vietnamese cause by Moscow and Peking and the resolute action which the situation requires. The effect upon the outlook of independent-minded revolutionists like the Cubans is, in my opinion, the single most important consequence of the escalating war in Vietnam. The Cubans display this effect to a striking degree, but it is also observable elsewhere, as we have indicated. In a less conscious way, a similar effect is observable among broad social layers. The rebellious mood among the American youth, particularly on the campuses, is a good indicator of the radicalization being induced by the war in Vietnam. We are being provided with fresh proof of the inherent tendency of a reactionary war to inspire a progressive counter-tendency. As revolutionary Marxism noted long ago, a reactionary war tends to become converted into a civil conflict, into a civil war. It tends 282/to sponsor mass resistance and to prepare the way for a new generation of revolutionary leaders capable of organizing this resistance so as to provide society with a road out. We stand at the beginning of this development on an international scale. It is this which disconcerts and worries those in the capitalist class still capable of observing what is happening. It is this which gives our movement reason for the greatest optimism and confidence. The stream of history is turning in our direction. Why Castro ended up in the minority in Venezuela. 1969. One guerrilla war in Latin America was not the invention of the Cubans. It has existed in the continent as a living tradition with a venerable history. One of the most unexpected features of the Cuban Revolution was that this tactic could prove sufficient to win. Our conclusion at the time was that this testified much more to the weakness of imperialism and the national bourgeois structure than to the discovery of something superior to a Leninist combat party. More than a mere guerrilla band was involved in the Cuban struggle. The July 26 movement had an extensive organization. Its petty bourgeois program enabled it to secure financial assistance in a big way from Cuban bourgeois circles. It was also able to operate quite freely in the United States, where it was actively supported by a large Cuban colony. The July 26 movement proceeded to a considerable extent like a party based on a single-issue armed struggle against the Batista dictatorship. Its appeal cut across class lines. 284/5 The key leaders of this movement were of such high caliber that when the revolution reached the crossing point to socialism, they plunged ahead, splitting their own movement and transcending the program they began with. In transcending their original program and declaring for socialism, they also transcended the tactic through which they had won. Just as every succeeding revolution in Latin America must take as its model socialist Cuba instead of the July 26 movement as it was first formed, so in tactics it is compelled, if success is to be assured, to make an advance, developing means capable of achieving the mass mobilizations required to win a socialist revolution. This means putting politics in command. Technique, tactics, even armed struggle must be subordinated to political consciousness, to political direction, to a clear political program. The key problem, consequently, is to build a combat party capable of seeing this and doing it. The Cuban leaders, although the logic of their own revolution calls for it, have not proceeded along this line up to now. The reasons for this are plain. Dependent on aid from the Soviet Union, aid which was absolutely essential to the survival of the Cuban Revolution, they were confronted with the problem of the Kremlin's policy of peaceful coexistence with imperialism and in particular its rabid opposition to Trotskyism. The course followed by the Cubans shows that they decided that if errors were to be made, they should be made on the side of caution so as not to jeopardize the flow of material aid. This explains why the Cuban Stalinists were not reproved for their gross attacks on Trotskyism and why Castro himself could make the kind of attack he did at the Tricontinental Conference in January 1966. It explains, too, why the Cubans took such an ambiguous attitude during the May-June 1968 events in France and why to this day they refrain from publicizing the role of the Trotskyists in the French upsurge. And it explains why Castro, with very important reservations, it is true, came out on the side of the invaders of Czechoslovakia. In short, the Cubans have not yet settled accounts with Stalinism. Until they. Why Castro ended up in minority in Venezuela. 285. Have done so, it is misleading to say without qualification, as the resolution does in point 11, this leadership by its attitudes, its actions, and generalizations has contributed in a decisive way to the maturing of a new vanguard. 8. There is an immense anomaly in this failure to settle accounts with Stalinism, inasmuch as the Castro team won their victory in Cuba in face of the default of the Blas Rocas and their active opposition. One of the main lessons of the Cuban Revolution is that it is now possible to outflank the Stalinists from the left. 9. Instead of fostering an extension of this course elsewhere in Latin America, the Castro team sought to utilize the existing communist parties. On the surface, it appeared feasible to repeat the political formula of the Cuban Revolution, but with a different combination of political tendencies from those assembled in the July 26 movement in the struggle against the Batista dictatorship. The formula was to suppress the political differences with the Stalinists and form a combination on the single issue of armed struggle against the indigenous dictatorships and their imperialist backers. The basic idea was once again to make politics secondary to technique, to subordinate political strategy to the tactic of rural guerrilla war. The results were hardly brilliant. No sector of the opposing camp was taken in by the camouflage. The lack of political clarity could only serve to sow confusion in the ranks of the revolutionists. Still worse, greater forces were now required to win, i.e., the masses in the urban centers. But the tactic itself was not designed to raise their political understanding, to organize and mobilize them. It banked on winning by pitting very small contingents in skirmishes remote from the cities. Moreover, the political confusion in the camp of the revolutionists involved a decisive issue in the new stage of the Latin American Revolution: the role of Stalinism. Lack of clarity on this led to some very costly defeats. The Cubans have made progress in overcoming this limitation, but only through very painful experiences. It is the begin. 286/ning of political wisdom to insist that revolutions in Latin America, or elsewhere in the world where similar conditions exist, cannot be won along a peaceful or democratic road, or under the leadership of an alleged progressive sector of the national bourgeoisie. The issue, once considered in the radical movement to be a hallmark of Trotskyism, proved to be of key importance in bringing the Cubans to understand that Stalinism and organizations dominated by Stalinists are not reliable instruments of revolution. But by confining the dispute with the Stalinists almost exclusively to the issue of armed struggle, and limiting it even further to the question of rural guerrilla war, the Cubans gave precious political ground to their opponents by default. Thus the Stalinist betrayers of the revolutionary struggle in Venezuela were able to advance telling arguments on why the workers need a revolutionary party. For the Venezuelan Stalinists, who cited Lenin in a completely abstract way, this was only a smokescreen, but the Cubans were not able to answer them effectively, and this could not fail to influence at least some good, revolutionary-minded militants. In the same way, the Cubans failed to offer an adequate challenge to the Stalinists in the urban centers, making it easier for them to retain a rather large following, which they, of course, are now seeking to use in their wheeling and dealing in the bourgeois electoral arena. The Cubans likewise conceded the field of theory to the Stalinists under the hardly laudable guise of ridiculing the theorists as against men of action, who don't need to learn about revolution in books inasmuch as they are practicing it with guns. The Cubans even made the mistake of posing the issue in terms of a conflict between the men in the mountains and the bureaucrats in the city over who should have final command. Arguments were adduced concerning the technical difficulties of urban guerrilla war, the helplessness of the masses, the corrupting influence of the city, the difficulties and dangers of maintaining liaison, to explain why leadership should be in. Why Castro ended up in minority in Venezuela. 287. The hands of the men in the rural areas. The political issue underlying this obscure debate was very simple: should the struggle be led by men committed to a revolutionary struggle for socialism, or by men committed to Moscow's treacherous foreign policy of peaceful coexistence with imperialism? This was the key question, no matter where the leadership was located under the exigencies of the struggle. But this issue, which should have been brought to the fore in order to clarify the dispute and to fight for a majority on the basis of it, was left in obscurity by the Cubans. The Stalinists took full advantage of the ineptness of the Cubans, or their hesitation at speaking out because of possible economic pressure from Moscow, to further obscure and bury the question. The result of these mistakes was that even in such a favorable situation as the one in Venezuela, with the prestige of the Cuban Revolution behind them, and the not immaterial advantages of state power, the Cubans ended up as a small minority in their factional struggle with the Stalinists. 10. Immediately after the Cuban victory, the Trotskyist movement held that one of the most important tasks facing the revolution there was construction of a revolutionary Marxist party. This has been borne out in the most decisive way by events and ought to be pointed out in the draft resolution on Latin America. 11. The key task facing the vanguard in Latin America, as elsewhere, still remains the construction of a revolutionary Marxist party. This takes priority over all questions of tactics and strategy in the sense that these must be directed to achieving this end as the decisive link in the revolutionary process. It is not enough to say, as the resolution does in point 19, that the existence and functioning of a revolutionary party, far from being an outworn schema of outmoded Marxists, corresponds to the concrete and ineluctable needs of the development of the armed struggle itself. The party is not a means to the armed struggle, as this sentence seems to say. The armed struggle is a means to bring the 288/proletariat to power under the leadership of the party. Construction of the party must be viewed and presented as the central task, the main orientation, the almost exclusive preoccupation of the vanguard. And the explosiveness of the situation in Latin America does not lessen the need, it intensifies it. The 7 errors made by Che Guevara. 1969. In considering the limitations of the Cuban leaders, some points were brought out at the Congress which have not been discussed before. Our view on the Cubans as we presented it at the Congress was that the Cubans made an enormous breakthrough in their revolution. They succeeded in gaining a victory due to the default of the Communist Party, and the fact that they, as a young generation of revolutionaries, refused to follow the Communist Party, and struck out on their own. Under the peculiarities of the situation in Cuba at that time, they succeeded, through guerrilla warfare and its development, in gaining power. This was their great positive achievement. But this very achievement, in the peculiar form in which it occurred, also tended to set the subsequent course of this leadership along lines which they have not yet transcended. First of all, in Cuba they utilized the Communist Party. They dismantled it, tried to put it together and make something new out of it. It was like using old bricks in a new building. They found the Cuban CP useful in this respect. 290/then, in extending the Cuban Revolution, thereby defending Cuba in the most effective way, they sought to repeat the Cuban pattern, that is, the pattern of the Cuban Revolution. They sought to utilize the communist parties in other parts of Latin America. After a time, this effort to utilize the communist parties in Latin America ended up in a real faction fight. Because the Cubans, in utilizing the communist parties, did not try to build a combat party in any of these countries, instead they tried to utilize the communist parties to build guerrilla forces. This proved not to be successful. So they ended up in a factional struggle with the CPS, in which the key issue became armed struggle versus peaceful coexistence. On that issue, of course, all of us were on the Cuban side against the concept of peaceful coexistence. The faction struggle ended in a split with the important Venezuelan CP, and this was codified more or less at the OLAS conference in 1967. Here, one of the limitations of the Cubans showed up, that in splitting with the Venezuelan CP, they did not make any political accounting. No political accounting over what the role of Stalinism was, and they sort of buried the whole thing and ended up in a very small minority. Because of their incorrect political course, the Cubans ended up with a small minority not only in Venezuela but elsewhere in Latin America. Nowhere did they succeed in building, or putting together, forces of a size and quality capable of carrying out a revolution in the pattern of the Cuban Revolution, or any other pattern. At the OLAS conference, they projected a new course that they would work with anybody. We interpreted that to mean, well, anybody that includes Trotskyists. How else would you designate Trotskyists from the Cuban viewpoint? The defeat of Che Guevara followed that. It had a dampening effect on the whole Cuban line, and its implementation. At the OLAS conference, the OLAS had a definite structure, had a definite set of rules, and was projected as a definite organization. And if you'll recall what was said at the time, it was pro. The 7 errors made by Che Guevara /291. Projected that the OLAS might even constitute the core of a new international. This appeared in different newspapers and magazines written by people who had very close contact with the Cuban leadership. Such an article appeared in Ramparts, for example. But Che's defeat had a dampening effect, and the OLAS began to wither. It eventually became more and more reduced, until, at the Congress, the comrades who were closest to the situation in Latin America said, OLAS does not exist. What does exist is a number of currents, or tendencies, who more or less agree on the necessity of armed struggle, or guerrilla warfare, who come under the general designation of OLAS, and that's all that remains. Despite these bitter experiences, the line of the Cuban leaders, and this is primarily at the present time the course and the line of Fidel Castro, remains rural guerrilla warfare on a continental scale over a prolonged period. That's their line. But our assessment of it, we're talking now of the assessment we made at the Congress in presenting a minority view, is that it is more difficult today to repeat that pattern than it was in 1958 and 1959. The enemy, that is, the imperialist enemy, has learned a bit, and there has been a series of defeats which have had their effect in Latin America. In presenting these views, we asked, or rather called for, a drawing of a balance sheet on the whole experience of guerrilla warfare, as to what conclusions could be drawn from it, its weaknesses, whatever positive qualities it has, how far it should be included in the program of the Fourth International, just what assessment should be made of it. In the process of this discussion, we brought up the question of Che Guevara and the lessons to be learned from the defeat of his undertaking in Bolivia. We drew some rather sharp political conclusions concerning Che Guevara's course in Bolivia. First of all, we talked about Che Guevara as a symbol. He really is a very admirable figure. He is an admirable figure to all youth who are inclined in a revolutionary direction. He caught their imagination. For one thing, he was a man of AC 292/tion. That's a type of revolutionist coming into increasing prominence, revolutionists of action. Che Guevara's dedication is particularly impressive. He was second or third in the leadership of Cuba, had enormous prestige, an assured government career. He gave that up. He gave up his wife, his children, everything. He gave up all this in order to dedicate himself to a struggle that was very hazardous, a difficult, hard struggle. No wonder he caught the admiration of the youth everywhere. We share this feeling about Che Guevara. We share it very deeply, because to us, he's our kind. We're the kind who dedicate ourselves in the same way, really dedicate our lives to the revolution. At the same time, we have to make an estimate of him politically, of what he did politically, and what happened politically. First of all, on the points where we agree with Che Guevara. We agree with Che Guevara on his overall goal of revolutionary socialism. But we disagree with him that this can be precipitated at any given moment by the will of a revolutionary. We agree with him on the concept that the best aid that can be given to the Vietnamese revolution would be to create many Vietnams. But we disagree with him on its being possible to do this through the action of a small group that decides in a selected country that it will precipitate a Vietnam there. We agree with Che Guevara on his internationalism, and particularly with his concept that the best way to defend Cuba is by extending the revolution. Here we disagree with him on one simple thing. We disagree with his concept that a revolution can be exported. In saying this, we are taking into consideration more what he tried to do than what he may have said on this point. That's what he actually tried to do in Bolivia: export a revolution. We agree with him on his opposition to Stalinism. What we disagree with him on is how to oppose Stalinism. Our concept. The 7 errors made by Che Guevara /293. Is that in opposing Stalinism, we must work this out through political confrontation with Stalinism, through the elaboration of differences with Stalinism, through the assessment of the historical experience with Stalinism, so that the whole development of Stalinism and its meaning becomes understood to the core. It's not enough simply to be anti-Stalinist. Much more is required. We agree with him in his opposition to the politics of peaceful coexistence. Our alternative to that policy is to construct a combat party in the Leninist tradition, and what we stress is the importance of political leadership. We did not take up the technical side of Che Guevara's operation in Bolivia, simply indicating that very little has been said on this by experts. Fidel Castro only went so far as to say that Che Guevara had a tendency sometimes to be much too bold in these operations, but he might have meant that in the sense of throwing himself personally into sectors of the battle where he could easily have been killed. What we were concerned about was Che's political errors. And these we listed as follows. First, he assumed that a particular situation in Bolivia followed directly from a general situation on a continental scale. If all of Latin America is in an explosive condition and if the whole situation is pre-evolutionary, then if you look at Bolivia, you must say that Bolivia is the weakest link in Latin America. And you can list all the reasons why it should be the weakest link, but what Che left out in making this estimate was that there are also ups and downs within a particular country, and that it becomes very, very important in a revolutionary struggle to know when the movement is actually rising among the masses, and when it is declining. This involves the question of timing, when to throw yourself into action, how to conduct yourself, what slogans to raise, what actions to engage in. Second, Che Guevara left out the timing in relation to the Bolivian class struggle. Timing is a crucial question in an important revolutionary action. I should say that it's also a very 294/ difficult question for even a revolutionary party to determine. We know that from the Bolshevik experience. It is very difficult for even a revolutionary party to determine precisely the moods of the masses, the exact extent that they're moving forward, and to be able from this knowledge to undertake the correct action at the correct moment. It does not follow directly from a general situation, and it requires a party in order to determine it. Che had no party. His timing was conceived in the light of a general continental situation and on the objective need to help the Vietnamese and to defend the Cuban Revolution, not on a direct and immediate appreciation of Bolivian realities. To be noted in this conjunction was his belief that a revolution can be precipitated through the action of a small force, even from the outside, because most of the people whom he brought into Bolivia in the beginning were from the outside. This whole approach of Che Guevara in this situation resembled a sectarian approach. Preconceived ideas. The general situation is explosive, you've got to help the Vietnamese, and the revolution can be precipitated by a small force. He proceeded almost dogmatically. He formed his concept of the situation in Bolivia in much the way sectarians do. His third political mistake was that in place of relying on a combat party, in place of constructing that, or having it available to him in Bolivia, he depended on a very treacherous ally. In the first place, you shouldn't depend on an ally, any ally at all, you should have your own forces. But he didn't have his own forces, political forces, and he had to depend on an ally. And the ally was a very treacherous one. It was the Bolivian CP. Even with the Bolivian CP, his political preparations were inadequate. He did not work out his alliance with the Bolivian CP carefully. What he should have done, since they were treacherous, was to have a showdown with them in advance, before the operation was even engaged in. He had to have this showdown with them in order to determine how reliable they might be when the fighting began. It was absolutely essential for the th.7 errors mad pound by ch pound Guevara/295 success of his guerrilla operation in Bolivia to have good connections with the miners, and to have good connections with the masses in the cities, particularly in La Paz. The fact that he did not undertake this showdown, but simply engaged in the action, made it much easier for the Bolivian Stalinists to shift their differences with Che Guevara from a political level, that is, the difference between the lines of peaceful coexistence and armed struggle, to shift it from the political level to organizational questions, which happens nearly always in a factional fight with an unprincipled group. They raised the organizational question against him. They were all for what he did, but they had organizational differences with him. First of all, they accused him of a lack of consultation. And, of course, they had a point there. He did not consult them about the operation. Next, they raised the question of who should have command. That's not a very good question to debate because it involves personal qualifications and the whole thing gets lowered to a very vulgar level. The Stalinists did this very deliberately to avoid the main political question. It was an error to permit this kind of situation to develop. Che Guevara's fourth error, which I have already referred to, was to begin an armed action without a political party or even a nucleus of a party either in the countryside or the city. He did not even have any ties with the Trotskyists, who had a certain connection with the masses both in La Paz and in the mines, and he did not have any connections with the peasants, or any organized political forces in the countryside, so that when he began his action, he was faced with a situation in which, if the peasants did not rally immediately to his cause, then he would have to substitute for them. So he fell into a position where a small force substitutes for the masses, or tries to substitute for them. I'm quite sure that in the writings of Che Guevara you can find statements against this, against any substitution for the masses, statements that certain preconditions are required for guerrilla warfare, but the fact is that this is what he fell into in Bolivia. 296. His fifth error was that he made no advance political preparation among the peasants of any kind. Not the slightest of any kind whatsoever. Party or no party, simply no kind of preparation whatsoever with the peasants. So they were taken completely by surprise. All of a sudden, here are these guerrilla fighters, and it takes them some time to estimate this, and to judge what it may mean. Precious time was lost by that while the enemy mobilized. Then, his sixth mistake was to underestimate the will, the readiness, and the technical capacities of the CIA and the Pentagon to initiate countermeasures against him. This he badly underestimated. They, on the other hand, did not underestimate him at all. When they learned about his action, we now know, they held a top-level meeting in Washington, involving all the forces around Johnson, the Pentagon, the CIA, the State Department. All their top men were involved with all their connections in Bolivia, their vast resources, technical apparatus, and we don't know how many millions of dollars were spent. They estimated Che Guevara as being a very serious person, one who required their special attention. In other words, they had a better appreciation of him than he had of them. That's a bad mistake for a political person to make. You've got to estimate the enemy very, very carefully. His seventh error was to choose a position, and this involves a technical side, too, where it was difficult to break out or to receive aid. It may have been a very good area to practice the technique of guerrilla warfare, but it wasn't very good to receive aid, or to break out of. And he was actually caught when he tried to break out of that place. So this choice made it easier for the counterforces to isolate him when the peasants did not rally immediately, as he had hoped they would. If we summarize all these errors, we come to the following general conclusion about them, that Che Guevara put guerrilla technique, armed struggle technique above politics. He put military action above party building. And I think that this is incontrovertible, that this is what he actually did. The 7 errors made by Che Guevara /297. The conclusion to be drawn from this, remembering that Che Guevara was a very important advocate and practitioner of guerrilla warfare, is that first of all, guerrilla warfare does not stand up as a general strategy, however well it may fit in as a tactic in certain situations when it is used by a well-constructed combat party. A second conclusion to be drawn from this experience is that it presented fresh proof that the struggle in Latin America has become more difficult and requires a better instrument than previously. It requires the construction of a combat party to a much greater degree than, say, in 1958 or 1959. The Cubans pause for reflection. 1970. Since the last World Congress, the configuration of the revolutionary vanguard has undergone significant alteration. The most important development is undoubtedly the discussion opened by such figures as Hector Bejar on the lessons to be drawn from the guerrilla experience. As thinking revolutionists, they cannot help wondering what has gone wrong. Why is it that more than 10 years after the Cuban Revolution not another success has been registered in the entire continent? It is surely not due to lack of courage or audacity, to lack of commitment to armed struggle, to failure to regard the Cuban Revolution as the great model to be emulated. As a first approximation in making an analysis, some of the revolutionists have sought to locate technical, or perhaps political, errors. Not a few, as was to be expected, have been found. But then the Cubans made not a few technical and even political errors, yet succeeded. The Cuban experience demonstrated that it is possible to commit considerable errors without ending in disaster. Nevertheless, throughout Latin America, attempt. The Cubans pause for reflection. 299. After attempt in countries of the most varied kind and with leaders of the most varied temperaments and skills has ended in defeat. One of the reasons adduced is the more intensive repression exercised by U.S. imperialism. But if this were the reason, then it is clear that a more effective and powerful strategy than the one used by the Cubans is required. Inevitably, the most conscious revolutionists are haunted by the feeling that something is eluding them in their efforts to discover what has been going wrong. It is very instructive to see how in their efforts they continually touch on questions directly connected with the problem of building a combat party. This stands out with the utmost clarity in Hector Bejar's analysis, although he continually turns away from that road. Moreover, in their efforts they are drawn, despite themselves, toward reading Trotsky. This search for the correct reasons for the defeat suffered by the Latin American Revolution since the Cuban victory is a very positive development. It shows that some important sectors of the vanguard, or at least some important cadres, have come to realize that action alone is not sufficient. Correct concepts, a correct theory are also required. This is in marked difference from the Cuban revolutionists, who got along without much theory and who even decried theory. The Trotskyist movement has every reason to foster this discussion and to offer answers of its own. Unfortunately, the majority line is not conducive to this. History has settled the question, if we are to believe Comrade Maton. Che was right. Guerrilla warfare is the solution, and an alternative strategy, reducing guerrilla warfare to a tactical problem, is a priori virtually excluded, including the Russian strategy in 1917, of which Trotsky, following Lenin, was the great practitioner and exponent. Another very important change in the Latin American situation is the current reluctance of the Cuban leaders to become involved in rural guerrilla warfare. At the World Congress, the majority counted on the Cubans. Continuing to do what they had done in the case of the guerrilla front opened by Che Guevara in Bolivia. This was a hazardous calculation, the minority maintained, because the full consequences of the defeat of Che had yet to be measured. In particular, the Cubans might be in the process of reassessing their line in Latin America in view of the repeated setbacks that had been experienced. If the Cubans were to undertake a reorientation, the minority pointed out, then the resources available to the small group still committed to carrying out the old line would become even more limited. To plunge ahead despite this change in the situation could prove to be exceedingly ill-advised. It is now fairly clear that what the minority called attention to at the World Congress, and much before that in the leadership of the World Trotskyist movement, turned out to be an accurate political assessment. The changed attitude of the Cubans has now become one of the key questions in the discussion going on in the vanguard over revolutionary strategy in Latin America and what course to take. This has had its repercussions inside the Fourth International. In the resolution passed at the World Congress, the first task assigned to the revolutionary Marxists in Latin America was integration into the historic revolutionary current represented by the Cuban Revolution and the olas, which involves, regardless of the forms, integration into the Continental Revolutionary Front which the olas constitutes. The majority has now been compelled to modify this. In his article Cuba, Military Reformism and Armed Struggle in Latin America, Comrade Maton writes, "First of all, it must be noted that not only has the olas, as an organization, failed lamentably, but also that the role of the Cuban leadership in the Latin American Revolution is being increasingly disputed. I already mentioned the public attack on the Cuban leadership by Douglas Bravo's movement. But others also are expressing criticisms that follow more or less the same lines. In fact, most of the groups linked to Castroism are the Cubans. Pause for reflection /301. Increasingly taking their distance from Havana, accentuating their independence. They now have a tendency to consider the relations they establish among themselves more important than their relations with the Cubans and what remains of OLA's, more properly speaking, of the preliminary moves to establish this organization. In order to maintain a correct attitude toward the Cuban Revolution, it is of crucial importance to understand the pressures it faces and the courses open to the Cuban leadership. Some comrades in the Fourth International appear to be leaning to the opinion that a qualitative change has occurred and that Cuba ought now to be designated as a degenerated workers' state. Against this view, Comrade Mayton argues correctly so, in my opinion, that while various things are disturbing, particularly the political influence of the Kremlin, the adverse developments have not reached the point of qualitative change. It must be said, however, that Comrade Mayton's attempt to rebut the charge that Fidel Castro has given up internationalism is exceptionally weak. Revolution in Latin America is still considered a necessary condition for the survival and development of the Cuban state itself. There is indisputably a turning inward on domestic problems and a pause for reflection. It is also probable that no initiative similar to Che's Bolivian campaign, nor even like those previously in Venezuela, will be attempted in the present stage. But there is nothing to support the assumption that in the event of the outbreak of a new wave of revolutionary struggle and armed struggle in a Latin American country, the Cuban leadership would adopt a reserved attitude or try to cool things down. Once again, its active solidarity would be assured. The guerrilla groups that charge the Cubans with having given up internationalism point precisely to the lack of active solidarity in operations designed to further the strategy of 302 rural guerrilla warfare. Their point is well taken if you agree with them that the only realistic perspective for Latin America is that of an armed struggle, and that armed struggle in Latin America means fundamentally guerrilla warfare. However, that is precisely the viewpoint of the majority. Comrade Mayton reasserts it in the most emphatic way in his article. Were he to participate actively in the discussion now being carried on between the Cubans and their critics on this point, he would in all consistency have to agree with those who are taking their distance from Havana. For what is their basic point? It is simply that they are attempting to continue in accordance with the line previously followed by the Cubans. It is the Cubans who have changed, not they. Shouldn't Comrade Mayton come to their aid by at least polemicizing with the Cubans, marshalling arguments to convince them to stop drifting in such a crucial matter as rural guerrilla warfare and to resume their old line? It would be wiser for our movement, of course, to emulate the Cubans in their pause for reflection, even if our conclusions are not the same as theirs. Since the defeat of Che Guevara in Bolivia, the Cubans have faced a crisis in their international revolutionary orientation. The basis of the crisis is the failure of rural guerrilla warfare to win any successes. It has met with defeat after defeat. In addition, despite all the prestige of the Cuban Revolution and the immense advantage of holding state power, the Cubans even appear to have come out second in their factional struggle with the Stalinists on the continent. Precisely because of their success in Cuba, it was difficult for the Cubans to see the negative consequences of their orientation placing guerrilla warfare above party building. How could it be that what had proved successful in one instance should prove disastrous in a series of other instances? The outcome of Che's venture proved conclusively that it was not a question of experience or know-how. What, then, is the correct solution to the crisis? Cubans pause for reflection /303. It would be a big mistake for our movement to exclude the possibility of the Cuban leaders, or at least some of them, eventually arriving at a correct solution. It is true that the outcome is not guaranteed. The comrades who are ready today to write off the Cubans may have the satisfaction finally of being able to say that they were right. but one of the determinants in the outcome may well prove to be our own attitude toward the Cubans, particularly our explanations and the course we propose. Thus both for the fate of the Latin American Revolution and the immediate future of the Trotskyist movement it is of the utmost importance to fight for a positive outcome to the dilemma facing the Cubans in their international revolutionary orientation. From this standpoint, Comrade Mayton's insistence on the sovereign virtues of rural guerrilla warfare is disorienting. In his article Castro, Military Reformism and Armed Struggle in Latin America, he reduces the key problem of the Latin American Revolution to that of sketching the concrete forms armed struggle will take. As a contribution, he sketches various forms, trying to put them into a kind of logical order and to assess the chances of their being seen in Latin America in the future. This is a barren exercise in view of the absence of the political context, particularly the party-building context. Above all, he is attracted to guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare, he says, has proved at the same time necessary and effective in all kinds of experiences over the past 50 years in Asia and Africa, as well as in Europe itself during the Nazi occupation, above all in Yugoslavia, in Italy, and in France. The only conclusion the Cubans could come to on reading that, if they are utilizing their pause for reflection to really think things through, is that the Trotskyists have become more Cuban than the Cubans and that they are advancing arguments that hardly point forward. What the Fourth International should do by every conceivable means is insist on the primary task at the present stage. 304/This is to begin at the beginning to assemble sufficient cadres to start serious construction of Leninist combat parties. This requires a sustained polemic against all the tendencies that stand in the road or that threaten to divert the work. The main one, of course, still remains Stalinism, which has gained a reprieve in Latin America because of the persistence of the Cubans and others in seeking to lift rural guerrilla warfare into a strategy in opposition to the strategy of party building. It also requires some concrete examples of what we mean when we talk about engaging in revolutionary politics. And some concrete examples, anywhere in the world, of what we mean when we talk about building a Leninist party. This is so elementary that one feels embarrassed to have to insist on it more than 3 decades after the founding of the Fourth International. Yet this is the real situation, and there is no point in blinking at it. A few further words should be said about this in the interests of rearming our movement. The most decisive turning point in the long ideological struggle against the pernicious influence of Stalinism was the Cuban Revolution. Viewed in historic perspective, the leaders of this revolution represented the first contingent of a new generation that was able to appreciate the positive meaning of the Russian Revolution and the existence of the Soviet Union, yet was repelled by Stalinism. This contingent came to power in Cuba through means that had long ago been superseded in the arsenal of revolutionary Marxism. That this could actually occur was solely owing to the default of Stalinism in combination with objective conditions for revolution that were exceptionally favorable. Our movement hailed this development, defended it with all our energy, and sought to further and to extend the Cuban Revolution. The absence of a revolutionary Marxist party in Cuba did not disconcert us because we understood the uniqueness of the combination of circumstances that had made the success possible. We considered that the logic of the revolution, if it were the Cubans' pause for reflection /05 not to fall back, would impel the development of such a party in Cuba in the long run and that the same would hold true in Latin America as a whole. Our basic line therefore remained promulgation of the theory and practice of building revolutionary Marxist parties as the correct revolutionary strategy. We faced some difficult tactical problems. While the Cuban revolutionists had succeeded in bypassing the Cuban Communist Party, they were forced into reliance on the Soviet Union for material aid because of the efforts of U.S. imperialism to crush the revolution. Without that aid the Cuban Revolution, as a matter of simple fact, could not have survived. Nevertheless an overhead political cost was involved. The Cubans were undoubtedly made aware, if they did not sense it themselves, that one of the conditions for receiving material aid was to keep Trotskyism at a distance. Stalinism was thus able to play a certain role in Cuban affairs. The resulting unhealthy state of affairs reached its height under Aníbal Escalante. A further complication was that the cause of the Cuban Revolution was taken up with the greatest enthusiasm by the youth everywhere. This was an extraordinarily heartening development with its clear portent for the future. However, these revolutionary-minded youth did not understand the basic political reasons for the Cuban success. They sought the explanation on the side of skillful technique in the use of arms. The Cubans fostered this lack of understanding, wittingly or not, since they never assessed their own revolution in the light of the default of Stalinism. To have done so, they would have had to settle accounts with Stalinism, to which the Kremlin would have responded by cutting off material aid. Moreover, the Cubans in their own international revolutionary orientation insisted on the priority of skill in the technique of armed struggle. Their contempt for theory and hostility to party building were additional negative elements. All of this fostered ultraleftism and even an anti-political attitude among the youth drawn into the orbit of the Cuban Revolution, particularly in Latin America. It should be added that 306 like many youth on first coming to revolutionary views, they were inclined toward ultraleftism to begin with. They thus evinced a strong predilection for sheer action, violent action, even by small, isolated contingents, without consideration for the political necessity to calculate everything they did and said in relation to the problem of reaching the masses and organizing and mobilizing them on the necessary scale. This was where the revolutionary-minded youth were to be found, this was what they were like, and the Trotskyists, if they were not to lose contact with the new generation of revolutionists, beginning with the Cubans, had to go through the experience with them. In taking this course, we made no concessions in principle. In the imperialist centers we stood on our own Trotskyist program in the first line of defense of the Cuban Revolution. It is enough to recall what the Trotskyists in the United States and Canada did in helping to organize and advance the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Our comrades in Europe and India and many countries in Latin America were similarly active. Is the Castro government Stalinist? The Cuban Revolution was unique among the revolutions that have overthrown capitalism. Unlike the October 1917 Russian Revolution, Cuba did not have a conscious, revolutionary socialist leadership or mass democratic workers' councils. Moreover, unlike the post-World War II overturns in Eastern Europe and Asia, the Cuban Revolution was not led by a Stalinized communist party. Yet Cuba's connection with Stalinism has been a central question for defenders of the revolution. Months before the Cuban leaders adopted Marxist positions and proclaimed the revolution to be socialist in 1961, the State Department was red-baiting Cuba, trying to whip up public opinion in the United States with charges that Cuba had gone communist. Their charges that Cuba was anti-democratic were part of the preparations for a counter-revolutionary war: the 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion, the 1962 missile crisis, not an attempt to help the Cubans deepen the democratic roots of their revolution. The first two essays in this section answer these red-baiting attacks. The threat to the Cuban Revolution from capitalism can be defeated only by deepening and extending the revolution, establishing institutions of workers' democracy inside Cuba, and encouraging revolutionary movements in Latin America and throughout the world. This was the course the Cuban leadership tried to follow. They armed the masses, organized the militia, carried out vast educational campaigns, and gave what aid they could to movements in other countries. But the Stalinists in Cuba tried to implement another policy: collaboration with capitalism abroad, and fostering of bureaucratism inside Cuba. The first battle over bureaucratism was the Escalante Affair of 1962. Aníbal Escalante, an old CP leader who held a leading organizational post in the Integrated Revolutionary Organizations, precursor to the Unified Communist Party of Cuba, pulled together a clique of Stalinist functionaries who began to issue directives and assume authority as if they were the central leadership of the party and the government. Fidel Castro denounced these corrupt, privilege-seeking, sectarian practices in several public speeches, asserting a revolutionary line of internationalism and workers' democracy. The duty of every revolutionary is to make the revolution. And the revolution must be a school of unfettered thought. The Stalinists were unable to defend Escalante against Castro, but they found a way to attack revolutionary socialism on another front. Hoy, the newspaper of the old Cuban CP, opened an attack on Trotskyism. In Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution, an answer to Hoy, Joseph Hansen explains the essence of Trotskyism and the role of Trotskyists as defenders of the Cuban Revolution, and exposes the class collaborationist record of the CP. In 1965, after extensive travels in Africa, Che Guevara left Cuba, leaving a message which Fidel Castro conveyed to the media. The mystery of Che's departure and whereabouts led to speculation in the bourgeois press about a split in the Cuban leadership. Some ultralefts went even further, opining that Castro had capitulated to Stalinism and purged Guevara. In A New Field of Battle for Che Guevara, Joseph Hansen discusses the changes in the Cuban leadership and the role of Che in continuing the internationalist policies of the revolution as part of the Castro team. The Cuban Stalinists opened a new round of anti-Trotskyism after Fidel Castro at the Tricontinental Conference in early 1966 charged that Trotskyism became a vulgar instrument of imperialism and reaction. This throwback to the slanders of the Moscow trials was picked up by Blas Roca, a CP hack who had led the Stalinist support for Batista in the 30s. He amalgamated some quotes torn out of context from the papers of tiny sectarian splinters from the Fourth International with repeated references to Trotskyism to prove that Trotskyists did not support the revolution. In Stalinism or Trotskyism in the Cuban Revolution, Joseph Hansen dissects. 309. Roca's charges and his method of argument. Castro's speech at the Tricontinental Conference also attacked Adolfo Gili, a radical journalist whose articles on Cuba and Guatemala had been published in Monthly Review. In Adolfo Gili, Fidel Castro and the Fourth International, Joseph Hansen discusses the positions of Gili and the editors of Monthly Review on issues raised by the Tricontinental speech, including the fate of Che Guevara, the reasons for the attack on Trotskyism, and Sino and Soviet-Cuban relations. In 1968, Castro critically supported the Warsaw Pact invasion of Czechoslovakia. His position posed the question of whether the Cuban leadership was becoming Stalinized. Fidel Castro and the Events in Czechoslovakia analyzes Castro's position on the invasion, explaining the contradictory character of Cuba's foreign policy and the non-Stalinist nature of the Cuban leadership. Ideology of the Cuban Revolution. 1960. Jean-Paul Sartre relates that at the beginning of the year 1960 some Cuban friends came to see him. They talked at length, with fire, of the revolution, but I tried in vain to get them to tell me whether the new regime was socialist or not. Sartre was prevailed on to visit Cuba and determine for himself. Upon leaving, he offered his impressions in an essay of unusual interest, Idéologue fa y Révolution 6n, Ideology and Revolution, which was published in the March 21, 1960, issue of Lunes de Révolution 6n. In it, he wrote, "What first surprises one in Cuba above all if you have visited the countries of the East is the apparent absence of ideology. Yet it is not ideologies that are lacking in this century, here too, they have representatives who from all sides offer us their services. Your leaders are not ignorant of them, they simply don't employ them. Their adversaries formulate the most contradictory reproaches. For some, this absence of 311. 312/ideas is nothing more than a trick, it hides the most rigorous Marxism, which does not yet dare name itself. Someday the Cubans will remove the mask and communism will be installed in the Caribbean, a few miles from Miami. Other enemies or, on occasion, the same ones accuse them of thinking of absolutely nothing, they are improvising, I have been told, and after having done something they elaborate a theory. Someone adds politely, try to speak with the members of the government, perhaps they know what they are doing. As for us, I must confess that we know absolutely nothing." And a few days ago at the university, a student declared, autonomy becomes all the more indispensable since the revolution has not defined its objectives. In reply to all this, Sartre continued, he had heard 1,000 times, the revolution is a praxis which forges its ideas in action. This reply, the French existentialist philosopher and playwright held, was logically unassailable, but a little abstract. Citing a practical interest in clearing up the question of the theory of the Cuban Revolution, he declared, "It is necessary to understand, certainly, the uneasiness sincere or feigned of those who say that they don't know anything or who reproach the revolutionary movement with not having defined its aims." Mentioning his first query, is the Cuban Revolution socialist or not, Sartre recognized that the question was not well put, due to the fact that from a distance one tends to be a little abstract, falling into those big words that today constitute symbols rather than programs. Nevertheless, socialism, liberal economy. Many intellects ask, they are convinced in good faith that a revolution ought to know where it is going. Sartre believes they are wrong. The French Revolution of 1789 was totally blind. The same ones who voted for the Republic were monarchists 2 years before. Everything terminated in a military dictatorship that saved the rich and reinstituted the monarchy. And, through the mirages of an inflexible rigidity, how many vacillations, how many errors, how many slips backward the Russian Revolution experienced during its first years. A nep imposed by circumstances, failure to foresee the wreck of the revolutionary movements in Europe or even its own isolation. The new ideas were expressed within the framework of an ideology without flexibility, becoming converted into hernias, socialism in one country, the permanent revolution, inventions which it was believed could be justified through quotations. Sartre, presenting his credentials in this field, is dearly not to be taken as a serious theoretician of revolution. From his brief remarks about Europe's two greatest revolutions, it would be hard to escape the conclusion that revolutionary theory is of little use. Nevertheless, he finds it scarcely satisfying to reply in response to the question in Cuba, "Are you going to build socialism?" That praxis will define its own ideology. Sartre found among the leaders of the Cuban Revolution two conceptions which he at first thought were contradictory. One of the leaders told him that the revolution is unable to take a long-range objective because it is a reaction, or if you wish, something that rebounds. He meant by this that your people, placed before a too powerful neighbor, never had the absolute initiative and saw themselves obliged to employ every recourse of intelligence and energy to invent a counter-blow. And he added, "How can we make long-range plans when we can find ourselves invaded tomorrow, or suffer the most intense economic pressure?" Guerrilla war, resistance to economic blockade, would necessarily change the structure of our society. All we know is this: we will not be defeated. But the conditions of our struggle would change us, it will be another Cuba that sees the victory. I understood that he meant that your improvisations are not, in fact, anything but a defensive technique. The Cuban Revolution 14/ must adapt itself constantly to the enemy maneuvers. Perhaps the measure of counterblow will give birth to a counter-ideology. However, other leaders talked about themselves. I asked them questions about their lives, about the evolution of their thought. All of them told me that the revolution had dragged them far beyond their first positions. Violent clashes had occurred and they had to confront severe realities. Some of their old friends had not followed the movement, others, reluctantly in the beginning, had become radicalized. The two concepts at first seemed incompatible to Sartre. In the first case, I thought, one adapts himself, one temporizes, everything must remain fluid and principles must not constitute a hindrance. In the second, the revolutionary movement becomes more profound, in a sure and, as a whole, regular manner. There exists then an order of march, points of reference, a direction. Perhaps it would be too ambitious to call the discovery of an orientation an ideology, but it must be admitted that the demands of praxis have changed the ideas of these revolutionary leaders. Observing the reciprocal relation between Havana's masses and Castro, during the Cuban leader's speech following the blowing up of the freighter La Cabra as it was unloading munitions for the defense of the country, Sartre came to the conclusion that the two concepts counterblow and radicalization were actually interrelated and that they marked the entire course of the Cuban Revolution. In the rest of his essay he sketches this interrelation, beginning with the appearance of bourgeois democratic patriots who had to find a class base in the agricultural workers in order to build an effective movement, then take up the agrarian cause to carry through the ideology of the Cuban Revolution. 315. Throw of the Batista dictatorship, and finally undertake radical economic measures to consolidate the victory and defend the country against imperialism. Sartre sees as the possible endpoint of this development, should the foreign pressure prove sufficient, self-radicalization of the Cuban Revolution and, as its economic counterpart, radical socialization. In April, a few weeks after the appearance of Sartre's Observations, a book by Escobedo Che Guevara was published in Havana. Since he is one of the top figures of the Cuban government, anything that Guevara writes is, of course, to be studied. In the particular field covered in the book, guerrilla warfare, he is an undoubted authority, having proved this by his military leadership in the Civil War. At present, as head of the National Bank, he is in charge of Cuba's foreign trade, a post of key importance in the defense of the country and in the development of economic planning. La Guerra de Guerrillas will undoubtedly be widely discussed in revolutionary circles throughout Latin America, where Cuba is now preeminent as a source of inspiration. La Guerra de Guerrillas is largely a handbook. The author deals in considerable detail with the practical side of guerrilla warfare in a country like Cuba under the conditions of a dictatorship like Batista's. As Guevara stresses, virtually everything he presents is taken from the Cuban experience and may not be applicable in every instance to other countries, even those having much in common in the way of climate, topography, and socio-economic inheritance. I shall not deal with this aspect of the book save to note the striking portrait that emerges of the average Cuban guerrilla fighter. Recruited from the countryside, chances were that he came to the Sierra Maestra barefoot and unable to read or write. He had gone through a period of testing, not least of which was to obtain his own gun and ammunition, most likely by a raid on a contingent of Batista's armed forces. He did not come with blind faith. Observing the guerrilla leadership in action, he had become convinced of its honesty and fairness, the sincerity of 316 / its program of agrarian reform, and its will to carry the struggle through to the end. The guerrilla's life was not easy under constant threat of death. He was often like a hunted animal, scurrying from cover to cover. He had to make lightning marches by night, attack and flee. Sometimes as much as 3 days went without food. He slept in a hammock at best, under a strip of nylon to keep off rain and insects. Tension was never absent. A bath, a shave were luxuries to dream of. Guevara notes that each man could be told by his individual odor and the whole force by its acrid smell, repelling strangers. The firmest asceticism prevailed, the fighters living like monks or Spartans. An iron principle of the leaders was to lead by example. The chiefs must constantly offer the example of a crystal clear and self-sacrificing life. All, leaders and ranks, shared alike, no exceptions. This included not only the occasional handouts of tobacco but the rugged fare, the hunger, the risks, and the worst hardships. As the guerrilla fighter's horizon widened under indoctrination, he became a revolutionary, charged with the conviction and fervor so characteristic of forces dedicated to a great cause. The small guerrilla bands grew until they were able to hold considerable territory, where, as a power dual to that of Batista, they were able to give a demonstration of what their government would be like. The guerrilla forces developed into a full-fledged army of such force, hardness, and skill that nothing in the country could stand against it. Batista's forces melted away. The barbudos, the bearded ones, marched in triumph into Havana, many of them seeing the wonders of the nation's capital for the first time. Is it possible to draw more general lessons from this experience than the best practical way to organize guerrilla forces and later convert them into an army? Guevara thinks so. He presents some rather far-reaching conclusions. It is these, of considerable ideological interest, rather than such items as a good recipe for making a Molotov cocktail, or how to trap a ideology of the Cuban Revolution / J17. Sherman tank, that will undoubtedly arouse most interest. Here is how Guevara begins. The armed victory of the Cuban people over the Batista dictatorship has been, in addition to the epic triumph recognized in the news of the entire world, a modifier of old dogmas on leading the popular masses of Latin America, demonstrating palpably the capacity of the people to liberate themselves from a suffocating government through guerrilla struggle. We hold the Cuban Revolution made three fundamental contributions to the mechanics of the revolutionary movements in America. They are, 1. The popular forces can win a war against the army. 2. It is not always necessary to wait until all the conditions are ripe for the revolution, the insurrectional center can create them. 3. In underdeveloped America, the terrain of the armed struggle must be fundamentally the countryside. Explaining his first two conclusions, the Cuban revolutionary leader says that they speak against the quietist attitude of revolutionaries or pseudo-revolutionaries who take cover and cover up for their inactivity, under the pretext that against a professional army nothing can be done, and some others who feel that they have to wait until, in a mechanical form, all the necessary objective and subjective conditions are ready, without preoccupying themselves about accelerating them. Guevara recognizes, of course, that certain minimum objective conditions must ripen before the first insurrectional center can be set up. Where a government has come to power through any form of popular consultation, fraudulent or not, and maintains at least an appearance of constitutional legality, it is impossible to precipitate guerrilla warfare since the posse. 318/ Billy ties of civic struggle have not been exhausted. On the third point, which is of greater interest both in itself and as an indication of how at least this top leader views the Cuban Revolution in its wider aspects, Guevara declares. The third contribution is fundamentally of strategic import and must be a call to attention for those who attempt with dogmatic criteria to center the struggle of the masses in the movements of the cities, completely forgetting the immense participation of those in the countryside in the life of all the underdeveloped countries of the Americas. Not that struggles of the masses of organized workers are to be depreciated, the analysis simply chooses a realistic criterion to estimate the possibilities under the difficult conditions of armed struggle, where the guarantees that customarily adorn our constitutions are suspended or ignored. Under these conditions, the workers' movements must be clandestine, without arms, in illegality and running enormous dangers. The situation in the open field is not so difficult, the inhabitants supporting the armed guerrillas and in places where the repressive forces cannot reach. Developing his point further, Guevara specifies that since guerrilla action is best conducted in wild and little populated places, the struggle for the demands of the people is centered, preferentially and even almost exclusively, on the plane of changing the social composition of land tenancy, that is, the guerrilla is above all an agrarian revolutionary. He expresses the desire of the great peasant mass to be owner of the land, owner of their means of production, of their animals, of all that they have dreamed of for years, of what constitutes their life and will also constitute their cemetery. Of the two types of guerrilla warfare, Guevara sets aside the one which is complementary to the struggle of big regular armies, such as the case of the Ukrainian guerrillas in the Soviet Union. What interests us is the case of an armed group which continues progressing in the struggle against the constituted power, whether it be colonial or not, which establishes a single base and which continues progressing in the rural surroundings. In all these cases, whatever may be the ideological structure that animates the struggle, the economic base is given by the aspiration to possess the land. Seeking other examples to support his generalization, the Cuban leader points first of all to China. Mao's China begins as an eruption of workers' nuclei in the south that is defeated and almost annihilated. It becomes established and initiates its ascendant march only after the long march to Yan'an, when it settles in rural territories and places as the base of demands the agrarian reform. The struggle of Ho Chi Minh in Indochina is based on the rice-growing peasants oppressed by the French colonial yoke, and with this force it continues progressing until it defeats the colonialists. In both cases there is an interruption of patriotic war against the Japanese invader, but the economic base of the struggle for the land does not vanish. In the case of Algiers, the great idea of Arab nationalism has its economic replica in the exploitation of almost the entire arable land of Algiers by a million French colons, and in some countries like Puerto Rico, where the particular conditions of the island have not permitted a guerrilla outbreak, the national spirit, wounded to the depths by the discrimination committed daily against them, has as its base the aspirations of the peasantry, although in many cases it is already proletarianized, for the land which the Yankee invader seized, and this same central idea was what animated, although in different projections, the smallholders, peasants, and slaves of the haciendas of eastern Cuba who closed ranks to defend 320 together the right to possession of the land during the 30-year War of Liberation. Guevara does not rule out the action of the city proletariat altogether. But, since city terrain is the most unfavorable for guerrilla warfare, only limited acts are possible. In other words, reversing the situation of the Ukrainian guerrillas, the workers can only complement the struggle of the guerrilla fighters in the countryside. At a final point in the Civil War, however, when the guerrilla forces have swelled into a peasant army capable of regular battle, the city proletariat can find it possible to engage in mass actions whose final result is the general strike. In the closing section of his book, Analysis of the Cuban Situation, Present and Future, Guevara offers some additional considerations. After more than a year in power, it is necessary, he thinks, to take the exact dimension of the Cuban Revolution. This national revolution, fundamentally agrarian, but with the enthusiastic participation of the workers, the people of the middle class and even today with the support of the industrialists, has acquired great continental and even world importance. The agrarian reform, extremely harsh for those whom it displaced from ownership, put in motion INRA, National Institute of Agrarian Reform, which now advances like a tractor or tank, breaking up the big land holdings. The agrarian reform was anti-feudal but occurred in capitalist surroundings and against the monopolies. Thus it had to help the peasants and agricultural workers with credit and with machinery and people's stores. Of all the characteristics distinguishing it from the other three great agrarian reforms of the Americas, Mexico, Guatemala, and Bolivia, what appears most important is the decision to carry it through to the end without favors or concessions to any class. Production of such important items as rice, grain, and cotton is developing rapidly, constituting the center of the process of planning. Cuba's rich subsoil resources have been retrieved through petroleum and mining laws which may turn out to be 11 as important as the agrarian reform. The profits of foreign monopolists have been limited. The small island of Cuba is leading the anti-colonial struggle in the Americas and has been permitted to take to the heroic, glorious, and dangerous post of the vanguard. Small countries have sought before now to maintain this position, Guatemala, which fell before the direct aggression of the colonialists, and Bolivia, which yielded before the terrible difficulties of the struggle despite having provided three of the examples which served the Cuban Revolution in a fundamental way: the suppression of the army, the agrarian reform and the nationalization of the mines. Cuba knows these examples, knows the pitfalls and the difficulties, but knows also that we are in the dawn of a new era in the world. The colonial pillars have been swept down by the popular national struggle in Asia and in Africa. The tendency today toward unification of the peoples does not come from their religions, from their customs, from their appetites, racial affinity, or lack of it. It comes from the economic similarity of their social conditions and from the similarity of their eagerness for progress and recuperation. Asia and Africa shook hands at Bandung. Asia and Africa will shake hands with native and colonial America through Cuba here in Havana. Guevara notes the decline of the old colonial empires in face of the popular upheavals. Belgium and Holland are two caricatures of empire. Germany and Italy lost their colonies. France debates in the bitterness of a war she must lose, and England, diplomatic and skillful, liquidates her political power while maintaining economic connections. The United States has replaced some of the old capitalist colonial powers but knows that this is too transitory. Wall Street's 322/Main field is Latin America. But if all the Latin American people raised the banner of dignity, like Cuba, the monopolists would tremble and have to accommodate themselves to a new politico-economic situation and to substantial pruning of their gains. That is why the monopolists today attack Cuba as a bad example. They accuse Cuba because of the road it has pointed out, the road of armed popular struggle against the supposedly invincible armies, the road of struggle in wild areas to consume and destroy the enemy outside its bases, in one word, the road of dignity. Guevara winds up discussing the possible variants of imperialist aggression against Cuba and the means of combating it. For defense he counts heavily on international solidarity and guerrilla warfare. Leon Trotsky remarked in 1940, "The life and death task of the proletariat now consists not in interpreting the world anew but in remaking it from top to bottom." In the next epoch we can expect great revolutionists of action but hardly a new Marx. Cuba, it would seem, has done her share toward verifying this observation. In their pattern of action, the Cuban revolutionaries feel certain that they have pointed the way for all of Latin America. The proof is their own success. But when we seek to determine the exact meaning of their deeds, Marxist clarity is not easily found. Are we to understand from what Guevara says that the peasantry has displaced the proletariat as the leading revolutionary class in the underdeveloped countries at least? If so, what does this signify for revolutionary perspectives in the highly industrialized countries? Must the perspective of proletarian revolution be considered unrealistic there? If so, how does this affect the defense of revolutions like the one in Cuba? And what does it signify for humanity on such an issue as the possibility of a Third World War? Can the proletariat by revolutionary means hope to prevent a nuclear conflict, or must this possibility be relinquished as utopian unless the farmers take the lead by mounting guerrilla warfare? Guevara insists quite correctly, the facts testify that Cuba now stands in the vanguard of the Latin American Revolution. This would seem to impose an obligation to examine the theories and programs affecting that revolution, particularly if Cuba has made a new discovery. Why did the others happen to go wrong? How did the Cubans happen to stumble upon the right road? If for no other reason, such an examination could prove fairly decisive for the defense of the Cuban Revolution. Yet even Guevara seems to evade such questions, confining himself to a cryptic reference the quietist attitude of revolutionaries or pseudo-revolutionaries. What revolutionaries or pseudo-revolutionaries? The Stalinists? The Apristas? We are left in the dark. It is quite true that the Cuban revolutionaries do not have any time for spinning fine theories. They are practical people, swamped with tasks. They scarcely have time to look up from the day and night schedules they have had to follow since they came to power. Yet there are some questions about which the Cubans should be able to say a good deal. For example, how did it happen that the once powerful Communist Party proved incapable of leading the revolution? How did it happen, instead, that a handful of dedicated students were able to build a revolutionary movement from virtually nothing and accomplish what the Communist Party failed to accomplish? The answer to that should prove instructive to all of Latin America, and the entire world for that matter. Such topics, however, are not very high on the agenda of the Cuban revolutionaries. Their boldness and sureness of touch in the field of action have no corresponding reflection in the field of theory. Despite Guevara's sweeping conclusions, the theoretical lessons of the Cuban Revolution have not yet been drawn. By way of beginning this task, let us establish some preliminary points of departure. The founders of the July 26 movement started as petty bourgeois Democrats. Fidel Castro, for example, ran for Congress in 324/the 1952 elections as a member of the Ortodoxo Party, Partido del Pueblo. After Batista's March 10 coup d'état, Castro shortly set out on the road to insurrection. This led him within a year to the famous assault on the Moncada fortress and then to prison and exile. On March 19, 1956, he declared his disillusionment with the Ortodoxo Party and announced the July 26 movement as an independent revolutionary organization. This proved to be primarily a party of action, dedicated to the overthrow of the Batista dictatorship. Although occasional blocs were made with other groups and parties, the essence of its politics was to remain independent and not to swerve from its primary objective. It was a revolutionary youth movement much closer to the campus in the beginning than to either the factories or the fields, although later it came powerfully under the social influence of the poorest peasants and agricultural workers. Why weren't these youthful revolutionaries attracted by the Communist Party? The answer would appear to be quite simple and even obvious. The Communist Party was not revolutionary enough. In fact, it was not revolutionary at all. It was tainted by its support of the Batista regime. Moreover, neither Stalin nor his heirs were exactly magnets to youth burning with the will to smash the dictatorship. Among other things, Moscow's policy of peaceful coexistence, i.e., maintenance of the status quo, which was faithfully echoed by the communist parties throughout the world, was repellent to revolutionaries seeking above all things to alter the status quo. The models and inspirational guidance they might have found in the early Soviet leaders were not available to them, or were at least obscured under the successive layers of Stalinist mud. The Cubans turned to what was closest at hand, the leaders of the independence movement of the past century. These figures had a virtue lacking in the Stalinist movement: honesty. Implacable foes of tyranny of any kind, they were dedicated men capable of accepting martyrdom to advance the cause of freedom. Thus it came about that the July 26 movement marched under the banners of freedom, equality, and independence, as if the main problem of a modern revolution boils down to reenacting 1776, 1789, or in Cuban history 1868 and 1895. The 1956–59 struggle closely paralleled the struggle of 1895–98, including the opening landing and the final advance of the guerrilla forces. Although they did not consciously plan it that way, the Cuban revolutionaries, with their beards, even bore close physical resemblance to the heroes of the past century. Moreover, they took power, as Guevara stresses, not at the head of the modern proletariat but at the head of the peasantry, a class that is vestigial from the pre-capitalist era. The pattern seems to defy the Marxist theory that the proletarian revolution has superseded the bourgeois. Yet does it really invalidate the main laws of the world revolutionary process as much as it appears to when you look at the Cuban Revolution merely in isolation? If we connect it with the main international events of the past 40-odd years, two outstanding facts of contemporary history at once offer a key: 1. The deepening decay of capitalism, which impels revolutionary outbursts no matter what the barriers; 2. The decades of defeats of the proletarian revolution in the capitalist centers due to the pernicious influence of the communist parties under control of the bureaucratic caste that usurped power in the first workers' state. That the main thrust of the Cuban Revolution from the beginning was against capitalist imperialism is well understood among those who overthrew Batista. When McKinley intervened in the Civil War in 1898, the freedom fighters had virtually won independence from the Spanish colonial master. McKinley aimed at blocking Cuba's independence and bringing the island into the orbit of Wall Street. American capital soon became dominant in both the island's economy and politics. Under the State Department, Batista, like Machado before him, ruled in the style of a Gauleiter. Consequently, it is not difficult to see that the main motor force in the Cuban upheaval was American capitalism. 326. It is perhaps not so easy to see that Batista's rule of a quarter of a century was no more necessary than the similar span of Chiang Kai-shek's rule in China. Had the Cuban Communist Party responded to Batista's seizure of power in 1933 with 1/10 the energy and singleness of purpose later displayed by the July 26 movement, there can be no doubt that among Roosevelt's headaches would have been a socialist Cuba. Instead, the Cuban Stalinists used their influence in the working class to rally support to Batista, just as the American Stalinists utilized their influence among the American workers to spread the debilitating cult of FDR. The pattern was fundamentally the same as that followed by the communist parties throughout the world prior to World War II. This is the true explanation for the fact that, more than 40 years after the October 1917 revolution, not a single communist party has led a revolutionary struggle to success anywhere in the world save in China and Yugoslavia, and in both these instances the leaderships disregarded the line laid down by Moscow. Stalinism proved to be the most powerful brake on revolution in the experience of the proletariat. This was so not only in Germany, France, and Spain before World War II, to mention only the most outstanding examples where the workers could easily have taken power, but after the war, when millions of workers flocked into the communist parties in France and Italy and other countries. If 12 determined men on Pico Turchino proved sufficient to start the avalanche that buried Batista, what couldn't the Italian Communist Party accomplish with its millions of members if it displayed similar revolutionary determination and devotion to the socialist cause which it claims to represent? On a world scale, taking the entire span since the advent of Stalinism, it is the same default of leadership in the working class, due to Stalinist exploitation of the proletarian tendency to turn toward the first workers' state, that finally resulted in the extraordinary spectacle today of revolutions breaking out in dozens of countries not under communist, but under petty bourgeois and even bourgeois nationalist leadership. One may imagine what Lenin might say of a Soviet Union capable of putting satellites in orbit about the sun and photographing the other side of the moon, yet incapable of giving direct inspiration to revolutionary socialist struggles in other lands, on the contrary, sabotaging them, and thus creating a vacuum in revolutionary leadership. However, the extension granted capitalism did not remove the objective necessity for transcending the system. The great new fact in world politics is that neither Stalinism nor imperialism, nor the combination of the two, proved capable of suppressing the revolutionary process indefinitely. They could not prevent it from breaking out finally on democratic issues that might even mask the proletarian direction. They could not prevent the revolutionary process from finding leaders capable of at least making a beginning even though they might fail to meet the objective need or oppose it at the very next stage. Unable to blast away the Stalinist obstacle, the revolution turned back a considerable distance and took a detour. The detour has led us over some very rough ground, including the Sierra Maestra of Cuba, but it is clear that the Stalinist roadblock is now being bypassed. It is not necessary to turn to Moscow for leadership. This is the main lesson to be drawn from the experience in Cuba. And it is the lesson to be drawn above all by the working class in other countries, especially the underdeveloped ones where the revolutionary potential is high. Once this lesson sinks home, we will witness an acceleration of the revolutionary process that will not leave the slightest doubt that the main power in society resides with the working class and that it will not forfeit its manifest destiny of leadership in the decisive battles now looming. A single revolution under the guidance of the working class anywhere in the world today will reveal such energy and dispatch in breaking out of the old society that in retrospect even the dynamic Cuban Revolution will appear drawn out and 328 grossly out of proportion in toil and agony. That, however, will not detract from the debt the working people of the world owe the Cubans. To finally break the hypnosis of Stalinism, it became necessary to crawl on all fours through the jungles of the Sierra Maestra. Men and women capable of that, will prove capable, we think, of transcending the bourgeois limits set at the beginning of the Cuban Revolution. Already indications of this are visible. The July 26 movement came to power not in 1898 but in 1959, and within a few months it became amply clear that not even the simplest democratic aims could be achieved without far-reaching alterations in the economy. Here the revolutionary models taken from the past century could offer little in the way of guidance. Their theory was inadequate. But economic planning, thanks to the October 1917 revolution, is no longer a matter of theory. Models exist and a vast practical experience, both good and bad. To help solve their own problems, the Cuban leaders are evidently seeking to come abreast of modern times and are turning in this direction. Thus the inherent tendency of the Cuban Revolution to develop in the proletarian direction has been accelerated, and there is every possibility that in an indirect way the fate of Cuba will be profoundly affected by the proletarian revolution led by Lenin and Trotsky. As this pattern of action cuts its way to consciousness, we may hope that the influence of October will be reflected directly in the ideology of the Cuban Revolution. In defense of the Cuban Revolution. An answer to the State Department and Theodore Draper. 1961. But, 11 said Mr. Hennessy, these open shop men Yemen say they are FR unions if properly conducted. 11 Sure, said Mr. Dooley, if properly conducted. No strikes, no rules, no contracts, no scales, hardly any wages and damn few members. The effort to overthrow the revolutionary government of Cuba proceeds on various fronts. The Cuban counter-revolutionaries have set up a government in exile dedicated to restoring the nationalized properties to their former owners. They have projected an early invasion of the island. By way of anticipation, terrorists have been planting bombs indiscriminately in crowded areas of Havana. Others have sought to form guerrilla nuclei of a counter-revolutionary army inside Cuba. In military camps in Florida and Guatemala still other contingents are in training for the land. Behind these Benedict Arnolds and mercenary killers stand 330 well-heeled henchmen of former dictator Batista, some giant U.S. corporations, and the sinister Central Intelligence Agency, which accounts to no one for the enormous funds it disperses. Behind them, too, stand the Democratic and Republican parties. By cutting off sugar imports and imposing a tight economic blockade on the small country, Eisenhower and Congress sought to starve the Cuban people into submission. Kennedy, since coming into office, has tried to tighten the screws still further. On another front, the State Department broke off diplomatic relations and pressed all the Latin American countries to follow suit in a wholly anti-communist crusade against a rebellious people that dared lay profane hands on Wall Street's holdings. American tourists, whom the Castro government sought to attract to the tropical vacation land, were scared away by the State Department in order to cut down Cuba's income from tourism, and when a few went anyway to see for themselves what the truth might be, the State Department slammed down its own Iron Curtain, putting Cuba off bounds in violation of the democratic right of American citizens to travel any place they please for pleasure or education. To this, add the media of mass communication in the United States. The press, radio, and TV payola boys and quiz geniuses are doing their utmost to prepare public opinion for the planned conversion of Cuba into another Guatemala or Korea, campaigning with ferocious intensity against the Castro government, picturing it as having gone communist, the more lurid ones talking darkly about Russian spies and Russian rocket bases a few miles off the coast of Florida. In a key area, however, public opinion is far from that state of brainwashed stupor displayed at the opening of the Korean conflict. In fact, well-known figures who have taken the trouble to make first-hand investigations have spoken up forcefully in behalf of the beleaguered Cuban people and against Washington's reactionary designs. Their reports have had great impact, particularly among intellectuals. This has given the counter-revolutionary propagandists a problem somewhat beyond their customary skills. How do you win, or at least neutralize, thoughtful persons inclined to support the Cuban side because of facts they have read in Listen, Yankee, or similar sources? The matter is important because such people can articulate and lead public opposition to an armed adventure in the Caribbean. This is where Theodore Draper comes in. As the author of The Roots of American Communism and Soviet Russia, Draper has won a reputation for scrupulous concern for facts and for expert knowledge of the communist movement. His reputation for factual accuracy in the 2 volumes is solidly based, whatever the final verdict may be, on the correspondence between his general opinions and the truth. Draper has now entered the political struggle over Cuba, bringing to bear the reputation he earned as a historian. His contention is that Castro betrayed the Cuban Revolution and is taking Cuba down the road to totalitarianism. This is a well-known theme in the Cuban counter-revolutionary press. Eisenhower philosophized on it a bit between rounds of golf, and the State Department has adopted it as the official line for its propaganda machine. Draper offers it in a highly sophisticated version aimed at providing intellectuals with a perfect rationalization for abandoning any sympathy for the Castro regime. Castro's Cuba, a revolution betrayed? Appeared as the main feature in the March issue of Encounter, a British monthly, and has now been reprinted in New York by the Social Democratic New Leader as a supplement in pamphlet form to its March 27 issue. The pamphlet is advertised at 25 cents a copy, $20 for 100 or $175 for 1,000 copies, an attractive offer, it must be admitted, in case you feel strongly about that man in Havana, have dough to back your feelings, and want to help spread the anti-Castro gospel. As his immediate targets, Draper takes the myth makers, namely, authors of favorable reports on the Cuban Revolution. He singles out for special attention Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, C. Wright Mills, Samuel Shapiro, Paul Johnson. 332/ Leo Huberman, and Paul M. Sweezy. They get rough treatment. For example, Draper admits that C. Wright Mills's Listen, Yankee gives an authentic account of the way the Cuban leaders talk, which was what Mills set out to do. Sometimes the words in the book, says Draper, were so close to those I had heard that I felt I knew the name of the source. Yet Draper insists that a reader has a right to expect that a sociologist would at least be able to give a reasonably accurate report of the social structure of the country, and he condemns Mills's effort. The book as a whole is just as honest and dishonest as any unrelieved propaganda is likely to be, and if Mills merely sought to be a front man for the Castro propaganda machine, he has succeeded brilliantly. But is that all that should be expected of C. Wright Mills? To avoid having his own article appear as unrelieved propaganda, Draper also attacks Red Star Over Cuba, a book by Nathaniel Whale that makes Castro out to have been a trusted Soviet agent since 1948. An audience that knows anything at all about Cuba will reject that out of hand as a product of the Batista propaganda machine. Draper, naturally, is severe with Whale. Draper combs the writings of his targets for inconsistencies, or seeming inconsistencies, inaccuracies, and muddle-headed theory. Not unexpectedly, he succeeds well in this enterprise, particularly in finding inconsistencies of interpretation and theoretical blunders among the various authors. The Cuban reality is complex, the reporters are variegated in background and outlook and ill-equipped in revolutionary theory. Draper finds Huberman and Sweezy, the editors of Monthly Review, especially vulnerable. He makes much, for instance, of such things as their conclusion from a personal incident, an interview with a few peasants through a translator, that the Cuban peasants are not anxious to own their own plots of land and didn't understand the question at all until it had been repeatedly rephrased and explained. Draper acidly observes that the Cuban peasants are truly unique, and no one apparently ever understood them before, certainly not Fidel Castro, who put so much emphasis on giving them their own land in 1953 and after. Yet this campaign in behalf of accuracy and consistency and theoretical clarity is not exactly free from tendentiousness. In the case of Cuba Anatomy of a Revolution, for example, our historian, despite his reputation for objectivity, somehow manages to avoid challenging the main point made by Huberman and Sweezy, that the Cuban Revolution is doing well economically and has already brought impressive benefits to the poorest layers of workers and peasants. Similarly, he appears to have concluded that for a politically minded research expert, silence is the best policy to adopt toward the critical opinion of the Cuban Communist Party expressed by Huberman and Sweezy. Discussion of that theme might conflict with picturing the CP as a monolithic juggernaut rolling toward totalitarian power in Cuba. Rigorous as he is in the standards he imposes on the theses of others, Draper is a bit more relaxed when it comes to his own. One of his central contentions is that Castro is a Pied Piper bent on leading Cuba into the camp of Stalinism. The conclusion really follows from preconceptions Draper brings to his analysis, but he also tried to find facts to support it. Here is one which he presents like a prosecuting attorney, as a key piece of evidence in his case. Events have also dealt unkindly with Jean-Paul Sartre's clairvoyance. In the introduction, dated September 12, 1960, to the Brazilian edition of his series of articles on Cuba, he wrote, "No, if Cuba desires to separate from the Western Bloc, it is not through the crazy ambition of linking itself to the Eastern Bloc. He also communicated his certainty that its objective is not to 334/strengthen one bloc to the detriment of the other. On December 10, Major Guevara was crazy enough to announce publicly in Moscow, "We wholeheartedly support the statement adopted by this conference of 81 communist parties." It would be hard to imagine any way of linking Cuba more closely to the Eastern Bloc or of strengthening that bloc to the detriment of the West than the wholehearted support of this statement. Guevara was in Moscow in December as head of a mission seeking trade relations that could prove decisive in preventing American imperialism from strangling the Cuban economy. He would have been a strange human and still stranger diplomat not to have felt gratitude for the timely aid the Soviet bloc countries granted Cuba. So that the reader can judge how crazy Guevara actually was in expressing his gratitude, here is the relevant section of a report he made over the air on his return. Mr. Gregorio Ortega, Major, in your trip through the socialist countries you happened to be at the meeting of 8 young communist and workers' parties. They issued a declaration and an appeal. I understand that you made some statements about this historic meeting which reached us only in part over the cables. What can you tell us about this declaration and this appeal? Dr. Guevara, well, the truth is that I didn't speak about the declaration, but only supported with enthusiasm the part in which Cuba was mentioned and cited as a shining example for the Americas. And, in addition, the fact that it was mentioned 4 times in this declaration, of the capital importance which an event of this character has, the meeting of the communist countries of the whole world. For us, really, it was an important happening, a thing worthy of pride, to see the importance which was given to the Cuban Revolution, which is considered one of the most outstanding phenomena of the world today and perhaps, after the Chinese Revolution, the most important event that has occurred. 335. In the world in the struggle against the imperialist powers. There was simply a gathering at the Hall of the Trade Unions of the Soviet Union, a traditional hall where foreign visitors can speak. We didn't develop anything but the theme as to why, in our estimation, Cuba was the example for the Americas. We said there at that time that Cuba was an example because of the form in which it had developed its struggle and because it had interpreted the situation perfectly when the time came to bring forth the revolution. We believe that there are 3 fundamental contributions which the Cuban Revolution has already made, things that are not new, which have taken place in other countries, too, but which we put into practice for the first time in the Americas and which we rediscovered, not having had an exact, theoretical understanding of what others had contributed. The 3 fundamental contributions, according to Guevara, are the creation of an insurrectional focus, the basing of revolutions in Latin America fundamentally on the peasant classes, and, on coming to power, the destruction of the armed forces constructed by the ruling classes. Did Guevara do wrong in Moscow to speak of the Cuban revolutionary experience along such lines and to expound its significance, as he saw it, for other countries, particularly those in Latin America? As a politician of completely different stripe, Draper is, of course, entitled to take a dim view of the pride Guevara displayed in Moscow over the Cuban Revolution, but doesn't a reader have a right to expect at least a reasonably accurate report of what the representative of the Cuban government said in Moscow? Theodore Draper's analysis of the course of events in the Cuban Revolution suffers from a defect that has no rational explanation if you consider his approach to be objective and scientific. He leaves out the role of American imperialism as a *Obra Revolucionaria, January 6, 1961, p. 25. 336/ Cause for the radicalization of the revolution. Our learned historian might be dealing with the world as it was before Columbus discovered America, for all you will learn from him about such provocative actions as the slashing and then ending of the sugar quota, the imposition of an economic blockade on Cuba, the crescendo of insults, proddings, and aggressions under auspices of the State Department and Central Intelligence Agency, and the ominous current preparations under American military advisors for armed invasion of the small island. What political ends does this singular omission serve? In seeking the answer, I suggest a careful comparison of Draper's pamphlet, Castro's Cuba, A Revolution Betrayed. and the State Department White Paper on Cuba, which was released April 3 and reprinted in next morning's New York Times. The State Department document was drafted by Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., former Harvard historian, with the cooperation of Richard Goodwin, according to E.W. Kenworthy of the New York Times, and was written in the White House under the close direction of President Kennedy. James Reston reports in the April 5 New York Times that Kennedy approved the State Department's White Paper on Cuba after consultation with Secretary of State Rusk and the head of the Central Intelligence Agency, Allen Dulles. The line of this piece of State Department propaganda is startlingly close to the line of Draper's pamphlet. Like Draper, the White House team assiduously avoids mentioning the role of American imperialism, both past, present, and projected, in relation to the Cuban Revolution. The same key arguments as Draper's reach the same lulling conclusion, i.e., that the present warlike situation between Cuba and the United States is solely the fault of Fidel Castro. In fact, the two pamphlets coincide closely. This is not just my impression. On April 5, Max Lerner of the New York Post hailed the State Department analysis and manifesto as an important event in the technique of Ameri/337. Can foreign policy. It's part of a new diplomacy of the intellectuals, a diplomacy aimed at the intellectuals in Cuba and the rest of Latin America. And here's the word on Draper. To complete the Schlesinger analysis, said the Post columnist, I strongly urge you to read a long article by Theodore Draper. Castro's Cuba, A Revolution Betrayed, makes mincemeat of the recent books on Cuba by C. Wright Mills, Paul Sweezy, and Leo Huberman. We still need a good book on Cuba, but until it comes the Draper and Schlesinger analyses are the best available. Schlesinger and Draper omit the aggressive role of American imperialism because Allen Dulles's propaganda smokescreen requires it. Once this is left out of consideration, the defensive reaction of the Cuban revolutionary government loses its reason and appears pure madness. In such analysis, everything is conveniently reduced to what Bohemia Libre, a counter-revolutionary magazine described by Draper as the edition in exile of Cuba's most famous magazine, calls Castro's paranoia, or, as Draper phrases it for the audience he is shooting at, my worst apprehensions have come true. Fidel Castro pushed too hard, too fast, and too far and has given Cuba not a national revolution but an international civil war. To omit the relation between American imperialism and the Cuban Revolution has other conveniences, particularly in trying to make out that Castro betrayed the Cuban Revolution, that is, turned away from the kind of democracy approved by the counter-revolution, the State Department, and Theodore Draper, and moved toward socialist-type institutions. By dwelling on the limitations of democracy in Cuba, whether real, imagined, or imputed, these odd champions of democracy in the area between Haiti and Florida seek to divert attention from a crime against democratic rights that should make all Americans writhe over their country's role in world affairs. That is the crime of seeking to smash the revolutionary government, thereby denying the Cuban people the right to freely choose for themselves what form of government they 338/want. By intervening in Cuba's internal affairs, by trying to strangle Cuba economically, by encouraging, financing, abetting, and arming the counter-revolution, American imperialism violates Cuba's national sovereignty, the main democratic right of any people. Draper participates in this foul game of imperialist politics by maintaining that the real question at issue is Cuban democracy. That's after 60 years of American imperialist domination that imposed some of the cruelest dictatorships in Latin American history on the Cuban people. And with allies like dictator Chiang Kai-shek, Generalissimo Franco, the towering de Gaulle, and the indescribable little butcher Chambé, who murdered Patrice Lumumba. The Cubans are completely justified in dismissing the imperialist chatter about democracy in Cuba as nothing but war propaganda. They are right to demand of all Americans who raise the issue to please present their credentials in fighting McCarthyism. A test Kennedy, among others, cannot meet. The Cubans score unanswerable points when they call attention to the way the most elementary democratic rights of Negroes and other minorities are denied and abused in the United States in contrast to the way they are respected in Cuba. Every civil libertarian must wince when the Cubans note state election laws in free America that operate to bar minority parties from the ballot, and federal regulations that deny minority candidates equal free time on the air. And so you can continue, making an inventory of the American way of life, showing that a great erosion of democracy has occurred, that militarism is on the rise, and that there is now a vicious latent tendency toward totalitarianism, which makes itself known from time to time in the formation of such fascist-like groups as the John Birch Society. Too bad that a historian of Draper's caliber responds to the unworthy compulsion to leave rich, powerful America out of consideration when he thinks it politically advantageous to discuss democracy in poverty-stricken, beleaguered little Cuba. 339. Nevertheless, someone who has proved himself on all these fronts, and perhaps believes in socialism as well, may say, that's all very true. Still, just among ourselves, don't you think Draper made some telling points? For instance, what about Castro's failure to build a political party, and his letting the rebel army and the 26th of July movement die on the vine? Isn't the Communist Party moving into power, and isn't Castro guilty of a one-man dictatorship? What about elections? How can the workers and peasants exercise democratic control over the government without elections? I will admit without the least hesitation that Cuba bears little resemblance to the democratic paradise to be found in Draper's head, if nowhere else on earth. Cuba is being badgered and bullied by the mightiest imperialist power on earth and threatened with a counter-revolutionary invasion in which the Pentagon and the Central Intelligence Agency are deeply involved. The CIA missionaries are out to shove democracy down the throats of the Cubans at the point of a machine gun, the way they shoved it down the throats of the Guatemalans in 1954, when Carlos Castillo Armas restored United Fruit to power. The odds are greater against the Cuban people than they were against the Yugoslavs when they faced German imperialism, yet they have vowed to fight to the death for the freedom they won at such cost. They really believe in the democratic right to self-determination. They have taken up arms, much like our American revolutionary forefathers. Struggles like that, involving civil war, are notoriously hard on the forms of democratic civil life. The rules and laws of war come into operation. This constitutes the true framework for discussing Cuban democracy. How then can Draper be honestly credited with a single telling point about Cuban democracy when he does not even start with the first requisite for a meeting of minds, the unconditional defense of Cuba against counter-revolutionary and imperialist attack? To blame Castro for departing from the norms of democracy in organizing the defense of Cuba's democratic right to national sovereignty is not only unjust, it is a 340 way of evading the real issues and covering up and excusing the worst enemies of Cuban democracy and of American democracy, for that matter. Let us consider more closely several of the principal charges of the State Department propagandists. The history of the Castro Revolution, say the Dulles Rusk Kennedy Goodwin Schlesinger Harmony 5, with a succinctness which so Lois Draper might profitably study, has been the history of the calculated destruction of the free-spirited rebel army and its suppression as the main military instrumentality of the regime by the new state militia. It has been the history of the calculated destruction of the 26th of July movement and its suppression as the main political instrumentality of the regime by the Communist Party, Partido Socialista Popular. This is doctored history. Draper has assembled a few facts that will help us to show this. First, let's get an idea of the size of the rebel army and the 26th of July movement. In the mountains at this time, April 1958, less than 9 months before the revolutionary victory, Mills was told, the armed men under Castro numbered only about 300. 4 months later, in August 1958, the two columns commanded by Majors Guevara and Camilo Cienfuegos, entrusted with the mission of cutting the island in two, the biggest single rebel operation of the entire struggle, amounted, according to Guevara, to 220 men. Sartre was informed that the total number of barbudos in all Cuba from beginning to end was only 3,000. These forces suffered a high rate of casualties. Sartre was told that Batista's army and police killed 1,000 barbudos on the last clashes in the mountains. Of course hundreds of thousands of Cubans actively sim/341 pathized with the Barbudos, but, as the fighting cotters of the revolution staking their lives on the outcome, they constituted a very small force. This was not Castro's fault. To construct even this body of revolutionaries under the Batista dictatorship was a remarkable achievement. What about their political quality? The young ones, that is, the great majority, were only at the beginning of their political education. This was true not only of the ranks but of the leaders as well. The following estimate, made by Draper last year in The Runaway Revolution, an article in the May 12, 1960, Reporter, gives us an intimation. Long after the rebellion in the Sierra Maestra had taken hold, Castro did not head a homogeneous movement, and the larger it grew, the less homogeneous it became. It included those who merely wished to go back to the democratic constitution of 1940 and those who demanded a real social revolution. It included some who were friendly to the United States and some who hated it. It included anti-communists and fellow travelers. A variegated initial political formation of this kind would have undergone internal differentiation, with subsequent splits and possibly fusions with other forces, even in normal times. The revolutionary process accelerated this development, and the counter-revolutionary pressure of American imperialism gave it a breakneck pace. The main direction of the class struggle favored the wing that demanded a real social revolution. This evolution toward the left, a typical phenomenon of every revolution, was not a betrayal but the political reflection of a deep shift of class forces in Cuba. Of course, the apologists and defenders of American imperialism are not concerned with analysis here, they are simply engaging in invidious epithet, an ancient custom among war propagandists. What happened to the Barbudos after the victory? A remarkable blindness afflicts the writers in the State Department. 342/stables. Draper mentions in The Runaway Revolution that 764 cooperatives had been formed when he visited Cuba and 500 more were in the planning stage in the Cane Lands. Describing how the system works, he tells about a rice cooperative he visited near the town of Bayamo. After listing the various projects, he notes, the administrator was a former rebel fighter who had been an ordinary day laborer. The significance of this fact escapes him. To staff each of the cooperatives with a single barbudo like this one would require the majority of cotters who survived the struggle against Batista. We, if not Draper, can appreciate Guevara's dry comment, after the big nationalizations of last fall, on the impracticality aside from the political inadvisability of the government taking over the 150,000 really small individual businesses in Cuba. Just to get 500 interveners for the factories we had to break our heads, and every day we have to replace someone who doesn't work out. Asterisk. A less resolute, less self-confident leadership would have felt defeated even before it started the gigantic task of staffing the government and the institutions that grew out of the revolution. The fact is that in the first months after the victory the Barbudos worked around the clock, sometimes until they dropped and had to be carried out on stretchers. The dissemination of the cotters into the sea of tasks confronting the revolutionary government is termed by the State Department propagandists calculated destruction. They make up for this, of course, by pinning hero badges on those that were really destroyed, the small number who turned traitor. It is quite gratuitous to explain to the Cuban leaders the value of a party big enough and capable enough to undertake with smoothness the tremendous revolutionary tasks facing the country. They know from hard experience the value of such a party, how it would have facilitated the struggle for power, what an enormous difference it would make now in solving. Obra Revolucionaria, January 6, 1961, p. 29/343. Current problems. But that's not the kind of party the State Department advises for Cuba. Draper, who knows all there is to know about building a revolutionary party except its practice, condemns Castro for allegedly blocking formation of a party that would properly measure up to the Cuban Revolution. This is all the more ludicrous in view of the evident maturing of conditions in Cuba for the appearance of a mass revolutionary socialist party. Two developments indicate the trend. The first is the formation of the militia. We have seen how the State Department views the organization of the militia as part of the calculated destruction of the free-spirited rebel army. Draper uses the epithets amorphous, impersonal, and anonymous to describe the armed people. This strange historian, in his babbling over the perilous state of democracy in Cuba, is capable of forgetting that America's revolutionary founders considered a militia such an important feature of democracy that they listed it as Article 2 in the Bill of Rights, next to freedom of religion, speech, the press, and right of petition. To save Draper researching it, here is what the Constitution declares: a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. If we judge by this criterion of democracy, Cuba under Castro is a free state. America, which has today adopted the Prussian military system, is not. Shouldn't Draper, as a firebrand of democracy, agitate for the militia system in the United States and, for instance, the free distribution of arms to Negroes in Mississippi? The militia, as a democratic institution of the most fundamental kind, provides a great arena, involving hundreds of thousands of the most patriotic Cubans, for the development of a revolutionary socialist consciousness, the main requirement for the formation of the kind of party Cuba needs. Didn't Draper listen to the political talks that accompanied the militia drills he witnessed when he visited Cuba? Evidently not. In Draper's 344/humble opinion, even Castro makes virtually the same speech every time. Why listen to mere rank-and-file revolutionary codders as they explain the revolution to units of an armed population the length and breadth of the island? The other important development pointing the direction of politics in Cuba was the firm stand taken by the revolutionary government against any imitation of McCarthyism. This defense of freedom of thought cost the defection of such anti-communist figures as Luis Conti Agüero, for whom Draper shed a few sympathetic tears last year. But by refusing to join in the anti-communist crusade which has been such a blight in American politics since 1948, the revolutionary government opened the possibility for a new realignment of radical political tendencies in Cuba. The principal grouping affected by this is, of course, the Communist Party. To the propagandists of American imperialism, this, naturally, was nothing less than betrayal of the Cuban Revolution, for which, of all the revolutions on its calendar, Dulles' Central Intelligence Agency has the most tender concern. By refusing to deny the Communist Party its democratic rights the way they are denied in free America, Castro failed to conform to the loyalty standards of the House Un-American Activities Committee. However, this was not equivalent to agreeing with the politics of the Communist Party, as the witch hunters would have us believe. It was a principled stand in defense of democracy. The Cuban Communist Party rallied to the revolution, while the bourgeois parties, under guise of fighting the inroads of communism, began organizing the counter-revolution in conspiracy with a hostile foreign power, thereby placing themselves outside any legitimate claim to democratic rights under the revolutionary government. The witch hunters and their dupes picture the Cuban Communist Party as a totalitarian force rolling like a Soviet tank to power, if it does not already dominate the government, as the State Department claims. The truth is quite different. 345. This party, like other communist parties, is favorably affected by the melting of the great iceberg of Stalinism, which began with the Soviet triumph in World War II and continued with the Yugoslav revolt, the victory of the Chinese Revolution, and the shattering of the cult of Stalin. The running ideological differences between Moscow, Peking, and Belgrade prevent the party from reverting to the deadly sterility of thought so characteristic of such parties in the 30s and 40s. In addition, and this is decisive for the fate of the Cuban Communist Party, the members are under the influence of a great, successful revolution that broke over their heads and in which they must now prove themselves. They are subject to two sources of enormous revolutionary pressure: masses on the move and the radical Castro leadership, which demonstrated once and for all that you don't need a Stalinist background or Moscow advice or backing to topple a tyrant and set out on the road to a planned economy. Viewed with cold objectivity, it is clear that the Cuban Communist Party is not a contestant for power but is instead one of the main components of a potential new political movement whose ultimate shape is yet to be determined. The chances are excellent that what will finally emerge in Cuba is a mass party with a revolutionary socialist program. This will scarcely meet with the approval of the Central Intelligence Agency experts on party building in Cuba. What the Cloak and Dagger crew would like to see is a party in power committed to capitalist property relations and in due time democratic elections. Since they are unable to get it any other way, they now propose to brush all democratic considerations aside, shoot their way in, and set up a puppet dictator like Castillo Armas of Guatemala. The State Department slanders Castro in accusing him of totalitarianism. Castro's basic outlook is deeply democratic. He proved this in the most decisive way by taking an overturn in property relations as the key to extending democracy on the widest possible scale. This is one of the real reasons why Wash. 346/Ington regards him with such hate. The imperialist rulers of America are afraid that if Cuba is left alone, if it is permitted to enjoy normal economic and diplomatic relations with the United States, the revolutionary government will soon set such an example of democracy in action that the American people would not be long in saying, "That's real democracy. We are entitled to some of that in America, too." Against the efforts to smash the Castro regime, American supporters of democracy, in defending the democratic right of the Cubans to self-determination, have every reason to put extra vehemence in the cry, "Hands off Cuba." The central thesis of the State Department's white paper is that Castro betrayed the Cuban Revolution. Section 3 is headed, "The Delivery of the Revolution to the Sino-Soviet Bloc." We are informed in this section that arms have poured from beyond the Iron Curtain into Cuba and that trade and financial agreements have integrated the Cuban economy with that of the communist world, 75% of Cuban trade now going in that direction. The artificiality of this development is suggested, the White House authors blandly assert, by the fact that at the beginning of 1960 only 2% of Cuba's total foreign trade was with the communist bloc. The white paper does not even mention that Washington cut off all sugar imports from Cuba in 1960 and then imposed a virtually total trade embargo on the island. What were the Cubans supposed to do in face of Washington's artificial political decision to stop all American businessmen from trading with them? Sit down in the shade of a royal palm and quietly starve to death while offering up thanks to Eisenhower and Kennedy for this American aid in speeding them onto a better world? The Cuban government exercised its democratic right as a sovereign power to trade where it could on the world market. To have done otherwise would have been a real betrayal of the revolution. The complaint about arms purchases is even more outre/347. Just operating with seemingly unlimited funds from mysterious sources, the Cuban counter-revolutionaries, with the connivance of the Pentagon and the Central Intelligence Agency, opened up recruiting agencies for mercenaries throughout the United States, set up training camps in various areas, armed themselves to the teeth, and began invasion preparations by dropping incendiary mechanisms from Florida-based planes and by planting bombs in Cuba's big cities. What should the Cubans have done in the face of this international civil war, as Draper calls it? Bare their throats and say, "Please don't spoil my hair by cutting past my ears." In these circumstances, does acceptance of aid wherever it can be obtained signify delivery of the revolution to the Sino-Soviet bloc? According to that kind of reasoning, George Washington delivered the American Revolution to Imperial France because he accepted aid from Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. We can see historian Draper, who at that time hung around the court of George III, beating his wig in anguish over such treachery. The Americans were clearly betraying the anti-French and anti-Indian cause for which they had fought with the British in the French and Indian War not so long before. But the practical, democratic-minded American revolutionaries took a different attitude toward French aid in their struggle for freedom from British tyranny. In fact, American gratitude was so lasting that almost a century and a half later, in World War I, the most popular slogan the propagandists could think up to cover the landing of American troops in France was "Lafayette, we are here." On the other hand, Americans who remained loyal to the Crown, Benedict Arnolds who sold out their country's cause, and the Hessian mercenaries who were hired by the British to fight the rebellious colonials are held in deserved infamy to this day. As another proof of its central thesis, the State Department claims that so far as the expressed political aims of the revolution were concerned, the record of the Castro regime has 348 been a record of the steady and consistent betrayal of Dr. Castro's pre-revolutionary promises. Draper declares that Castro promised one kind of revolution and made another. The revolution Castro promised was unquestionably betrayed. To substantiate his point, Draper has compiled a brief inventory of typical declarations made by Castro between 1953 and 1958. They indicate that Castro did not envision going beyond bourgeois democratic measures and that he specifically favored free enterprise and invested capital and rejected wholesale nationalization. In taking over Cuban and American capitalist holdings, the revolutionary government clearly went far beyond bourgeois democratic measures. By disregarding the economic, social, and political pressures that forced this course, in particular those emanating from Wall Street and the State Department, Draper unquestionably has no difficulty in picturing Castro as having betrayed the revolution, that is, assuming leadership and responsibility for undertaking measures that went beyond and even conflicted with the original concepts of the revolutionary leaders. As a professional historian, Draper, you might imagine, would realize that Castro is not the only revolutionary figure he is accusing of betrayal for permitting himself to be pushed forward by the revolutionary process. Here is a brief inventory for his consideration. In 177 John Adams wrote that independence was a hobgoblin of so frightful mien, that it would throw a delicate person into fits to look it in the face. Later he was a leader in the fight for adoption of the Declaration of Independence. In March 1775 Benjamin Franklin testified in London that he had never heard in America one word in favor of independence from any person, drunk or sober. Even after the Battle of Lexington, George Washington told his Tory friend Jonathan Boucher that if ever he heard of Washington's joining in any such measures as the colonies separating from England, Boucher had his leave to set him down for everything wicked. 349. More than 2 months after the Battle of Bunker Hill, Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of Independence, wrote in a private letter that he was looking with great fondness toward a reconciliation with Great Britain. The delegates to the First Continental Congress, which met in the autumn of 1774, assured the king, "Your royal authority over us and our connection with Great Britain we shall always carefully and zealously endeavor to support and maintain." In 1775 the Second Continental Congress, while setting forth colonial grievances, explicitly assured our friends and fellow subjects in any part of the empire, that we mean not to dissolve that union which had so long and so happily subsisted between us, and which we sincerely wish to see restored. 1 year and 2 days later the same Congress issued the Declaration of Independence. Is this contrast between the convictions of one stage and the actions of the next to be accepted by the court as damning evidence of revolutionary schizophrenia, as Draper labels comparable phenomena in the Cuban Revolution? Tom Paine, one of the leading promoters of the American independence movement, saw it more clearly. In The American Crisis he wrote, "Independency was a doctrine scarce and rare, even towards the conclusion of the year 1775, all our politics had been founded on the expectation of making the matter up, **. Similar brief inventories could be drawn up for other revolutionary struggles. For instance, although he disliked slavery personally, Abraham Lincoln publicly pledged that the slaveholders need not fear a Republican administration. We must not interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists, because the Constitution forbids it and the general welfare does not require us to do so." As late as September 1861 he told a group of anti-slavery Republicans, "We didn't go into the war to put down slavery, but to put the flag back, and to act differently at this moment would, I have no doubt, not only weaken our cause, but smack of bad faith." A year later, in view of the crisis in prosecution of the war, Lincoln overturned property relations in the South. He freed the slaves despite his public commitment to the contrary. We look forward with interest to Theodore Draper's History of the Civil War, exposing Honest Abe, the great emancipator, as Bad Faith Abe, the great betrayer. Historian Draper's forgetfulness of some major lessons of history is probably not due to any tendency to underrate the importance of facts. At least in his 2 volumes on the history of the American Communist Party he showed sufficient respect for them to let the record speak pretty much for itself. In the case of Cuba, arbitrary preconceptions which he holds affect his selection and arrangement of facts. His theory dominates his analysis. How could a revolution basically middle class in nature be turned against that class? Draper asks. How could a revolution made without the official communists and for the most part despite them become so intimately linked with them? How, in short, could Fidel Castro promise one revolution and make another, and what consequences flowed from this revolutionary schizophrenia? The Cuban Revolution, Draper answers, belongs to a new type of system, neither capitalist nor socialist, that emerges where capitalism has not succeeded and socialism cannot succeed. According to this view, there is something inherent in the revolution itself that makes it go wrong and compels a leader like Castro to betray. Naturally, if what is wrong is inherent in the revolution, the field of research is correspondingly narrowed, and the relation of American imperialism is irrelevant. Even if the White House had remained friendly and the State Department had pumped aid into Cuba instead of attempting ruthlessly to bring down the economy and the new govern/351 meant, Castro would have betrayed. What is this inherent poison or congenital disease in the Cuban Revolution? Where capitalism has been successful, Draper tells us, no impoverished, class-conscious proletariat exists. Therefore, in countries like the United States, which have the technological base for socialism, no socialist revolution can occur. Where capitalism has not been successful, Draper continues, no advanced industrial economy exists that could support a socialist structure as conceived by Marx. However, in the latter areas, the middle class, faced with poverty and lack of opportunity, revolts and turns irresistibly toward the ideology of socialism. They cannot be faithful to the fundamental ideas of the socialist tradition that the proletariat should liberate itself, that there are prerequisites of socialism, especially an advanced industrial economy, and that socialism must fulfill and complement political democracy. But they can find in Marxism an ideological sanction for the unrestricted and unlimited use of the state to change the social order, and they can find in Leninism a sanction for their unrestricted and unlimited power over the state. The result of a revolution under these conditions, Draper contends, is something qualitatively different from either capitalism or socialism. The order of development cannot be inverted: first the revolution, then the prerequisites of socialism, without resulting in a totally different kind of social order, alien to the letter and, infinitely more, to the spirit of socialism. These inverted revolutions from above belong to what, for want of a better word, we must call the communist family of revolutions, which, in practice, serve to industrialize the peasantry rather than to liberate the proletariat. For about 30 years there was only the Russian variant, Draper continues. Then in 1948 came the Titwast variant. In 352/late 1949, the Chinese variant. Now a new branch of the family has begun to emerge. These are national revolutionary movements that begin under figures like Nkrumah in Ghana, Sékou Touré in Guinea, or Fidel Castro in Cuba, but soon fall prey to communism. Since local communists are, in the beginning, no match for such leaders, they were advised to bide their time. First the national revolutionary movement could win power, then the communists could win power in the national revolutionary movements. And that, in effect, is what has been happening in this world of ours. Having read this, you have read about all of Theodore Draper on this subject. His articles on Cuba offer little more than the dust caught in the bag of this theoretical vacuum cleaner. The sterile and reactionary character of the politics entailed by this theory is striking. I could find only 2 sentences in the entire pamphlet suggesting an alternative to nationalizing industry in Cuba and introducing economic planning. After World War II, Cuban interests were strong enough to buy a substantial share of U.S. owned sugar production, which fell from 70 to 80% of the total at its high point in the 1930s to about 35% in 1958. Government encouragement of Cubanization would easily have cut the figure in half again in a short time under a post-Batista democratic regime. In short, Draper's advice, for what it is worth, is that Castro should have encouraged free enterprise in Cuba. Behind that program stand 2 postulates. 1. National capital in countries like Cuba is capable of successfully competing in the modern world with imperialist capitalism on the one hand and the system of planned economies on the other. 2. Imperialist capitalism is preferable to a new type of system that is presumably neither capitalist nor socialist. If these postulates are true, no rational explanation exists for the great wave of anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist revolutions in the world today. Everything ends up in the paranoia of a demagogue. But why paranoia should prove so attractive and politically efficacious among hundreds of millions of POV/353. Stricken people remains a book sealed with 7 seals. Other oddities follow as logical consequences from Draper's preconceptions. He equates the anti-Semitic and anti-communist mass demonstrations engineered by Hitler and Mussolini with the anti-imperialist crowds that gather to hear Castro. He equates the cult of Trujillo, a puppet of American imperialism, with the popularity of Castro, who stands in the eyes of millions of Latin Americans like a David against Goliath, and he sees little difference between Trujillo's neo-democracy and the beginnings of proletarian democracy in Cuba. He equates Stalin's purge of the old Bolsheviks, a phase of the degeneration of the Russian Revolution, with Castro's moving beyond the initial program of the 26th of July movement, a phase of the rise of the Cuban Revolution. Draper, criticizing Red Baiter Nathaniel Whale, the author of Red Star over Cuba, declares, communists, ex-communists, non-communists, and opportunists are indiscriminately lumped together. Every bit of evidence that does not fit the book's thesis is ruthlessly suppressed or glossed over. All the hard problems of Castro's political developments are oversimplified and vulgarized. It's a fair, if not perfect, description of Draper's own analysis. Under compulsion of the same logic, Draper is unable to see that the working class or peasantry played much of a role in the Cuban Revolution. Batista fell, we are told, because the middle class deserted him. This was due, Draper argues, to Castro's guerrilla tactics, which aimed not so much at defeating the enemy as at inducing him to lose his head, fight terror with counter-terror on the largest possible scale, and make life intolerable for the ordinary citizen. What class does that ordinary citizen belong to? We are then given this priceless pearl. The same terror that Castro used against Batista is now being used against Castro. And Castro has responded with counter-terror, just as Batista did. Thus Castro equals Batista. QED. History is reduced to terrorist bomb throwing. But worse than the old-time anarchists, who distinguished 354/ between the terror of reaction and the terror of the self-sacrificing idealist, Draper draws no distinction. A bomb is a bomb, and any bomb is equal to any other, if not sometimes more. Draper, who thus takes the democratic outlook to its ultimate absurdity, complains about C. Wright Mills's lack of sociological imagination. How carping can you get? This happens to be the theory behind the counter-revolution's hopes for an easy victory over the revolutionary government. Since the inert and unthinking masses of workers and peasants play no part in Cuban politics, and since a section of the middle class has now deserted Castro, it follows that a few mad bombers prowling among the Sunday crowds can prove sufficient to induce the leaders of the revolution to lose their heads, fight terror with counter-terror, and thus open the way for the restoration of the landholders and capitalists to their properties. They probably found the theory in a book of useful household hints - How to Cork a Volcano. The counter-revolutionary mercenaries would be well advised to ponder the following observation: made by Theodore Draper last year in The Runaway Revolution. No matter what one may think of the theory behind Cuba's land reform program, and no matter how the program turns out in practice, there is no getting around the fact that for the poor, illiterate, landless outcast Guajiros, the cooperatives represent a jump of centuries in living standards. They also represent a vast increase of constructive activity in the rural areas that were formerly the most backward and stagnant part of Cuba. Will these Guajiros prove inert to the plot to return them to the backwardness and stagnation of past centuries? L. E. Stone, who has a more vivid sociological imagination than Draper, said after a recent visit to Cuba, guerrillas who offer peasants aid against a hated landlord or village usurer are one thing. But can you see a U.S. guerrilla knocking on a peasant's door late at /355 night, give me water, hide me, I bring a message from United Fruit Company, we've come to take back your land? The tendency for a bourgeois revolution to transcend its bourgeois democratic limits, that is, proceed towards socialistic forms of property, was noted by Marx and Engels in the upsurge they participated in as young men. In fact, they began their revolutionary careers as bourgeois Democrats and ended as the founders of scientific socialism. It was not until the appearance of Leon Trotsky, however, that this tendency received rounded theoretical development. As early as 1904, the youth who was to become co-leader of the 1917 Russian Revolution had reached that deep insight into the main course of the revolutions of our time which was to win him world recognition as one of the greatest of revolutionary theoreticians. He named his theoretical contribution Permanent Revolution, taking the title from the following suggestive declarations made by Marx and Engels in an address of the Central Committee to the Communist League, dated March 1850. While the democratic petty bourgeois wish to bring the revolution to a conclusion as quickly as possible, and with the achievement, at most, of the above reform demands, it is our interest and our task to make the revolution permanent, until all more or less possessing classes have been forced out of their position of dominance, until the proletariat has conquered state power, and the association of proletarians, not only in one country but in all the dominant countries of the world, has advanced so far that competition among the proletarians of these countries has ceased, and that at least the decisive productive forces are concentrated in the hands of the proletarians. For us the issue cannot be the alteration of private property but only its annihilation, not the smoothing over of class antagonisms but the abolition of classes, not the 356/improvement of existing society but the foundation of a new one. The battle cry of the workers must be, said the address in conclusion, the revolution in permanence. The basis of Trotsky's theory was the uneven development of capitalism on a world scale. In the old capitalist centers, technology is so advanced that society is rotten ripe for socialist reorganization. In the underdeveloped areas of the world, however, pre-capitalist relations are still strong, and the main revolutionary tasks are thus bourgeois in character. But the pattern of change does not simply repeat the pattern of the early bourgeois revolutions, in which the working class was scarcely developed. The underdeveloped countries do not live in isolation from the rest of the world. In fact, imperialist capitalism has penetrated them, bringing the most advanced technology. Brazil seems to have jumped from the ox cart to the age of the air, notes Charles Wagley, professor of anthropology at Columbia University. Young Brazilians who have never driven an automobile have soloed in the air. And along with this, imperialism injects the most advanced class relations into the antiquated social structure. Highly exploited sugar workers, for instance, in Cuba. The working class, even though it may be numerically thin, consequently has far greater political weight than its prototypes at the dawn of capitalism. When it enters the political arena, it tends to draw on the most advanced political thought of the world's great metropolitan centers. Together with backwardness, even primitiveness, is combined the very latest in scientific thought and achievement. It is possible, therefore, for the working class, in alliance with the peasantry which is pressing for bourgeois reforms in property relations on the land, to win political power in a backward country even sooner than in an advanced country. In power it has no choice but to proceed with the economic and social tasks inherent to its class position, expropriation of capital, building of a planned economy, etc. These are socialist in principle. 357. No matter how limited or distorted they may be in fact. The victory of the workers in such countries cannot be maintained, however, without the aid of the workers of the advanced centers, that is, without the extension or continuation of the revolution on an international scale, above all into the old capitalist powers. Through this theory, Trotsky was able to predict correctly the course of the 1917 revolution in Russia, some 12 years before it occurred. Interestingly enough, Lenin did not agree with Trotsky's prognosis. In 1905 Lenin wrote, "We cannot jump out of the bourgeois democratic framework of the Russian Revolution, but we can considerably broaden that framework." He repeated this in innumerable articles and speeches year after year until after the February 1917 revolution. Not until April of that year did he change his views. When he finally did change, it precipitated a crisis in the Bolshevik Party, which was convinced that the revolution had only a bourgeois democratic character as Lenin had repeatedly insisted. But Lenin's prestige was such that he succeeded in getting the party to adopt the new position despite the cries of capitulation to Trotskyism. It was on the solid basis of this shift, plus his own recognition of Lenin's correctness on the need for a democratic centralist party, that Trotsky, together with his following, joined the Bolsheviks and helped the second revolution to emerge from the first one. Of course it can be argued, as it was at the time and has been perennially ever since, that the Bolsheviks did wrong in accepting power in an underdeveloped country like Russia. A book could be devoted to this topic alone. Aside from the morality of it all, the point is that Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution enabled him to foresee with accuracy the actual main pattern of the Russian Revolution, and that this theory offers the only rational explanation for such revolutions as the one in Cuba. No utterly novel new type of system has emerged, as 358/Draper maintains. Cuba has simply gone beyond capitalism in some important respects and begun to build institutions that are basically socialist in principle. The country is in transition between capitalism and socialism. How long it remains in transition depends on international forces and events, primarily the ultimate fate of the old capitalist powers. When the United States goes socialist, Cuba will be among the first to benefit and will certainly complete the changeover in record time. The question of the absence of direct proletarian leadership in the 1958-59 Cuban Revolution offers a complication, it is true, but on the main question, the tendency of a bourgeois democratic revolution in an underdeveloped country to go beyond its bourgeois democratic limits, Cuba offers once again the most striking confirmation of Trotsky's famous theory. That the Cuban revolutionaries were unaware they were confirming something seemingly so abstract and remote makes it all the more impressive. The fact that these same revolutionaries, without knowing Trotsky's theory, proved capable of transcending their own limited previous political positions speaks completely in their favor. It demonstrates that in caliber they belong to the great tradition of genuine revolutionary leaders, beginning with the leaders of our own American Revolution. Cuba is at present a fortress under siege by American imperialism. To offer to judge what goes on inside that fortress without taking into account the siege represents the utter prostration and abasement of theory. That Draper's preconceptions required him to do this is sufficient to discount his views completely. The Cuban Revolution is another link in the chain of revolutions going back to the Paris Commune of 1871 and the revolutionary upheavals of 1848. As such, it has much in common with these revolutions, although like all revolutions it has its own peculiarities. It offers great new lessons, above all on the pattern to be expected in other coming revolutions in Latin America. All of these revolutions, it can be predicted with ABSO/359. Luchurdi, will proceed from the bourgeois democratic to the proletarian stage with extraordinary speed. If for no other reason, they will do this because American imperialism offers them no choice but death or permanent revolution. Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution. An answer to Hoy. 1962. What has been the response of the other leaders of the Cuban Communist Party to the vigorous measures undertaken by Fidel Castro against Aníbal Escalante and the bureaucratic practices he fostered? All reports indicate that they were among the most enthusiastic in applauding the sudden downfall of their comrade. Never have they appeared so warm in their congratulations to Castro over a timely action in behalf of the welfare and advancement of the Cuban Revolution. Out of gratitude to Castro for such a felicitous measure against what could have developed into a bureaucratic cancer, one might expect a contribution from these other leaders of the Cuban Communist Party, a bit of self-examination and self-criticism that would help explain why Escalante felt that he could get away with it. How did it happen, for instance, that none of them took the initiative in exposing Escalante's practices? How did it happen that none of them stood up in active opposition to this factional-minded bureaucrat who set out to build a personal Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution? 361. Chine. Were they afraid to speak up? If so, what made them afraid? Were they involved, too? Or were they just blind to the glaring faults of their fellow leaders? If so, how explain this blindness? Was it due to the long years of training in the school of Stalinism, where bureaucratic practices and bureaucratic personalities were so much the norm that they could develop into a cult? Honest answers by Escalante's associates to questions like these could provide instructive educational material for young revolutionists, and not only in Cuba. Some self-criticism did take place, at least enough to make the record. But considerations other than the educational needs of young revolutionists have evidently preoccupied Escalante's former intimate collaborators. Fidel's moves against bureaucratism hold certain implications. If Fidel persists in this course, Escalante's comrades no doubt have reasoned, it will inevitably lend impetus to the anti-bureaucratic mood. Indeed, the ruin of Escalante signified in itself a considerable strengthening of the tendency to democratize the revolution along Leninist lines. But how can pressure be placed in the opposite direction without openly challenging Fidel? An indirect approach is needed. To influence Paul, attack Peter. This is especially shrewd if Peter happens to be gagged or the victim of much prejudice. Such, we may surmise, were the calculations behind the campaign which Hoy, the daily newspaper of the Cuban Communist Party, recently opened against Trotskyism. Because of the imperialist embargo of Cuba and the consequent communication difficulties, we do not receive Hoy regularly. We are therefore unable to measure the campaign with precision. But we do have at hand 6 articles, some of them quite long and quite evidently placed on target with painstaking care. These are sufficient to indicate the real state of mind among at least some of the leaders of the Cuban Communist Party since the news was broken to them about Escalante being no longer at his desk in no other sector of the world. Commu. 362 / NIST movement is such alarm evident over Trotskyism. Before getting into an analysis of the articles published by Hoy, it will prove useful to state the essence of Trotskyism. 1. It offers the most profound theoretical appreciation of the development of the Russian Revolution and, by extension, all modern revolutions, especially in colonial and semi-colonial areas. This is the theory which Trotsky developed, in the light of Russian experience, from some observations Marx made about permanent revolution. 2. It offers the only logically coherent explanation of how a bureaucratic caste could rise in the Soviet Union, and the only program that, in the Leninist tradition, combines opposition to bureaucratism with unconditional Soviet defense. 3. It offers the most thoroughgoing program of opposition to fascism and all similar reactionary tendencies symptomatic of the decay of capitalist democracy. 4. It is the most consistent present-day proponent of the revolutionary socialist way out of the wars and other horrors of a world capitalist system in its death agony. Hoy does not offer its readers these facts about Trotskyism. It offers a different picture. In the June 16 issue, for instance, the editors devote an entire article purporting to present the history of Trotskyism beginning with 1909. That year is chosen instead of the more appropriate one of 1905 because of a bitter factional dispute in the Russian Social Democratic Party which reached its culmination in 1912. At one point in this dispute Lenin angrily called Trotsky a Judas. What the real issues were in that dispute of a half-century ago remains obscure in Hoy's account. But it must be admitted that the epithet Judas, which Hoy hauls out of the dusty archives, does help divert attention from the more troublesome word of current political interest Escalante. Hoy's presentation of Trotsky's role in the 1917 revolution adheres quite faithfully to the version concocted by Stalin for use in the infamous Moscow frame-up trials of the 30s. For instance, Trotsky entered the Bolshevik Party with the aim of Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution /363. Struggling within it against Leninism. After the triumph of the revolution, Trotsky continued opposing Lenin in a series of major questions. In 1921 Trotsky began a factional struggle inside the Bolshevik Party. With the death of Lenin in 1924, Trotsky directed his principal attack against Stalin, who had been ratified as General Secretary of the party. In 1927 came expulsion. These Cuban partisans of General Secretary Stalin inform us, and Trotsky went abroad and organized a rabid campaign of calumnies against the Soviet power, while directing conspiratorial activities of his followers inside the Soviet Union itself. And so on and so forth. All that is required to answer this falsified version of history is an asterisk and a footnote for the serious newcomer to the radical movement asterisk. What Escalante's former collaborators leave out of their lying account is more interesting than the concoctions they put in. Two items have special pertinence to the problems of the Cuban Revolution. One is Trotsky's role, as the intimate colleague of Lenin, in organizing the political and military defense of the Soviet Union against the combined imperialist and counter-revolutionary assault undertaken first by Germany and then by the Allies. This period holds many lessons which partisans of the Cuban Revolution could profitably study. The other is Lenin's initiation in 1923 of the struggle against bureaucratism in the Soviet Union, which he began by seeking Trotsky's collaboration in a fight to depose Stalin. The Escalante case vividly demonstrates the relevance of this chapter in the history of the Soviet Union to the current problems of the Cuban Revolution. But it is precisely these historical lessons which Escalante's former friends and collaborators wish to keep the Cuban revolutionists from studying. The reason is simple. Anyone who objectively examines the facts of that heroic time cannot help concluding that Leninism and Trotskyism are identical. Still worse, from the viewpoint of the Cuban Stalinist faction, all the lessons of those days speak against the basic policies represented by the Escalante tendency. For people addicted for a quarter of a century to the dope of the Moscow frame-up trials, it is not possible to stay on such mild stuff as vague references to 1909, etc., in talking about Trotskyism. The craving for something that foams better in the mouth is well nigh irrepressible. Unfortunately, the de-Stalinization process in the Soviet Union cut off the habitual drug at its very source, and it is not easy to find a substitute. However, Escalante's former comrades are not completely devoid of imagination, and they have come up with something that can give you quite a jag. Hoy devotes its June 17 article to presenting this synthetic drug. On the one hand, they minimize Cuban Trotskyism. Trotskyism in Cuba, Hoy proclaims, never represented anybody and never had any influence. On the other hand, they saddle Cuban Trotskyism with a figure who never belonged, the biggest labor czar under Batista. Eusebio Mujal, deservedly one of the most hated bureaucrats in the history of the Cuban labor movement, began his career as a member of the Cuban Communist Party. As Hoy explains it, he was expelled in the 30s. According to these same historians, Mujal, after his expulsion from the ranks of the Communist Party, became leader of Trotskyism in Cuba. We are next informed that Mujal's role is well known. Among other things, he placed himself at the unconditional Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution /365 service of North American imperialism. Mujal's record as a witch hunter, company-serving bureaucrat, An imperialist servant is then recounted as if this had some connection with Trotskyism rather than his original training ground, the Cuban Communist Party. The absurdity of such an amalgam can perhaps be better appreciated if we put it in terms of the U.S. labor movement. Namely, that the Socialist Workers' Party never represented anybody and never had any influence. Moreover, its leader was George Meany, well-known bureaucrat of the AFL-CIO, who placed himself at the unconditional service of Wall Street and then followed reactionary policies in accordance with the character of Trotskyism. To indicate the true record of Cuban Trotskyism at the time in question, a few paragraphs from a report published in the October 1935 New International magazine of the American Trotskyists should prove of interest. The Army of Cuba, a country without national frontiers, reaches the exorbitant figure of 18,000 soldiers, with a budget of $18 million, which means, consequently, per capita expenditures higher than in Europe or in America. To this must be added several thousands of men of the technical and secret police who devote themselves exclusively to the political persecution of every person and organization opposed to the government. In addition, there is the rural police, controlled by the municipal governments, which is only an appendix of the general staff of the army and which collaborates loyally in the persecution of all opponents. In general, the soldiers as well as the police are recruited from the most degenerated social strata, the slum proletariat of the cities and the famished peons of the country. They are very generously paid and enjoy all sorts of privileges which assure their unconditional submission to the government. To supplement the oppressive apparatus, directed essentially against the working class, exceptional tribunals have been Air. 366/8 which judge all affairs of a political nature. These tribunals have put into practice a series of laws of a fascist nature, like the prohibition of strikes, of trade unions, the suppression of proletarian propaganda. They have likewise prohibited the right of free speech, free assembly, etc. This series of laws, put into effect by the regime of Mendieta and Batista, wipes out all democratic rights and puts the working class of Cuba in a position known only in the completely fascist countries. The exceptional tribunals have pronounced sentences of from 6 months to 10 years against members of the Bolshevik-Leninist Party, the Trotskyists, and have condemned our trade union militants for the sole crime of possessing a membership card. At the present time, 30 of our comrades, eminent political and trade union leaders for the most part, are in prison. With the rank and file members of our trade unions, a total of 900 workers have been imprisoned, including a minimum of 60 women. These figures refer exclusively to the city of Havana. Outside of those mentioned above, hundreds of students and petty bourgeois revolutionists have been imprisoned. The repressive conditions are at present undoubtedly much more violent than in the years of the Machado dictatorship. In addition to imprisonment, the number of workers assassinated rises every day. The report tells in more detail about the terror. Even in the daytime it was considered a criminal misdemeanor to walk the street by twos or more. The police and the military hordes invaded the streets and fired on the workers wherever they dared to assemble. The headquarters of every proletarian organization were raided, sacked, and demolished. Our trade union center, the Havana Federation of Labor, was raided, all the furniture in it smashed, the documents taken, and all found there arrested and beaten. The government admits a total of 30 dead, although the figure is actually much. Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution /367. Higher. Among the dead was our comrade Crescencio Freire, the head of the Bakers' Union, the student leader Armando Fito, and the leader of the Cuban Revolutionary Party, Enrique Fernandez, who was a member of the Grau San Martin cabinet. After the general strike, the military tribunal sentenced to death the young revolutionist Jaime Greenstein, who was executed at Santiago de Cuba, and condemned comrade Eduardo Galvez and others to perpetual incarceration. The persecution is becoming increasingly intense. Our comrades imprisoned in the penitentiary of the Isle of Pines are forced to work in the swamps and quarries that surround the prison. Of special interest in the radical movement at the time was the rapprochement between Antonio Guterres, head of Young Cuba, and the Trotskyists. The report refers to this. Guterres had a broader view than his successors. He had an international perspective for the Cuban Revolution. To achieve this goal, he had the intention of convening a Continental Congress in Mexico of all the parties of the left, and he insisted a good deal on inviting all the sections of the International Communist League, the Trotskyists, on the American continent, as he informed our party. But early in May, Guterres was taken by surprise by the army near the town of Matanzas, just at the moment of embarking for Mexico. Together with the Venezuelan Colonel Carlos Aponte, he was assassinated. The death of Antonio Guterres created a different situation on the Cuban political scene. Today Antonio Guterres, who might have developed into the Castro of the 30s, is revered as one of the martyrs of the Cuban Revolution. Rightly so, for it was the independent current represented by him and the Trotskyists and similar revolutionists in the 30s and preceding decades that finally 368/Ducheta leadership capable of toppling the Batista dictatorship and winning the first great victory of socialism in Cuba. Where was the Communist Party in those days? It had its martyrs and its heroes, too, and they will always be remembered for their valiant and self-sacrificing struggles. But the policy makers of the Cuban Communist Party did not look towards the rank and file for inspiration and guidance. Their eyes, like those of Earl Browder in the United States, were on Moscow, and this was the time of the Great Purges, the frame-up trials, the savage witch-hunting of Trotskyists, the time of blood which was capped by sinking a pickaxe into Trotsky's brain, the time which Hoy, like its sister publications throughout the world, today euphemistically calls the time of the errors of Stalin. In 1934 Stalin initiated his People's Front policy. In the USA this meant switching to support of Roosevelt, a policy which Browder carried to its ultimate logic of open support for Wall Street. In Cuba it meant switching to support of Roosevelt's and Wall Street's man, Batista. In June 1935, shortly after Batista murdered Guterres, the Communist International commented approvingly on the change in tone in the Cuban Communist Party press as the new line went into effect. This is a splendid beginning. The party is ridding itself of the mistaken idea which restricted its initiative, the idea that the proletariat is opposed by one reactionary front composed of all parties from the ABC to the Guterres Group. It is beginning to differentiate in its approach to these organizations. It is beginning to seek its allies, albeit even inconsistent and temporary allies, in the organization of a genuine national revolution. The supreme reward for this turn was posts in Batista's cabinet. In return, the grateful leaders of the Cuban Communist Party hailed their inconsistent and temporary ally Batista as a man of the people. Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution /369. The Cuban people, however, paid a bitter price for this policy. Instead of winning their revolution in the 30s as might have occurred had Guterres lived, had the Trotskyists survived Batista's terror, or had the Communist Party followed a revolutionary socialist policy such as was advocated by the Trotskyists, the Cuban people had to wait for a new generation of revolutionists intelligent and audacious enough to hew their way around the Escalantes. It may seem odd that Hoy would venture to refer to the historic record in attacking Trotskyism. Great as the risk may appear, Hoy's need is greater. To make the attack appear impressive, learned sounding, if falsified, references to history are required. The lessons of history pitch is a convenient guise for pushing current interests. Besides, the risk is not too great. The Escalantes were instrumental in suppressing the Trotskyist newspaper in Cuba. The victim is thus hampered in meeting the slander and in pointing out the falsifications. Nor can he easily call attention to the real lessons of history in opposition to the aims of the slanderers. The axe which Hoy is grinding is plain enough. The Trotskyists, Hoy affirms, work to combat the revolution by presenting themselves as more revolutionary than the revolution itself. The Stalinist newspaper continues. Their labor is to try to sow confusion, to divert people from serious revolutionary work in order to launch them into senseless discussions, to sow doubt in the future of the revolution and to create whatever obstacles they can to its development. In brief, Hoy stands against the right of revolutionists to discuss freely whatever they feel needs discussing, even if for the moment they may sound more revolutionary than the revolution itself, and brands those who might wish to discuss or debate policies whether with the aim of clarifying, modifying, or changing policies as sowers of doubt and confu. 370/ Zion and creators of obstacles. From this it follows by a not so strange logic that Hoy, whose discussions, as we see, offer impeccable examples of lack of confusion and avoidance of diversionary topics, should have the right to block or to censor any thoroughgoing discussion of such sensitive subjects as the meaning of the obstacles to the revolution created by Escalante and his tendency. While Hoy, in its campaign against Trotskyism, does not go so far in its series of articles as to demand that discussion be put in a straitjacket, it nevertheless cites with strong approval the way Stalin ended the right of free speech in the Soviet Union after the death of Lenin under guise of putting a stop to anti-Soviet activities. Hoy puts it this way. The Trotskyists complain that in the socialist states they have no freedom of action. In the Soviet Union they had it until 1927. What did they use it for? To attack the party, to foment division, to distract militants from constructive revolutionary work with interminable discussions, to weaken confidence in the possibility of the Soviet Revolution triumphing in face of its enemies and constructing socialism among the peoples of old Russia, to conspire and sabotage. The Soviet people, because of this, had to end their freedom of action. The inference of this repetition of old, long ago exposed Stalinist slanders is that under the guise of fighting Trotskyism today Stalin's course should be emulated in Cuba. But the Cuban revolutionaries are inclined neither to admire nor to emulate Stalin. This thoroughly healthy inclination has been strongly reinforced by the exposure of Stalin's crimes undertaken at the 20th and 22nd Congresses of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Thus it is. Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution /371. Not so easy to put over a Stalinist line in Cuba today. What Escalante's former comrades need to make up a plausible case is some current material. Where to find it? The mainstream of world Trotskyism does not appear very vulnerable. It is not only strongly for the Cuban Revolution, it could with some justification even be called fidelista. Nevertheless, Hoy is not without resourcefulness. Scouting around for possibilities, Hoy ran into a singular piece of luck. The world Trotskyist movement happens to be split into various tendencies. Among them is a minor one, the Latin American Bureau, BLA, which has adherents in Latin American countries. This current stands way out in ultra-left field. It, for example, considers the Socialist Workers' Party, which helped found the Fourth International in direct collaboration with Leon Trotsky, to be so opportunist that it has had nothing to do with Trotskyism or with Marxism for a long time. The Latin American Bureau is so pro-Soviet, as Hoy might put it, and so little critical of Khrushchev that it hailed the resumption of nuclear testing by the Soviet government and even condemned those who expressed disapproval of the abrupt and arrogant way in which Moscow disregarded the feelings of the worldwide peace movement. The Latin American Bureau is even further to the left on the crucial issue of war. Maintaining that U.S. imperialism will inevitably plunge humanity into atomic war no matter what the opposition may be, the BLA seriously proposes that it would be more to the advantage of the Soviet Union and the socialist cause if the Soviet government struck the first blow. Members of this group believe, something like the end of the worlders, in a final Armageddon in which the international class struggle, taking geographic form, will be settled with nuclear weapons. They believe that humanity will survive this hell of modern science and construct a new civilization on the radioactive ruins left by the final war of capitalism. The adherents of the Latin American Bureau are defenders of the Cuban Revolution, and there is not the least reason to 372/doubt their word that they would die for it. As might be expected, they are also critical of the leadership, especially Fidel Castro. They seem to regard Che Guevara with a more comradely eye. They work out in considerable detail numerous measures which they think ought to be put into effect in Cuba at once. A current like this can be found typically in all revolutions and broad revolutionary movements. The Russian Revolution was no exception. The ultra-leftists added to the complications facing the central leadership. Lenin, however, not only opposed the ultra-leftists. He also recognized them as a legitimate current. The reason was thoroughly practical. While generally their proposals were bizarre or utopian or could lead to disaster if put into effect as policy, still their observations and criticisms might contain a grain of truth well worth noting. If they were wrong on a question they put forward, it was better to argue the question openly so that everyone would understand why they were wrong. In any case, as people basically loyal to the revolution, they had a right to voice their opinions in accordance with proletarian democracy, to bring their views to the attention of other revolutionists, to be handled honestly and fairly, and to receive reasoned, if firm, answers. That was Lenin's way. It is not Hoy's way. Hoy saw the position of the Latin American Bureau as something that could be fitted with the right tailoring to its own peculiar needs. And so the artists went to work. Instead of presenting the position of the Latin American Bureau in an honest way and debating it on its merits, Hoy set out to present it as serving American imperialism. The technique, however revolting, is simple enough. A speech made last January in Brazil by J. Posadas, a leading figure of the Latin American Bureau, constitutes the raw material on which the operators bring their knives and scissors to bear. They do not name Posadas. They do not name the newspaper from which they took his speech. The text is available in the March 7 Voz Proletaria, published in Buenos Aires. They slice out phrases. Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution /.37.3. For quotation, glue them into new connections, trim them, interpret them in the light of the Moscow frame-up trials, and then assign them, not to Posadas, but to the Trotskyists. An example or two will show how these Cuban practitioners of Stalin's methods operate. Speaking of the Trotskyists, the June 23, 1962, Hoy says, "For them, the policy of the Cuban leadership continues to be that of limiting the extension of the Latin American Revolution." Why? Because in all the speeches, in all the Cuban press, not a word appears indicating that the definitive victory of the Cuban Revolution depends on the triumph of the world socialist revolution or of the triumph of the colonial revolution. Everything is placed exclusively upon the construction of socialism in Cuba. This is the conception of socialism in one country. Hoy then goes on to interpret this to mean that the Trotskyists hold that the Cuban Revolution cannot triumph at all until the world socialist revolution first triumphs. From this it draws a series of ridiculous alternatives: the Cuban Revolution must be renounced, or the struggle for socialism in Cuba must be given up, or revolutions must be made elsewhere before a revolution can be undertaken in Cuba. Against these absurdities, Hoy advances powerful arguments which, of course, are devastatingly sensible in comparison with the idiotic Trotskyist position which they quoted. But Posadas was not that absurd. Here is the first phrase used by Hoy above as it appears in context in the concluding paragraph of the speech made by Posadas. We can conclude, affirming that Cuba is part, but only part, of the permanent process of the world and Latin American revolution. If the revolution does not advance and if Cuba does 374/not intervene in order to make it advance, the dangers for the Cuban Revolution will be immense every moment. It will be that much easier to defeat imperialism to the degree that its aggression occurs under conditions of extension of the Latin American Revolution. But to the degree that the policy of the Cuban leadership continues to be that of limiting the extension of the Latin American Revolution, the task of imperialism will be that much easier. We have placed the phrase torn out of context by Hoy in italics for easier identification. The rest of the quotation cited by Hoy is taken from a much earlier part of Posadas's speech in which he is contending that in Cuba a serious advance of the revolution and of socialism cannot occur unless a similar advance occurs in other places. In this completely different part of his speech, Posadas is simply wrong factually when he declares that not a word appears in the Cuban press or in speeches indicating that the definitive victory hinges on victories outside of Cuba. He is also wrong factually when he declares that everything is placed exclusively upon the construction of socialism in Cuba. The truth is that the Cuban revolutionists are following an active international policy, especially in Latin America, where they correctly point to the revolutionary example which Cuba has set for all the other countries. Here is another example of Hoy's method of presenting the views of revolutionary opponents, this time dealing with Posadas's insistence on the importance of freedom of discussion. With this propaganda they contribute directly to the campaign of imperialism on the lack of liberty in Cuba. In consequence they demand: the masses of the continent must get the feeling that a revolutionary opposition exists in Cuba. Neither the masses of the continent nor the masses of Cuba need in the least way the existence of an opposition in Cuba. Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution /375. Which, whether with phrases of the left or with arguments of the right, would serve imperialism in its aims of promoting disturbances in our country and preparing favorable economic social conditions for their criminal plans of new armed interventions against the revolution. Here is the original phrase, again italicized for easier identification, in the context from which Hoy's artists extracted it. The Trotskyists must be permitted to publish their newspaper and the masses must be permitted to organize freely. It is in this way that the North American masses can be influenced, since they will be able to compare the situation with the democracy of their own country, which does not permit the printing of a communist daily. The masses of the continent must get the feeling that a revolutionary opposition exists in Cuba which, while fighting to the death in defense of the workers' state, holds an ideological position that seeks to carry the revolution forward. The Cuban Revolution is on the rise, but it still does not meet the principal problems of the stage in which the Cuban Revolution, the Cuban workers' state and the Latin American Revolution are the same thing. Despite the simplifications and the exaggerations, is there not a grain of truth in this? Would not fair consideration of this view help to enrich discussion among Cuban revolutionists? But Hoy, as representative of the Escalante tendency, has other purposes in mind than discussion of such questions. It passes by in silence the real points which Posadas makes, and instead of taking them up, which would be easy enough for genuine Leninists, it doctors a single phrase so as to make it appear to be proof that the Trotskyists contribute directly to the campaign of imperialism. Isn't this procedure a disservice to the Cuban Revolution, if not worse? Continuing in the same way, Hoy makes out that the Trotskyists are ignorant of some of the stages of the Cuban Revolution. 376/. Posadas makes some factual errors concerning the course of the agrarian reform. Taking up a different issue, Hoy makes out that the Trotskyists were against the victory at Playa Girón over the counter-revolutionary invasion mounted by Eisenhower and Kennedy. Posadas makes the mistake of trying to weigh in a balance the relative importance of the victory at Playa Girón and the extension of proletarian democracy in Cuba. This is not all there is in Hoy's roundup. With quotations the editors prove that the Trotskyists are against the huge mass mobilizations that have marked the Cuban Revolution. Posadas, not seeing too clearly through the ultra-left smoke in his glasses, misses the importance of these mobilizations and tends to brush them off as plebiscites. Still another success is Hoy's demonstration that the Trotskyists are against the Second Declaration of Havana. The North American and European Trotskyists translated the Second Declaration and distributed it around the world, but Posadas believes that editorially he could improve on it and that politically it is a step backward. Finally, this is a real bombshell Hoy established with nothing less than quotes from an original source that the Trotskyists are against Fidel Castro. Posadas believes that Castro still has a long way to go before he can be trusted with the Red Charter qualifying him as a Simon pure Marxist-Leninist, and Posadas has the further quirk of believing that Castro is not an initiator and mobilizer but simply a reflector of pressure from below. In brief, Hoy takes an ultra-leftist, who is a sincere defender of the Cuban Revolution, deliberately misrepresents his views, grossly inflates his factual errors, calculatingly twists his remarks to make him look like an agent of imperialism, hides the fact that it is dealing with the opinion of one person, or at most a minor tendency, and then offers this literary frame up to its readers as an analysis of the position of the World Trotskyist movement on the Cuban Revolution. Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution /377. This is the way Hoy seeks to put pressure on those who are concerned and worried about the Escalante tendency and its weakening effect on the Cuban Revolution. With such means, learned in the school of Stalinism, it seeks to get them to back up. Hoy says to them in effect, watch out. You are playing into the hands of Trotskyists. And look where that can lead you. The April 16 National Guardian reported an exclusive interview with Blas Roca just before Aníbal Escalante was dismissed from his post. The final question asked Cuba's top communist, as the National Guardian characterizes him, was, do you welcome to the ranks of Cuba's friends and partisans in the U.S. people of any orientation, for example Trotskyists? How can Cuba's U.S. friends best help Cuba? This was Blas Roca's written reply. I am not well acquainted with those who call themselves Trotskyists in the U.S. We are separated from Trotskyists in general by fundamental points of view, and from some in particular by their actions as enemies. But I think that all in the U.S. who sincerely defend and support the Cuban Revolution, and the right of self-determination of the Cuban and other Latin American peoples, do a worthy revolutionary job, and we value them whatever their ideological concepts may be. North Americans who defend Cuba defend their own liberty and democracy. They make the most important contribution to the cause of peace, since any adventure by Kennedy and the Pentagon against Cuba creates a grave peril for world peace. And they take a step forward toward liberating themselves from their own imperialists, exploiters, and oppressors. Thus the defense of Cuba in the U.S. should be carried forward without any kind of sectarianism, with the greatest open-mindedness, with an objective spirit of judgment on the basis not of what people say but of what they do. Blas Roca's disclaimer of knowledge about the role of the North American Trotskyists in defending the Cuban Revolution. 378/. Is somewhat puzzling. But let us accept it at face value. Now will someone please give Blas Roca the facts? The only presidential candidate to defend the Cuban Revolution in the 1960 campaign was the Trotskyist, Farrell Dobbs. In the homeland of Yankee imperialism, the Socialist Workers' Party made defense of the Cuban Revolution its major plank in that election and defended Cuba against both the Democrats and Republicans on countless local platforms and over radio and TV, including national hookups. In the very insides of the imperialist monster, as they graphically put it in Cuba, members of the Socialist Workers' Party have stood in the forefront of Cuban defense activities since the beginning and without any sectarianism. At the time of the Playa Girón attack, the Socialist Workers' Party mobilized its forces in conjunction with much wider layers from coast to coast for an all-out protest movement against the imperialist intervention. It has circulated speeches of Fidel Castro and similar material on a nationwide scale and explained and defended the Cuban Revolution against the strongest spokesman of the State Department and before the most hostile audiences, in one of the most sustained and consistent campaigns in the history of the American Trotskyist movement. The effectiveness of this work was testified to by such an important independent figure as C. Wright Mills, author of Listen, Yankee. These efforts were paralleled by the rest of the mainstream of world Trotskyism in Latin America, in Europe, and wherever Trotskyists have any influence. When he has digested this information, we invite further comment from Blas Roca. We prefer that he say it to Hoy. It can be quite simple, a letter to the editor, something like this. I really meant what I said in that interview printed in the National Guardian. In basic approach I meant it not only for the United States but for Cuba. And what I said is especially applicable to communists, who are duty-bound to set an example. In accordance with those sentiments, Hoy ought to add. Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution /379. MIT it slander and make up for it by printing the straight facts about the real position of world Trotskyism. Escalante and his former friends, it is true, might not like a declaration of that kind, but, by countering Hoy's divisive attack on partisans of the Cuban Revolution, it would certainly help strengthen unity in the defense of the Cuban Revolution. And in the United States it would make it easier to call for fair play for Cuba if it could be reported far and wide that in Havana, critics who have the interests of the Cuban Revolution at heart get fair play even in the pages of Hoy. A new field of battle for Che Guevara. 1965. At a public presentation of the new Central Committee of Cuba's Communist Party, Fidel Castro announced that Ecobedo Che Guevara was no longer in the country. He had left earlier in the year for a new field of battle in the struggle against imperialism. Castro read a letter from Guevara which he said had been given him on April 1. The international press reported part of the letter, which was datelined Havana, as follows. I feel I have completed the duty which the Cuban Revolution gave me. I say farewell to you. I give up all my posts as minister in the party, as a major and as a Cuban citizen. My only fault has been that I did not understand more fully your great qualities. I am proud of having followed you. Other nations require my services and I must leave you. I leave behind my dearest memories and my most loved ones. I will take the spirit you inculcated in new fields of battle, in the fight against imperialism. 380/381. I free Cuba of all responsibility. Should my end come elsewhere, I will take with me your example. Castro did not say why he chose to make the announcement at this particular time. But it was clear enough he could no longer delay it. Only the day before, the news had been released that the top leadership of the Cuban Revolution had been reorganized and Guevara's name was not on the list. Among the significant changes was the name of the party. Formerly the United Party of the Socialist Revolution, it is now the Cuban Communist Party. That this is not a re-edition of the old Communist Party of Stalinist days is clear from the further downgrading of former Stalinist officials, a process that has been going on for some 3 years. The political bureau is solidly Castroite, including Fidel Castro, Raúl Castro, Osvaldo Dordic 6S, Juan Almeida, Ramiro Valdez, Guillermo Garcia, Sergio Del Valle, and Armando Hart. Leaders of the old Communist Party still occupy prominent positions, however. Blas Roca, for instance, is included in the party secretariat. A considerable concession in this direction was the appointment of Isidoro Malmirxa as director of Granma, a new daily paper representing a merger of Revoluci 6N and Hoy, former Communist Party organ. Malmirxa was head of state security throughout the Aníbal Escalante period. He was one of the most important figures to be removed from office at the time Escalante was ousted because of his systematic efforts to build a personal bureaucratic machine in the party and government. As head of the police, Malmirxa joined with Escalante in this effort, and hundreds of illegal acts, including arbitrary arrests, were charged against him. This appointment should serve to assure the Kremlin ideologists that tight control will be maintained over the critical propensities of Cuban journalists, particularly as they might concern Kosygin Brezhnev. The overall balance of the reorganization and renaming of 382/the party, however, further emphasizes its independence from the old Stalinist machine, its identity with the activists who carried out the Cuban Revolution, and its commitment to the ideology of revolutionary Marxism. Where does Che Guevara fit in with all this? There is no really reliable information available. The Cuban government has maintained tight security on this secret. The bourgeois press, of course, has indulged in considerable speculation about the whereabouts since last April of the man generally regarded up to now as being among the 3 top leaders of the Cuban Revolution. In recent days it has reported Guevara twice arrested, once in Argentina and once in Peru, only as quickly to kill the rumors as unfounded. Of the more serious papers, the Paris Le Monde offered the opinion in an October 5 editorial that it was a case of revolutionary romanticism, that Che Guevara felt ill at ease in a regime that had accepted, more out of calculation than conviction, the principle of peaceful coexistence and that he simply decided to seek new fields of struggle. The New York Times, October 9-10 International Edition, was rather staggered, feeling that of the dozen men who survived the Granma landing and got up into the Sierra Maestra with Castro, he is the first to desert the leader of the revolution. Adds the Times editorial writer, to those who knew him, he was the last to be expected to break away. The Times means a personal break with Castro in which Guevara has now conjured himself away to some still mysterious Ultima Thule of revolution somewhere in the world. The Times continues. Possibly it is due simply to the fact that his extreme Marxist ideas of the Cuban economy had failed and had been abandoned or changed whenever possible. A further explanation could be that whereas Premier Castro's economic and military needs have forced him into close relations with Moscow, Guevara's leaning was to Peking. 383. As to that last guess, it is clear that the Times editorial writer has not been doing his homework on the voluminous material coming out of Peking. Guevara has been as conspicuously absent from Peking publicity as all the other top leaders of the Cuban Revolution for a long time. The truth is that the Cuban revolutionists have done their utmost to indicate that within the general framework of revolutionary Marxism, their policy is an independent one, bowing to neither Moscow nor Peking. In speculating on Guevara's departure for a new field of battle, 4 outstanding facts call for consideration. They may offer a clue to the mystery. The first one is the lengths to which Guevara went in dissociating himself from Cuba. He gave up his government posts, his army connection, his party standing, even his Cuban citizenship. As if this were not enough, he added, "I free Cuba of all responsibility." It is evident that Guevara is projecting a political course that requires the Cuban government to be demonstrably and even ostentatiously free of all responsibility for his actions. Since it is agreed by all who know him, including his bitterest foes, that whatever he does it will be as a dedicated revolutionist who puts the cause even above his most intimate family ties, why should he have to publicly dissociate himself at all? Shouldn't the Cuban government be proud of being connected with the further revolutionary activities of Che Guevara, one of its principal founders? The second fact is the line of the declarations made by Guevara during his tour in Africa last spring. These were all designed to advance the colonial revolution, to forge bonds of solidarity between the Latin American, African, and Asian revolutions, and he struck a few critical notes that evidently caused some fluttering in the dovecots in Moscow. He spoke about the duty of the socialist countries to underwrite the revolution in the underdeveloped countries, not to profit in trade with these countries by taking advantage of their vulnerability on the world market, where they must compete with industry. 384/Ally advanced countries, and he advocated handing out arms freely to those who need them in revolutionary struggles. The third fact is very simple. Upon returning to Cuba after gaining worldwide publicity for his declarations, Guevara did not make another public statement. It would seem justifiable to surmise that the Kosygin-Brezhnev team lodged a stiff protest in Havana over Guevara's revolutionary declarations in Africa and certain criticisms that had come to their attention. It would also seem justifiable to conclude that it was decided to make a concession to the Kosygin-Brezhnev team in this matter, for Cuba is extremely vulnerable under the enormous pressure of the North American imperialist colossus, only 90 miles away, and there is no other source of large-scale and effective material support except the Soviet Union. In relation to this, Castro has followed a most circumspect policy, evidently calculating that if there is to be an error it must be on the side of caution. The security of the Cuban fortress through maintenance of the best possible relations with the Soviet Union has, in fact, been the main axis of his foreign policy. What happened between Castro and Guevara, we, of course, do not know. The top Cuban revolutionists, in their inner circle, have spoken frankly and often heatedly since they first constituted their team on every problem they faced. This occasion was most likely no exception. But the incident may have brought out more clearly than ever before, the excruciating dilemma the Cuban revolutionists face. They have no choice but to do everything they can, including making painful concessions, to keep solid ties with the Soviet Union. On the other hand, they are well aware that Moscow's policy of peaceful coexistence constitutes a grave and standing danger to their revolution. The Cuban Revolution must receive fresh support from other revolutions, above all in the Western Hemisphere, linking up with them within a certain time limit if it is not to suffer eventual defeat. This fundamental need has constituted the frame of reference of Cuban/385. Policy in relation to the rest of Latin America. Thus from the very beginning, Havana has appealed without let-up to the peoples of Latin America to follow the Cuban example. Guevara's name has been associated most intimately with the specific Cuban pattern guerrilla warfare, not because his views on this are any different from those of the others, but because he took time to write a manual about it and to picture the Cuban example in detail as a practical way to achieve similar success in other countries where conditions might be propitious. His manual has been absorbed down to the last phrase in more than one guerrilla camp in the Great Cordillera running from Mexico down through the Andes. And yet 5 years have gone by with no new victory. In fact, a very grave defeat was suffered through the counter-revolutionary coup d'état that brought General Castelo Branco to power in Brazil in April 1964. Let us now fit in the fourth fact. This is Johnson's escalation of the war in Vietnam, which began February 7, reaching a bloody crescendo precisely as Guevara returned to Cuba from his Afro-Asian tour. Havana's reaction to the escalation of the Vietnam War was quite different from either Moscow's or Peking's. The Kosygin-Brezhnev team crawled under the bed. Its protests have not gone an inch beyond permitting students to stage a demonstration in front of the American embassy in Moscow, breaking a few windows. This, along with the hackneyed verbal protests that might be used in protesting the buzzing of a Soviet trawler, were discounted in advance by the Pentagon. In fact, the Kremlin bureaucrats have displayed such an ignominious attitude that the State Department has good grounds for presenting them as having a common interest in the escalation of the aggression. Peking has done better, at least in displaying capacity to scream. Yet Peking, too, has failed to this day to undertake vigorous counteraction. And if it is correct for Mao to bear in mind the vulnerability of China to a nuclear attack in the absence of 386-strong support from Moscow, he has still assiduously refrained from carrying out even the repeated promise to send volunteers if needed. Havana, in contrast, came out very quickly with a suggested course of action calling for the firmest response as the only realistic way to stem the North American imperialist aggression and turn it back. These proposals were advanced by Castro himself in several public declarations, and the Cubans indicated their seriousness by earmarking material aid, shiploads of sugar, for the struggle. The Cubans realize that not only is the defense of their country involved in Vietnam but that of the whole colonial revolution and all the workers' states. Moreover, they can see what is likewise clear to millions of people throughout the world: Johnson's escalation of the war threatens to end in a nuclear conflict. In brief, the White House has placed the fate of humanity at stake. To Guevara, above all, it must therefore seem that extraordinary efforts must be made to overcome the setbacks, to reverse the effect of the defeat in Brazil, to move more energetically than ever before to achieve another victory, to bolster the defense of the Cuban Revolution by advancing the world's socialist revolution at any point where an opportunity might be found or created. Is it so extraordinary to conceive a revolutionist like Guevara dedicating himself to personal responsibility in such a course? There is nothing of revolutionary romanticism in it at all. It is the same dedication to a great cause that made him a socialist in the first place and which gives meaning to existence for every revolutionary socialist in the world today. Besides, Guevara has taken some of the toughest assignments in the Cuban Revolution, serving as a kind of troubleshooter from the start. Such a decision on his part would automatically require his complete dissociation from the Cuban government, which must of course coexist with other governments, including those of completely opposite class character. In particular, his activities .387 could not be permitted to endanger relations with Moscow. If our surmise is correct, Guevara's new field of battle in the struggle against imperialism is something primarily on the level of revolutionary Marxist party politics, which is internationalist to the core and flatly in opposition to the dangerously subservient line of the Kremlin and the unimpressive performance of Peking. It is pointless, in the absence of definite information, to discuss whether this was the best possible move for Guevara, whether whatever he can do in his new role is not more than offset by the harm of his dropping from public view. In any case, the central political problem facing the Cuban revolutionists, and Guevara's involvement in it, is clear enough. As partisans of their revolution, We can only wish the Cubans well in their heroic efforts to safeguard its conquests and to strengthen their beleaguered fortress, and we hope that Guevara is able to do something effective to counter the passivity of Moscow and Peking, to help make up for the defeats and setbacks of the recent period, to break out of the encirclement and open up the possibility of reversing the headlong plunge taken by North American imperialism toward a nuclear catastrophe. Adolfo Gili, Fidel Castro, and the Fourth International. 1966. One of the targets in Fidel Castro's January 15 speech attacking Trotskyism, see World Outlook February 11, was Adolfo Gili, author of some informative and perceptive articles in the Monthly Review on the guerrilla movement in Guatemala and on developments in Cuba. These articles have been much admired among North and Latin American radicals. In the April issue of the Monthly Review, Gili replies to Castro, at the same time offering his own estimate of the Tricontinental Conference, which ended with Castro's controversial speech. In the same number of the magazine, the editors of the Monthly Review, Leo Huberman and Paul M. Sweezy, weigh both Castro's appeal for united action against imperialism and his violation of that appeal in denouncing Trotskyism. See World Outlook April 8. They also indicate certain differences with Gili. Actually, Gili's reply to Castro takes the form of a sharp counterattack that raises broad new questions. His position is therefore well worth examining in determining the framework. 389 of the dispute and in coming to grips with the central issues. First of all, at the risk of considerable oversimplification, let me state what appear to me to be the principal positions as they have been developed up to this point. 1. In his January 15 speech, Castro charged that Trotskyists of the Fourth International have been the main spokesman in the imperialist campaign of intrigue and slander against Cuba in regard to the case of Comrade Guevara, going so far as to state that Guevara is dead, murdered by Castro, that Trotskyite agents have infiltrated the MR-13 Movimiento Revolucionario 13 de Noviembre guerrilla forces in Guatemala, thereby leading them into isolation from the masses, and that, in general, if Trotskyism represented at a certain stage an erroneous position, but a position within the field of political ideas, Trotskyism became in later years a vulgar instrument of imperialism and reaction. 2. The United Secretariat of the Fourth International, in an open letter to Fidel Castro, see World Outlook February 18, replied that in every single fact cited by Castro to bolster his charges, the publications and personalities involved have nothing to do with the Fourth International. Included among these is Juan Posadas, quoted at some length by Castro. Posadas heads a small group that split from the Fourth International in 1962, but which makes the fraudulent claim that it constitutes the Fourth International. The United Secretariat cited the consistent support given to the Cuban Revolution by the World Trotskyist movement from the beginning and pointed to the responsible way in which it handled the announcement of Guevara's departure from the public scene in Cuba. The open letter stressed the Stalinist origin of the slanders repeated by Castro, and asked him to make a rectification, or, if he preferred, 5 leaders of the Fourth International were prepared to argue the charges with him before a people's court in Cuba. Castro has not yet responded to the challenge. 390/3. On the other hand, Adolfo Gili holds that Castro has become a virtual agent of the conservative-minded Kremlin bureaucracy, that as a result of this he eliminated Guevara from the leadership of the Cuban Revolution, openly espoused the line of peaceful coexistence, cut his links with the Latin American Revolution, and attacked the Guatemalan guerrilla movement, the socialist vanguard of Latin America, in a slanderous way. The Tricontinental Conference, in Gili's opinion, was a failure. It began with a disloyal and distorted attack on the Chinese, using rice as a pretext, and ended with the approval of a text with no political value, full of generalized declarations, and constituting a fraud on the responsible revolutionary movement. 4. The editors of the Monthly Review hold that the situation is much more complex and contradictory than Gili pictures it. In their opinion, the Tricontinental Conference was a great historic achievement insofar as it laid to rest once and for all the illusion of peaceful coexistence between imperialism and its victims. They consider Fidel Castro to still be a sincere revolutionist, although they think his attack on MR13 was ugly and perhaps ominous. They take issue with Castro's assertion that Trotskyism is an agency of imperialism, pointing out that this was the accusation which provided the rationalization for the Soviet purge trials of the 1930s. The malice in this attack originated from some of Castro's advisors, they believe. In their opinion, Castro acted in ignorance, and they suggest that he take time out to study the history of the movement. Isaac Deutscher's biography of Trotsky, they indicate, would be a good work to begin with. They agree with Gilly that the fate of Che Guevara along with economic conditions in Cuba will play an important part in determining the outcome of the present situation. Both Gilly and the editors of the Monthly Review stress the importance of the Guevara affair. The statement by Huberman/391 and Sweezy on this question carries all the greater weight because of its restraint. It is worth quoting in full. In his final speech to the conference, Castro said that someday mankind will learn all the facts. That will be the day when the villains will see that Comrade Guevara was not murdered, each of his steps will be fully known. Let us hope so, and let us hope that the day comes soon. For Fidel should be under no illusions that only imperialists and their agents are interested in Che's fate. More than anyone else, even more than Fidel himself, Che has come to symbolize all that is best, all that is pure, all that is beloved in the Cuban Revolution, a great historic event which belongs not only to 7 million Cubans but to all the people of the Americas and indeed to all mankind. If, as some charge, anything untoward has happened or should happen to Che, those responsible, and that would necessarily include all who knew and kept silent, will be forever disgraced. A Cuban regime guilty of such a crime would lose its moral authority and either would be replaced or would degenerate into a police state. In the latter case, of course, the worst bureaucratic elements would rise to the top and do whatever was demanded of them by their more powerful counterparts abroad. On the other hand, if the official Cuban story about Che turns out to be correct, if he reappears as a revolutionary fighter and theorist elsewhere, and if he retains his close ties to Fidel and his other former comrades in the Sierra Maestra, then the bonds linking the Cuban and world revolutions will be strengthened and the chances of a favorable evolution inside Cuba will be immeasurably improved. Is Fidel Castro aware of the real issues at stake in the Guevara affair? And does he realize that every day's delay in clearing up the mystery brings anxiety and doubt to honest revolutionaries everywhere and joy to their enemies? Gilly repeats an argument first raised to my knowledge in an article I wrote in the Militant of January 31, 1966, i.e., the disproportion in Castro's attack on Trotskyism. If the alleged 392/agents of imperialism were utilizing Guevara's absence from the public scene in Cuba in order to damage the revolution and to disrupt unity in the struggle against imperialism, why didn't Castro answer in the easiest and most devastating way possible by reading a letter or message from Guevara greeting the Tricontinental Conference, if he could not personally be present at this very important gathering? Gilly goes much further than this suggestion, however. He asserts that it is completely clear that one of the conditions of this alliance with the Soviet leadership and of this conference was the disappearance of Guevara from the Cuban leadership. As to the form of Guevara's disappearance, Gilly quotes with apparent approval the opinions of Juan Posadas, whom he characterizes as a leader of the Fourth International. Posadas is convinced that they have assassinated him, or that he is incapacitated or confined. Perhaps Posadas has special sources of information. The rather broad selection of choices he leaves the reader, however, would indicate that he is engaging in mere speculation like many others. He excludes only that Castro might be telling the truth about Guevara. Why does Gilly cite Posadas as an authority? We do not know. But he weakened his own authority in the field of Latin American radical politics by not taking the opposite course and helping to puncture the fraud that the Posadas group constitutes the Fourth International. As Gilly sees it, Castro has gone over to the Brezhnev-Kosygin team and their line of peaceful coexistence. This required sacrificing Guevara, who, in contrast to Castro, if we are to believe Gilly, held to the line of world revolution, the same line as the Guatemalan guerrillas program and the position of the Chinese. It would seem that Gili is even tempted to imply that Guevara might have been moving toward the camp of Posadas. He includes a footnote quoting a conversation between Guevara and the followers of Posadas in Cuba on April 15, 1965, in which Guevara allegedly told them that very soon /393. All the works of the revolutionary, Leon Trotsky, would be published in Cuba. Guevara is also alleged to have said, "The communists call me a Trotskyist and you Trotskyists call me an adventurer. Likewise, very soon we will sweep out all these conservative bureaucrats." It seems dubious that Guevara would discuss such matters in this way with the Cuban followers of Posadas. Guevara took the trouble to gain a rather accurate picture of the world Trotskyist movement as a whole, not hesitating to check with first-hand sources. He was well aware of the claims made by Posadas and discounted them. Lest there be any doubt as to Guevara's own stand, up to the time of his last contact with real Trotskyists, in North Africa, he had not espoused Trotskyism, although he displayed a fraternal attitude to its representatives as he did to other sincere and dedicated revolutionists. Gili assumes is the right word that differences of a most fundamental kind arose between Castro and Guevara. As to hard evidence of these differences, Gili offers very little. No articles, no speeches, no declarations. This, of course, is easily explainable as due to the absence of established procedures in the Communist Party of Cuba for the expression of conflicting views. The explanation, however, does not remove the difficulty. If differences arose between Castro and Guevara, what were they, exactly? We are left with little but deductions, and unfortunately Gili, I am afraid, is guilty of this, or the deductions tend to fit preconceptions *. If we check the fields where differences might have arisen, these are not nearly as great or profound as the fields of agreement between the two leaders. For instance, Guevara stressed the factor of morale, of revolutionary fervor, in the matter of economic incentives. His opponents pressed the virtues of material gain. A considerable public debate was conducted on this subject. Castro tended to side with Guevara's opponents but certainly did not reject Guevara's views. A sharper difference that was not made public may have arisen around some of Guevara's speeches in North Africa, particularly about certain socialist countries taking economic advantage of others through the mechanism of the world market, and about the duty of giving full and free material aid to the peoples struggling for liberation. If these remarks were interpreted by the Soviet bureaucrats as referring to Moscow, complaints may well have been sent to Havana, to which Castro responded. This is a legitimate deduction inasmuch as Guevara did not again appear in public upon returning to Cuba. But there is no solid evidence to indicate that more than tactical differences might have arisen between Castro and Guevara. As to the area of agreement between Castro and Guevara, it is only necessary to check their public utterances. They see eye to eye on a whole range of issues, not the least of them being insistence on the primacy of armed struggle in seeking to conquer power for the revolutionary forces. It was not without reason that Castro from the very beginning of his movement displayed the greatest personal confidence in Guevara by consistently asking him to take the most difficult and trying assignments. Guevara displayed equal consistency in accepting them. Until there is hard evidence to the contrary, Castro's assurances must be given due weight and not simply be brushed aside as unworthy of credence merely because it would fit in better with this or that preconception. And what if it turns out that Guevara's disappearance is due to some kind of monstrous, as yet unexplained betrayal on the part of Castro? The editors of the Monthly Review have stated /395. The consequences: a Cuban regime guilty of such a crime would lose its moral authority and either would be replaced or would degenerate into a police state. In the latter case, of course, the worst bureaucratic elements would rise to the top and do whatever was demanded of them by their more powerful counterparts abroad. If this dire alternative envisioned by Huberman and Sweezy were to be realized, the Trotskyists would call such a structure a degenerated or deformed workers' state, and, regardless of the political character of the regime, would still defend it with all their energy and determination against imperialist attack. For Trotskyist theory, this politically very unwelcome outcome would offer no difficulty. We have said from the beginning that the Cuban Revolution must expand or it will go down in one way or another. Revolutionary Cuba cannot remain isolated indefinitely. However, it still remains good advice not to cross bridges before you come to them. One of the decisive factors in a qualitative change in Cuba would be deep demoralization among the masses, particularly the workers. As Trotsky explained repeatedly, this was one of the most important elements in the rise of Stalin. To believe someone like Posadas, the masses are surging forward in Cuba. Castro is holding them in check. While not too clear on the subject, Gili appears to lean in that direction. He claims, for instance, that Castro distorted Gili's charge that Cuba failed to give active support to the Dominican Revolution, by making this out to mean the sending of soldiers and arms, whereas Gili meant mobilization of the masses. The purpose of the distortion, says Gili, was to contain the discontent of the Cuban masses who do not understand why Cuba did not act. The Cuban people have provided history with the world's outstanding example to date of unremitting mobilization. It would be blind not to see the role Castro has played in this. Yet there are probably signs of weariness to be detected as year after year passes of unbroken imperialist blockade, continual threat of invasion, and international defeats like the one in Brazil. Accurate information on the mood of the Cuban people is needed to judge the state of health of the revolution there. Unfortunately, this is not easily obtained, one of the reasons being that Cuba is in the situation of a heavily besieged fortress. Perhaps this is the place to mention another hypothesis advanced to explain Castro's attack on Trotskyism. Cliff Slaughter of the Socialist Labor League argues, in an article entitled With Singular Appropriateness, How Not to Answer Fidel Castro, that without a shadow of a doubt, Castro's attack was part of a worldwide reaction by Stalinism to the growing influence of Trotskyism. See the March 26 newsletter. Posadas anticipated the slower-wit British sectarian, declaring January 17, Fidel Castro would not come out with such groundless statements if there did not exist within Cuba and within Guatemala a great development of Trotskyism. Gili likewise sees a groundswell of opposition to Castro in Cuba which he identifies as Guevarista and pro-Chinese, identified in turn with the line of extending the world revolution, i.e., Trotskyism. Unfortunately, these statements correspond closer to wishes than to reality. The editors of the Monthly Review are more accurate in stating that Trotskyism is certainly not a large or important political force in Latin America as a whole. My own impression is that Trotskyism has more prestige, standing, and influence than the editors of the Monthly Review realize, particularly in certain areas. This is especially true among the new generation of youth, who are not burdened with old prejudices and who are turning to the books with open minds, anxious/397. Only to learn something that can genuinely help them in the revolutionary struggles they are engaged in. But Trotskyism, it is true, has not suddenly begun advancing in a big way organizationally, and it remains a rather small minority current in Latin America as a whole. Castro's attack is thus not a reaction to a sudden phenomenal growth of Trotskyism, as the ultra-left sectarians hopefully assume. What the sectarians leave out of account, either due to ignorance or to blindness, is that attacks such as Castro leveled against Trotskyism are not new in Cuba. The Stalinists, or those under Stalinist influence, have been campaigning consistently in this way against Trotskyism since the beginning of the revolution. In the July 30 and August 13, 1962, issues of The Militant, for instance, I had occasion to answer a series of articles in Hoy that attacked Trotskyism utilizing precisely the same frame-up and amalgam methods to be seen in the attack voiced by Castro. Even the same leading Trotskyist was utilized, namely, Juan Posadas. And he was not named. I had to name him and identify the source of the quotations ascribed to Trotskyism. Were these Stalinist engineered attacks occasioned by the growing influence of Trotskyism? No. They were directed against the growing influence of Fidel Castro and his appeals to the rest of Latin America to follow the example of Cuba. From the Stalinist point of view, of course, Castroism does constitute a species of the genus Trotskyism. What is new in the current attack is that it is voiced by Fidel Castro himself. This can be explained by a weakening of Castro's position in relation to Moscow, which is not necessarily synonymous with the strengthening of Trotskyist influence. Gilly pictures Fidel Castro as having become a completely servile agent of the Kosygin-Brezhnev peaceful coexistence team, so servile, in fact, as to willingly carry out orders to liquidate his co-leader Guevara. Likewise, in accordance with his new role, Castro utilized the Tricontinental Conference, as Gilly sees it, to launch an utterly disloyal and distorted attack on the 398 Chinese, using rice as a pretext, asterisk. And where does Gilly stand in the Sino-Soviet dispute? His article is filled with references to the Chinese. Not one of the references contains a word of criticism. Quite the contrary. The same line, he tells us, unites the Guatemalan guerrillas program, the position of the Chinese, and that of Che's supporters in Cuba. It is the line of extension of the world revolution against the line of peaceful coexistence. On this point it would seem that there is some substance to the boast made by Posadas, in the March issue of Red Flag, that Gilly is a journalist influenced and orientated by the International, that is, the group headed by Posadas. For those who are not connoisseurs of the remarkable declarations of Posadas, it should be explained that among other oddities he believes that Mao has taken over a good deal of the Posadas line. In answering Castro, Posadas notes with satisfaction, "And the Chinese do not attack us, they have not said a word." Gilly could be charged with having been orientated to reciprocate. Do the Chinese bear no responsibility for the strengthening of Stalinist tendencies in Cuba? Among the so-called pro-Chinese, two currents can be found. One consists of young revolutionists attracted by the guerrilla background of the Maoists, their firm declarations against imperialism, and even their ultra-leftism. Castro and Guevara are outstanding examples. The other current is Stalinist to the bone. Examples can be found in many places besides Albania. Mao's rehabilitation of Stalin has encouraged and fortified this current. Posadas is simply dead wrong in his assumption that the strengthening of the pro-Chinese elements in Cuba equates automatically to the strengthening of Trotskyism. Depending on other factors, it can just as well have the opposite effect of strengthening the elements bitterly opposed to the de-Stalinization process initiated at the famous 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. More importantly, Mao's policies are far from being Leninist. Often they are completely opportunistic, bearing the seeds of tragic defeats. An outstanding instance is the catastrophe in Indonesia. The Indonesian Communist Party, under its leadership, espoused and followed the line of peaceful coexistence with Sukarno, the political leader of the Indonesian bourgeoisie. Class collaboration, practiced under the notorious theory of revolution by stages, paved the way for the biggest debacle since the collapse of the German Communist Party under Stalin's genius-like guidance. Peking, itself practicing peaceful coexistence with Sukarno, covered up its opportunism, if not directly fostering and encouraging it. Not before, during, or since the great mass slaughter of communists in Indonesia, have the virtuosos in the thought of Mao provided the world revolutionary movement with a Marxist analysis of the disaster which the policy of peaceful coexistence led to in Indonesia. Coming still closer to home, we note Gilly's silence about Peking's open rejection of a united front policy in defending Vietnam against imperialist aggression. Mao publicly rejects a united front with revisionists and opportunists as if Lenin's united front policy were designed for anything else except opening up the possibility for common action with revisionists and opportunists against a common enemy and thus proving in practice the superiority of Bolshevik policies and methods of struggle. Mao's rejection of a united front policy has done immense harm to the international defense of Vietnam, making it much easier, for instance, for Brezhnev-Kosygin to reduce the flow of material aid to Hanoi to proportions far below what the situation calls for. One of the consequences was to block establishment of a common governmental front of all the workers' states that would have widened the opportunity for the Cuban government to play an independent role in relation to both Moscow and Peking. The end result, given Cuba's geographical position and China's incapacity to substitute for the Soviet Union as a source of material aid, was to compel Havana to move closer to Moscow in the Sino-Soviet dispute than it may have wished to. It is absurd and ridiculous to equate Mao's error on this level with his position on the legal ins and outs of the protocol for exchanging rice and sugar. Behind the absurdity is the assumption that China with its 650 million people and Cuba with only 7 million just off the coast of Florida, stand in equal relation to the threat of American imperialism. In view of these facts, is there not some justice to Castro's bitter accusations about Peking seeking to use economic blackmail in search of political concessions from Havana? In this whole complex situation, no greater error could be made than to lose sight of the correct stand taken by the Cubans in favor of an effective united front against the American imperialist aggression in Vietnam. Castro took an open public stand on this immediately after Johnson ordered the bombing of North Vietnam in February 1965. Castro called for vigorous defensive action and, as a token of what was meant, the Cuban government sent a shipment of sugar to Hanoi. Moreover, the Cubans have repeatedly said they are willing to send volunteers to fight in Vietnam. The Cubans made this one of the main themes at the Tricontinental Conference. Castro repeated it in a speech March 13, calling for sufficient conventional arms for the Democratic Republic of Vietnam to stop the American bombings. The Cuban delegation at the 23rd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union proposed that material aid be sent to the battlefront in such quantities as to convert North Vietnam into a cemetery for American planes. 402. How strange that Gilley, who has given considerable evidence of genuine perceptiveness, should see none of this. Preconceived notions indeed have power to blind one to real facts. Finally, let us note another remarkable oversight in Gilley's article. He does not make even passing reference to the Cuban-Yugoslav dispute. Yet this is so sharp that the Cubans exercised their influence to exclude the Yugoslav delegation from the Tricontinental Conference while voting to seat the Chinese. The differences between Belgrade and Havana should be of concern to Gilley if he is really interested in substantiating his notion that Castro has committed himself to advancing the line of peaceful coexistence. This is precisely the key issue in dispute between the two sides. The Titoists condemn the Cubans for maintaining the position that the road to power lies through armed struggle. The Cubans score the Titoists for the opportunism and their friendly relations with bourgeois forces in Latin America, particularly the Betancourt and Leone regimes in Venezuela. Leaving aside the problem of bringing Belgrade into a united front against American imperialism, which is not easily solved in view of Tito's softness toward Washington and the failure of Moscow and Peking to set up an actual united front, the dispute between the Cubans and the Yugoslavs is of particular interest to revolutionary Marxists engaging the limits of Castro's political concessions to the Kremlin. Since the dispute is a public one, it can easily be followed. Up to now the ultra-lefts have not commented on it, preferring to ignore it out of concern for maintaining their preconceived pattern. The Tricontinental Conference should be judged against this background. Gilley labels it a conference without glory and without program. In this judgment he comes close to the extreme sectarian view that the main purpose of the conference was to provide a safety valve for middle-class charlatans like Chetty Jugun and upper-class demagogues like Allende to blow off steam against imperialism, neocolonialism and what have you. Socialist Labor League theoretician Michael Bunda 403. In the February 5 newsletter, Posadas offers an intriguing variant. It was a defeat for Castro. In a declaration dated January 21, I do not have it in the original Spanish and must rely on the French version published in the February 25 issue of Lutte Communiste. Posadas maintains that the positions taken by the Tricontinental Conference were revolutionary only in form but not in substance, since it did not issue calls mobilizing the masses against imperialism and did not come out with a revolutionary program. Nevertheless, Fidel Castro was rooted. Se underroute por Fidel Castro. The Tricontinental meeting at Havana, we are told, demonstrated the enormous force of the revolution and the tendency, the objective necessity of unifying the colonial revolution. These forces were so strong that Fidel Castro was compelled to make his first speech the very opposite of what he had been thinking of giving. Posadas, we must believe, has very good sources of information. Independently of the objectives it had, independently of the revolutionary resolutions, in form not more, independently of the interests and the objectives of the organizations present, it was the influence of the colonial revolution and that of the workers' state in its highest form, the Chinese workers' state, that triumphed, Posadas assures us. The triumph consisted of 9 delegations opposed to peaceful coexistence who succeeded in influencing the other delegations. It was a defeat for all the conciliatory perspectives sought by Fidel Castro. Well and good. If there is any sense at all to this word salad, we are forced to conclude that Gili is more sectarian than Posadas in his judgment of the Tricontinental Conference. The editors of the Monthly Review perform a service for their readers, in my opinion, in taking a balanced view of the conference and its meaning, a view much closer to the contradictory reality. The conference did represent a positive achievement. It did strike a heavy blow against the illusions of peaceful coexistence. And this was the line of the Cubans, both as hosts of the gathering and as participants in its deliberations. 404/ Nevertheless, the editors of the Monthly Review are fully justified in taking a reserved view as to how well the militant tone that characterized the proceedings is reflected in practice. They hold that the test will come in Cairo in 1968 when the Second Tricontinental Conference is held. The object and goal for Cairo, in their opinion, must be to take a giant step forward, to go beyond Havana, to proclaim socialism as the necessary and indispensable condition of real national liberation. This would undoubtedly be a highly desirable step forward. I think, however, that we will be able to determine much sooner than that whether or not the Castro leadership has given up its policy of seeking to extend the Cuban Revolution and sold out to the line of peaceful coexistence as practiced by the Kremlin. The continuation of the First Tricontinental Conference and the test of its real line will be observed in the development of the class struggle in the immediate future, above all in Latin America. In agreeing that the First Tricontinental Conference did score positive achievements, I do not wish to imply that it did not suffer from serious limitations. The screening of the delegations was one of them. Gili's completely negative reaction to the conference in its programmatic aspects is likewise not without an element of truth. If the conference was intended to found an international, it was certainly a prime example of centrism. But then the sponsors of the conference, the Cubans in particular, made no claim to such an ambitious undertaking. It was a conference with limited aims. These included giving a boost to united action in behalf of the Vietnamese freedom fighters and to the concept that the road to power in countries where democracy has been suffocated lies through armed struggle. Quite evidently, the program of revolutionary Marxism encompasses much more than this. But it is evident that at this point the discussion can progress satisfactorily only if we turn to the broad problem of building mass revolutionary socialist parties. When Gili, for instance, refers to the Guatemalan guerrilla fighters as being situated in the center of the political battle for the program of the world revolution, he exaggerates. The struggle being conducted by MR13 is very important, but is there more to be learned from it either by way of program or example than from the struggle led by the Peruvian Trotskyist leader Hugo Blanco? Internationally, does the situation in Guatemala transcend in significance the situation in Indonesia? And what about Vietnam, which at the moment constitutes the key to the entire world's situation? It is very good that MR13 opposes the line of peaceful coexistence with the Guatemalan representatives of Yankee imperialism and adheres to the program of socialist revolution. This program, however, can be discussed in relation to many situations besides the one in Guatemala where considerable factional heat has been generated. Thus, without losing sight of the specific situation there or the interests of the Guatemalan freedom fighters, it might prove profitable to take a more general view. For example, the editors of the Monthly Review refrain from getting involved in the specific dispute as to whether or not there are Trotskyists in the MR13 and whether or not it has a Trotskyist program. Instead they pose the issue on a broader basis. After visiting South America in 1963, we stated our opinion in these pages that there is no such thing as feudalism in Latin America and that it therefore makes no sense to talk about a bourgeois revolution. And again, but if Fidel Castro and the Latin American communist parties duck the question of socialism, and still more if they attack as Trotskyists all those who openly struggle for a specifically socialist revolution, then the prospects for Latin American Trotskyism will be vastly 406/improved. For the necessity, and indeed the inevitability, of socialist revolution, not in some vague future but as the next historical stage in Latin America, is rooted in the underdeveloped, imperialist enforced reality of that region. Here we reach the root of the question. The specific contribution to revolutionary theory that has become labeled as Trotskyism, is not merely unyielding recognition of the necessity for socialist revolution on a world scale. The ultra-left sectarians do this in all sincerity and they should be given credit for it. What Trotskyism offers is a transitional political approach, the methodical search for points of contact with masses of workers and peasants who may have a backward outlook, who may be under the influence of conservative or demagogic leaders or opportunist parties. The approach consists of finding slogans, aims, or suggested measures that are acceptable to the masses at their given level of political development but which nevertheless correspond to objective necessities and which, once undertaken, tend to carry them towards socialist revolution and full political consciousness. This transitional approach is applicable and required in the imperialist countries but has special meaning in the underdeveloped areas of the world where feudal conditions do exist, where the bourgeoisie has failed to carry out the tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution, or where the struggle against imperialist domination leads to nationalist moods. In tribute to Marx, who formulated the germinal idea, Trotsky named this theory, which permeates his writings and which guided all his political activities from 1905 on, the theory of permanent revolution. The theory of permanent revolution is not at all something exotic. It was applied for the first time in the Russian Revolution of 1917, where it provided the guidelines for taking the struggle against feudalistic Tsarism into the socialistic phase that culminated in the establishment of the first workers' state in history. It provides an incomparable key to understanding the inner/407 logic of the revolutionary events of our time. It is very much involved in the problem under discussion, the question of extending the Cuban Revolution. The Cubans, in fact, really owe it to themselves to become acquainted with the theory. They will be surprised to discover how well Trotsky foresaw the logic of the revolution they carried out by feeling their way through the more costly method of trial and error. To return to the limitations of the Tricontinental Conference. If a question mark must be placed on its decisions being carried out in practice, the primary reason is the absence of mass revolutionary socialist parties in Latin America. They have yet to be organized. The Cuban Revolution gave a great impulse in this direction, particularly by helping to end the authority of the fossilized communist and social democratic formations. But the heavy and sometimes categorical emphasis on the efficacy of guerrilla warfare to the exclusion of other means, promoted by both Havana's and Peking's teachings, has tended to stand in the road of organizing parties built in the Leninist pattern. Perhaps this phase is coming to an end. The contingents that will form the cadres of these parties are now separated in various formations, from independent revolutionaries to authentic Trotskyists, including the guerrilla movements and the youth sectors of some of the communist parties that were represented at the Tricontinental Conference. If one of the effects of the conference is to bring them together in revolutionary actions, the party-building process will be hastened in Latin America. We hope that this proves to be the case. In that event, Castro's attack on Trotskyism will turn out to have been an episodic step backward and not the beginning of a major betrayal spelling doom for the bright hopes awakened by the Cuban Revolution and its leaders. Stalinism or Trotskyism in the Cuban Revolution. 1966. Why did Blas Roca feel impelled to take up the cudgel against Trotskyism? He says that Trotskyism, in its politics and theory, is a corpse. Wasn't Trotskyism reduced to that state by the late Stalin himself decades ago, not just once, but repeatedly, and not just polemically, but with frame-up trials, deportations, and executions. Didn't both Khrushchev and Mao in their polemics finish the dead dog once again? Finally, wasn't the cadaver disposed of so effectively by Fidel Castro in his speech of January 15 that any hope of its ever being resurrected was ended once and for all? What an unexpected sight, then, only 3 months after Castro's speech against Trotskyism, to see the Earl Browder of Cuba rushing to the rescue of the Prime Minister, as if unexpected weaknesses had suddenly been exposed in the January 15 speech or unexpected life in the overkilled corpse. Karl Marx, and Hegel before him, taught that what men propose, even the most powerful and authoritative, often fails to be realized and indeed can end in just the opposite of their aims and intentions. This appears to have been the case with that section of Fidel Castro's January 15 speech which was directed against the Trotskyists and intended to consign them to oblivion. By employing old Stalinist slanders, long ago exposed as frame ups, by lumping opposites together, the method of amalgam typical of Stalinism, by eschewing reasoned political argument, Fidel Castro's attack led to an outcome utterly unexpected by the advisers who supplied the Prime Minister with the material he used in his speech. 3 things happened. 1. The slanderous charge that Trotskyism became a vulgar instrument of imperialism and reaction was not accepted. The days of the Stalin cult are gone. The de-Stalinization process has destroyed forever the atmosphere when such vile accusations need only be asserted from on high to be believed. Castro's attack, on the contrary, provoked shock and dismay and led to widespread protests. The editors of the Monthly Review only voiced the general reaction in radical circles when they recalled that the accusation has no foundation whatever, as anyone who has seriously studied the history of the communist movement since the October Revolution must know, that it was precisely this accusation which provided the rationalization for the Soviet purge trials of the 1930s, that if anything has been proved, and not least by the Soviet government itself, it is that the trials were a shameless frame-up, and that Fidel Castro should not deceive himself that he can sway any but cowards and sycophants by mere denunciation. 2. Through the wide publicity it afforded and the sympathy it evoked for the slandered movement, undoubtedly the most maligned in all history, Castro's attack had the unanticipated effect of stimulating interest in the cause of Trotskyism and attracting further attention to its authentic ideas. 3. In the resulting discussion, the key issues involved in the attack began to emerge. They happen to be of vital concern to every revolutionary socialist and colonial freedom fighter. A. What is the nature of the revolution now on the agenda in 410-many countries, particularly Latin America? Must it first go through a bourgeois democratic stage under bourgeois leadership? Or can a victory be projected under the leadership of a revolutionary socialist party that frankly espouses from the very beginning the need to pose socialist tasks? B. What is the role of proletarian democratic norms in the revolutionary process, including free discussion and the exclusion of such abominations as slandering or muzzling oppositional views? Are these norms utopian, or are they really applicable and, in fact, a vital necessity? These issues lie at the heart of the dispute and constitute its main interest. We will consider them in the process of analyzing Blas Roca's contribution in detail. The basic content of Blas Roca's article in the May 1, 1966 issue of Politika merely re-echoes the central theme of Castro's attack: Trotskyism is a vulgar instrument of imperialism and reaction, which itself was an echo of the standard Stalinist slanders. He repeats the very phrase insistently, as if mere repetition a number of times by someone as authoritative as Blas Roca would make up for Castro's unaccountable failure to make it stick. There are, however, some instructive differences between the two attacks. While, in Castro's speech, the target was the Fourth International, you would never know that the references were to a fake Fourth International set up by one J. Posadas. Castro did not even mention the name of Posadas. The connection of members of this group with the MR-13 guerrilla movement in Guatemala was used to brand the movement as infiltrated by Trotskyists, whom Castro dubbed agents of imperialism under the general slanderous charge leveled against Trotskyism as such. Then independent journals, or journals of organizations having no connection with Trotskyism, were amalgamated with the fake Posadas Fourth International either because they raised questions about Guevara's leaving the Cuban political scene or because they published articles by Adolfo Gili, a revolutionary socialist journalist whose views on some points demonstrably coincide with those of Posadas. In brief, Castro's attacks read a great deal like similar attacks made by Blas Roca himself as far back as 1961. See, for instance, Blas Roca's book The Cuban Revolution or the pamphlet I wrote in 1962, Trotskyism and the Cuban Revolution: An Answer to Hoy. In contrast to Castro's original presentation of Trotskyism as a single movement, the nature of which could be judged from statements judiciously selected from the writings of the unnamed Posadas, or the statements of a creature of the UPI like Felipe Albaguant, who was exposed in 1963 by the United Secretariat of the Fourth International. Blas Roca now presents Trotskyism as a medley of such confusion of groups and subgroups, that some Trotskyists deny that other Trotskyists are Trotskyists. As a result, for the first time to my knowledge, Blas Roca deigns to identify Posadas as the author of some of the quotations which he finds so useful. He refers to a genuinely Trotskyist newspaper, The Militant, for the first time, although in a very peculiar manner, as we shall see. And, ranging far and wide, he brings in the newsletter, the newspaper of the Socialist Labour League in Britain. The purpose of this procedure soon becomes obvious. Responding to the emergency, Blas Roca is picking up the pieces of Castro's January 15 attack on Trotskyism and trying to build a better structure by using more boards, stronger glue, sturdier mortar to plaster cracks, and a thick coat of demagogy to paint things and dazzle the eye. This is a small-scale replica of the pattern Stalin followed in his notorious series of frame-up trials from 1936 to 1938. When glaring contradictions exposed the falsifications of his political police in a given frame-up, Stalin made up for it by staging a bigger and more imposing show trial. To use such methods in an effort to forestall Castro from rectifying a serious error, we may suppose, too bad advice really injures the prestige and authority of the Cuban Revolution, that is, if Blas Roca can get away with it. 412 Now that he admits it involves something broader than the tiny Posadas group, Blas Roca seeks to ridicule the Trotskyist movement by saying that in it such confusion reigns that some Trotskyists deny that other Trotskyists are Trotskyists. The argument only makes its author look ridiculous. Ultra-reactionaries likewise sneer at some communists denying that other communists are communists, and they point to the polemics, which are not always models of comradeliness, between the Khrushchevists, Maoists, Titoists, and Fidelistas. What would an independent-minded revolutionist who knows the positions of the leaders of the Cuban Revolution say if someone argued like Blas Roca and coolly told an audience that the Cuban leaders were imperialist agents, the proof being the evident confusion and mutual recriminations because of different positions taken on crucial issues by the communist capitals such as Belgrade's friendly attitude toward the Betancourt Leone government in contrast to Havana's hostility, Moscow's class collaborationist attitude toward U.S. imperialism in contrast to Peking's intransigence, and Peking's sectarian rejection of a united front in defense of the Vietnamese Revolution in contrast to the appeals of all the others for a common front? The revolutionist would shout that this is utter nonsense and that the Cubans have their own positions, very good positions, as can be determined by reading their declarations and judging their actions. To which the orator would respond in the crushing style of Blas Roca, "What a joke. Everyone in this medley claims to be a communist, whatever they call each other. I repeat what I said about the Cuban leaders no matter how much you squirm, and as proof I have scrupulously copied down the following stupidities from Sinhua on the United Front. The truth is that Blas Roca belongs to the Stalinist school, which considers any critical opposition to the monolithic line handed down from the unchallengeable leader to be a reflection of imperialist pressure, if not a direct plot fomented by such agencies as the CIA. That the revolution should really be a school of unfettered thought is inconceivable to such ossified bureaucrats, for in a revolutionary party this involves the right to form tendencies and factions, and in a workers' state it means the right of the proletariat to form a multiple-party system so long as the various parties remain basically loyal to the revolution and its conquests. Democratic centralism means democracy in reaching decisions as well as centralism in carrying them out. To rise to the level of the great tasks it faces, a revolutionary party before and after coming to power requires the free play of thought, not only because this is the best way to develop and lift the intellectual level of its members and leaders, but because it is the most efficient way of exploring all possible political variants and of reaching solid decisions that truly reflect reality and thereby enable the revolutionary party to intervene in the national and international class struggle most effectively. This view is not peculiar to Trotskyism. It is as old as scientific socialism and constituted the essence of Lenin's method of party building. That serious differences appeared in the world communist movement after the decades of Stalinist monolithism was in itself a progressive development. Arising fundamentally from the victory of the Soviet Union over German imperialism, the post-war advance of the colonial revolution, and a balance of world forces favoring the socialist camp, these differences have helped pave the way for a resurgence of revolutionary Marxism. What is bad is the absence of provisions, customs, and institutions to carry the discussion of the differences forward to a democratic conclusion. And that lack reflects the continued existence of narrow, self-serving bureaucratic interests that deliberately block a normal resolution of the differences through the process of free discussion. The Trotskyist movement did not remain unaffected by the advance of the colonial revolution, by the commencement of de-Stalinization, by the differences revolving around the Sino-Soviet conflict, and by other events. In fact, the differential con. 414/sequences of these developments can easily be found in the positions advocated by the various tendencies claiming adherence to Trotskyism. A first-rate example of this was the impact of the Cuban Revolution. The overwhelming majority of the Trotskyists throughout the world considered this to be the opening of the socialist revolution in the Western Hemisphere. The appearance of a new leadership, generated in the very process of a revolution, untainted by Stalinism and imbued with revolutionary determination, was hailed with immense enthusiasm. In the United States, the Socialist Workers' Party took up the cause of the Cuban Revolution as its own, and its candidates put defense of revolutionary Cuba as the first foreign policy plank in their national election platform in 1960 and 1964. The Fourth International as a whole responded in the same enthusiastic way. This common estimate provided one of the main grounds for the healing in 1963 of a major split in the world Trotskyist movement that had lasted almost 10 years. Two groupings, each of them representing small minorities, stood in opposition and came to consider their differences to be so great as to transcend their duty to adhere to the principles of democratic centralism. One of these engaged in a split, Posadas' Latin American Bureau, and the other rejected participation in the reunification of the world Trotskyist movement, Healy's Socialist Labor League. Posadas, an energetic organizer, had been developing rather eccentric positions of his own inside the movement, and on splitting he cast aside all restraint. He advanced the idea that nuclear war and revolution are synonymous, i.e., a nuclear war will finish capitalism but not socialism, it is therefore to be welcomed, and in fact ought to be initiated in a preemptive strike by the Soviet Union. Among the various tendencies of the world communist movement, Posadas expresses affinity with Mao's thought, which, as he indicates with satisfaction from time to time, often corresponds with his own brilliant analyses. Apparently he is convinced that Mao reads his speeches and re/415 ports. The Posadas group could be dismissed as a rather bizarre cult were it not for the fact that it has a few followers in Cuba, has contacts with the Guatemalan guerrilla movement, claims to be the Fourth International, and thus serves Blas Roca as a convenient club with which to beat the corpse of Trotskyism. The Healy group, reflecting British insularity, took the position that the Cuban Revolution has not reached the phase of a workers' state, that Cuba remains capitalist, and that Castro is just a demagogue if not worse. In this respect, the quotations selected by Blas Roca were accurate enough reflections of Helliite views. It happens, however, that Healy's position, clearly a prime example of ultra-left sectarian thinking, was thoroughly debated by the world Trotskyist movement and overwhelmingly rejected as not in consonance with the reality. In presenting Healy's nonsense about Cuba as the position of the Fourth International or the militant, Blas Roca is deliberately dishonest. I say this not as an epithet, but as an easily proved statement of fact. The very article in the February 5 newsletter from which Blas Roca quoted ends up with an attack on the Socialist Workers' Party for its position in relation to the Cuban Revolution and Fidel Castro. Blas Roca could have brought in the conflicting position of still another group which claims to represent the Fourth International, a recent minor split-off headed by Michael Raptis, Pablo. Apparently this did not fit in with the immediate job at hand. Up to now this group has not developed views on Cuba differing distinctly from those of the Fourth International. Its differences are in other areas. It considers the de-Stalinization process to be irreversible and synonymous with democratization. In the Sino-Soviet conflict it favors Moscow over Peking and leans most strongly in the direction of Titoism. The sharpest differences with this group occurred over party-building methods, particularly the observance of democratic centralism. Let us now consider Blas Roca's argumentation on how the Trotskyists allegedly serve as very active auxiliary forces in the effort of the Yankee imperialists to destroy the prestige and authority of the Cuban Revolution. He seeks to prove this by citing published statements by Posadas selected to coincide with the timing of various piratical forays fomented or engineered by the State Department or the CIA. Posadas coordinates his statements, if we are to believe Blas Roca, so that they appear in published form as always to coincide with the intensification of the attacks of the imperialists. Doesn't this sound like the red-baiting formulas of a comic book? Must we really submit this kind of argument to serious analysis? 1. What about the declarations made by Posadas between piratical forays? Did they fluctuate markedly in the direction of a friendly tone? If they did not, if Posadas maintained a uniformly critical position, then his declarations were not timed to coincide with the piratical forays and Blas Roca's case falls to the ground. 2. If Posadas's purpose was to undermine the prestige and authority of the Cuban Revolution, why did he make such self-destructive declarations? The very quotations carefully selected by Blas Roca are devastating to Posadas. Read the sentences transcribed by Blas Roca from the article or report by Posadas on the discussions on architecture. No Congress of Architecture can be posed without the war. It is insanity. And so forth and so on. Even Blas Roca is compelled to admit that the long text is extremely confused and at times incomprehensible. He is completely correct. The utterances of Posadas damage /417. Only the prestige and authority of the author. The alternatives are inescapable, either Posadas appears bizarre to all who read such declarations, or the intellectual level of the Cuban cadres, and the cadres of the Latin American Revolution as a whole, is so incredibly low that they can be swept off their feet by extremely confused and at times incomprehensible nonsense. Does Blas Roca hold to the latter alternative? Personally, it pleased me to see Blas Roca quoting so extensively from Posadas while at the same time clearly indicating who the author was. One could only wish that Blas Roca would be more honest about indicating that this is a small sect and not the voice of the Fourth International. Is Blas Roca more fortunate with his quotations from the newsletter? He asserts that the nature of the newsletter position explains the coincidence between the most brazen attacks of Trotskyist propaganda with the piratical aggressions of the Yankee imperialists against Cuba, but he does not even try to indicate any coincidence in dates as he does in the case of Posadas. Blas Roca relies on barefaced assertion and the impact of the outrageous theoretical and political positions voiced by the newsletter. We would like to know in greater detail from Blas Roca, however, exactly how the newsletter proved to be a very active auxiliary force in the efforts of the Yankee imperialists. Can he name any group in all of Latin America that has been influenced by the newsletter? We will go further. Can he name a single person in all of Latin America who considers himself a partisan of the newsletter? The truth is that the position of the newsletter on the Cuban Revolution is in such utter contradiction to the reality that the Healy Group stands in absolute isolation. Its position on Cuba doesn't play the dirty game of imperialism, as Blas Roca maintains, it only plays into the hands of Blas Roca. Even the half-dozen admirers of the Socialist Labor League to be found in the United States consider that Healy is completely wrong on this subject. They sedulously 418/ seek other reasons for praising him. We thus come to a key question. Is this the best that Blas Roca can do in trying to bolster and shore up the contention that Trotskyism is a vulgar instrument of imperialism and reaction? The answer is yes. That's the best he can do. Two omissions from Blas Roca's list are truly telling. The first is the Fourth International. He does not offer a single quotation from the genuine publications of the Fourth International. In all its declarations, and there are many of them, he could not find a single phrase that lent itself to his work. The reason is simple. The Fourth International espoused the cause of the Cuban Revolution from the very beginning, has energetically participated in its defense, and has pointed again and again to the Cuban Revolution as one more mighty verification of the validity of Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution. That is why Blas Roca found nothing to say about the mainstream of the Trotskyist movement when he set out to do his smear job. The other omission is the Socialist Workers' Party. If Trotskyism became a vulgar instrument of imperialism and reaction, and the Trotskyists are very active auxiliary forces in the efforts of the Yankee imperialists to destroy the prestige and authority of the Cuban Revolution, the most crushing proof surely ought to be found in the imperialist USA itself. And this should be all the easier, one would imagine, because there is absolutely no question about who represents Trotskyism in the United States. It is the Socialist Workers' Party. Did Blas Roca fail to search here for evidence? We doubt it. He or his American co-thinkers combed the pages of the Militant and the International Socialist Review, and the public declarations of the American Trotskyists, and their pamphlets and books, looking for something that could be used in the attack against Trotskyism. The truth is that among the radical groupings in the United States, the record of the Socialist Workers' Party is unimpeachable and outstanding, so outstanding, in fact, that Blas Roca/419 himself has been very cautious about attacking it even when pinned down on the subject. For instance, in June of 1962, Blas Roca did a smear job on Trotskyism in Hoy, utilizing quotations from Posadas, whom he did not name as the source, in the way now familiar to us. But only a few months before that, in its April 16, 1962, issue, the National Guardian printed an exclusive interview in which Blas Roca was asked if he welcomed to the ranks of Cuba's friends and partisans in the U.S. people of any orientation, for example Trotskyists. Blas Roca equivocated somewhat, but obviously felt that he could not openly attack the American Trotskyists. "I am not well acquainted with those who call themselves Trotskyists in the U.S., he said. "We are separated from Trotskyists in general by fundamental points of view, and from some in particular by their actions as enemies. But I think all in the U.S. who sincerely defend and support the Cuban Revolution, and the right of the Cuban and other Latin American peoples, do a worthy revolutionary job, and we value them whatever their ideological concepts may be." The Militant has consistently printed the main declarations of Fidel Castro and Che Guevara despite the limited number of pages at its disposal, and is a well-known source of truthful information about the Cuban Revolution. At the big turns like Playa Girón and the 1962 Caribbean crisis, the Militant went all out in defense of the Cuban Revolution and denunciation of American imperialism. It did this not from outside the country, but inside the imperialist monster itself. And its record of activity in defense of Cuba is superior to that of Blas Roca's sister organization, the American Communist Party. The record of the Militant is so irreproachable in this respect that Blas Roca was apparently puzzled as to how to smear it. His solution was the frame-up technique of the amalgam. He took the ultra-left sectarian position of the Socialist Labor League, which the Socialist Workers' Party opposed so vigorously as to drive Healy to split from the Fourth International, and quoted it in close association with references to the Mealy. 420/10. To prove how deliberately this was done, it is only necessary to take the January 31, 1966, issue of the Militant, in which we first responded to the attack in Castro's January 15 speech, compare it with the February 5 issue of the newsletter, which deals with the same subject, including an attack on the Socialist Workers' Party, and then check how Blas Roca pasted these opposites together in his article. It is an example for the textbooks on the polemical methods of the Stalinists. There is still another remarkable omission. When Blas Roca wrote his article, he had before him a copy of the April issue of Monthly Review, which contains the stand taken by editors Leo Huberman and Paul M. Sweezy on Castro's January 15 speech. Yet he does not say a word about the Monthly Review or the very important issues raised by the two editors. He acts as if he had never heard about the deduction made by the Monthly Review concerning advisors who possibly supplied Fidel Castro with the material used in attacking Trotskyism. The proof that Blas Roca had this issue of the Monthly Review before him is, I think, compelling. In his article, he quotes the following sentence written by Adolfo Gili, but without indicating its source: "The vertiginous political evolution of the Cuban leadership in recent months confirms the opinion that it is true that they have either assassinated Guevara or that they are restraining him by some means or other from expressing himself politically." The source of that quotation is page 29 of the April 1966 issue of the Monthly Review. This is the same issue that contained the editorial statement by Leo Huberman and Paul M. Sweezy. We will return to the question of Guevara. Blas Roca failed to refer to the Monthly Review in order to facilitate evading the cardinal political issues. This is the same pattern followed by Gus Hall, the main spokesman of the American Communist Party, in his response to the stand taken by the Monthly Review. See The Worker, April 24, 1966, and my reply in the May 9 Militant. Huberman and Sweezy challenged Fidel Castro on the ugly and perhaps ominous aspect of his /421 speech, in which he charged that Trotskyists are agents of imperialism. It was precisely this accusation which provided the rationalization for the Soviet purge trials of the 1930s, they said. Fidel Castro has not yet responded to the challenge issued by Monthly Review. Blas Roca chose to step forward instead. But he remains silent about the reference to the Moscow trials. Does he still support the rationalization used in purging Stalin's opponents or possible opponents? Does he think the Soviet government under Khrushchev was wrong in adding to the mountain of evidence proving that Stalin framed up his victims? He does not say. However, we see that he proceeds as if Stalin had been vindicated. Thereby he provides a most illuminating insight into the nature of some of Fidel Castro's advisors, and offers confirmation of the reasoning of the editors of Monthly Review that to revive the accusation used in the Moscow trials is a sure sign of either ignorance or malice, and that in this matter the malice comes from advisors who never abandoned the attitudes and methods which underlay the trials. Without naming the Monthly Review, Blas Roca does attempt an answer on Che Guevara's disappearance from the Cuban political scene. Fidel, said the Monthly Review editors, should be under no illusions that only imperialists and their agents are interested in Che's fate. They expressed the hope that Castro would soon clear up the mystery, but they asked, is Fidel Castro aware of the real issues at stake in the Guevara affair? And does he realize that every day's delay in clearing up the mystery brings anxiety and doubt to honest revolutionaries everywhere and joy to their enemies? Blas Roca simply repeats the accusations made in Castro's speech. The sole interest in the matter allegedly lies with the Yankee imperialists, whose very active auxiliary forces spread all the contradictory rumors about Che Guevara in order to undermine the prestige and authority of the Cuban Revolution. The letter from Che read by Fidel last October was absolutely definitive for genuine revolutionaries, says this press. 422/Tiges Authority. Blas Roca takes up only one new point, a point which I happen to advance in the article published in the January 31, 1966, Militant, from which Blas Roca quotes several times. On the assumption, which I accepted, that Castro told the truth about Guevara's taking a new assignment, I called attention to the disproportion in that part of Castro's speech. If it was true that imperialism was making a big and damaging campaign against the Cuban Revolution by raising questions about Guevara's disappearance, then it was completely out of keeping to use this as a springboard for an implausible attack on Trotskyism, which would only prove divisive in the revolutionary movement and would be rejected by the majority of today's revolutionary vanguard. On the other hand, it would have been devastating for Che Guevara to imitate Mark Twain and write a letter of greetings to the Tricontinental Conference indicating that the rumors about his death were grossly exaggerated. Here is Blas Roca's response, but in view of the facts, of what use would it have been? If before, with the last letter from Che, read by Fidel himself, the slanders and malicious speculations of these elements not only did not cease but multiplied, wouldn't they have responded in the same way to a new letter? As if the content and style of such a letter would not be sufficient to establish its authenticity. This is Blas Roca's answer not only to the Militant but to Monthly Review, both of which raised the question from the viewpoint of honest revolutionaries concerned about the welfare and prestige of the Cuban Revolution. Does Blas Roca really think that the matter can be disposed of with the epithet imperialist agents? That kind of answer is alarming. Since Blas Roca wants it that way, there is little choice but to raise some further questions. 1. Does Che Guevara know about the speculation over his disappearance from the public scene in Cuba? Yes or no? 2. If he does not know, how is this to be explained? 3. If he does know, why does he fail to respond to the con/42.3 concern of his comrades and friends? Why doesn't he indicate to the world that everything is all right with him? At the moment, what single act by him could conceivably be of greater assistance to the Cuban Revolution? Blas Roca becomes most effusive in praising the stout and beloved commandante of our Revolutionary War Che Guevara and in defending him from the alleged slanderous attacks of the Trotskyists, who, we are told, seek to pit him against Fidel. But Che's opinion of the Trotskyists is quite different from the view contained in the slanders put into Castro's January 15 speech. I noted this in the article in The Militant which Blas Roca cited. Blas Roca ignored the paragraphs quoting the tribute paid by Che Guevara to the Peruvian Trotskyist peasant leader Hugo Blanco, who has been held in prison at Arequipa without trial for 3 years. Neither Guevara's tribute nor the picture of a Trotskyist leader rotting in a Peruvian jail for the crime of leading a peasant struggle can easily be fitted into Blas Roca's slanderous picture of Trotskyism as a vulgar instrument of imperialism and reaction. While Blas Roca is answering the questions asked him above about Guevara, he might tell us also if he thought the stout and beloved commandante did wrong in paying tribute to Hugo Blanco. Speak up, Blas Roca, you have the floor. Blas Roca singles out as one of his targets Adolfo Gili and tries to make something out of the fact that other Trotskyists should both defend him and denigrate him and his group. It seems strange, says Blas Roca. But this is in perfect harmony with the fundamentally confusionist and provocative role of Trotskyism. And in the very week that Blas Roca's article slandering Adolfo Gili in the foulest way appeared in Mexico City in Politica, Adolfo Gili was arrested by the Mexican police and held without bail because the charges were so serious that he might receive more than a 5-year sentence. And what are the charges? That he engaged in a communist conspiracy to overthrow the Diaz Ordaz government, that he was involved 424/ in such crimes as seeking to organize protest demonstrations against the visit of President Johnson. Where does Blas Roca stand in this? With the witch hunters and red baiters of the corrupt Mexican bourgeoisie? Or with the victim? We hope that Blas Roca will take a correct stand in this and express solidarity in the defense of Adolfo Gili and the other victims despite his political differences with them. Does a stand like that seem strange? It is perfectly comprehensible to every militant. And in the same way, the stand of Monthly Review in disagreeing with Adolfo Gili's negative appreciation of the Tricontinental Conference and his estimate of Fidel Castro's course while agreeing with him on other issues is completely rational and understandable. The position of most Trotskyists toward Adolfo Gili is not fundamentally different. They consider that he has made valuable journalistic contributions, At the same time, insofar as he is influenced by the views of Posadas on some issues, they would like to see him take a more independent course. No matter how mistaken they might think him to be in his views, they would unanimously reject with indignation the Stalinist slander that he is an imperialist agent. If Blas Roca chooses not to understand this, perhaps another case will sink home. I had barely begun this reply when the news came from Detroit that an ultra-rightist, racist-minded gunman had entered the Eugene V. Debs Hall, the local headquarters of the Socialist Workers' Party, to kill some communists. He ordered 3 young anti-war fighters there, one of whom belonged to the Young Socialist Alliance and 2 to the Socialist Workers' Party, to line up against the wall. He then pumped 9 bullets into them, killing Leo Bernard and critically wounding Jan Garrett and Walter Graham. As Stoughton Lynn said, Leo Bernard is the first person in the peace movement to be murdered. I do not know whether this political assassination was reported in the Cuban press or what stand Blas Roca took on it. In the United States, the entire anti-war movement has rallied in a spontaneous expression of /425. Solidarity in face of this murderous blow struck against the movement as a whole. The Communist Party, USA, made an official statement May 18 as follows. The deliberate political murder in Detroit, Michigan on May 16 of Leo Bernard of the Socialist Workers' Party and the shooting of Jan Edward Garrett and Walter Graham of the Young Socialist Alliance in an attempt to kill them is a shocking consequence of the anti-communist campaign of the ultra-right. These 3 young men who were active in the struggle to end the war in Vietnam are also victims of the domestic hatred engendered by the warmongers. For the past several months, the murderer had planned to kill some communists. On March 3, the Detroit police were warned that this was the plan of this political hoodlum and did nothing about it. The federal agencies were told about the murder plan before March 3 by a consulate in New York and did nothing about it except to tell the Detroit police. The murderer lined up his victims and started shooting with a shout, "You are all communists." This is cold-blooded political murder and all who have responsibility must be called to account. This murder is related to the ultra-right action organization of anti-communist hoodlums in Detroit known as Breakthrough, which tried to break up a meeting in Cobo Hall on May 6 at which Gus Hall was the main speaker. On that occasion, one who tried to break into the meeting carried a loaded .38 revolver with obvious intent to use it. That outfit gets its political direction from the Birchites. This is also related to the bombings of the Communist Party headquarters building in New York, the bombing of bookstores in Detroit, Los Angeles, and Chicago, the bombing of the Dubois headquarters in San Francisco and the Vietnam Day headquarters in Berkeley, the acts of arson in Chicago and Indiana, the death threats through the mails and by telephone in various cities, all of which are known to city and federal authorities. 426/ who do nothing about them. The Detroit murder must serve to halt this brand of terror in our political life. All who advocate peace, democracy, and political freedom have the responsibility to speak up and strengthen these struggles. Dorothy Healy, the Southern California chairman of the Communist Party, voiced the following opinion. The monstrous murder of Leo Bernard and the wounding of Jan Garrett and Walter Graham is a direct outgrowth of anti-communist hysteria. This anti-communism, which provides the justification for military aggression in Vietnam and domestic repression at home, has taken the life of Leo Bernard just as it has killed the Vietnamese fighting for independence. All Americans fighting to end the war in the Mekong Delta and those fighting for freedom in the Mississippi Delta should join in demanding an end to the hysteria which produced this attack on members of the Socialist Workers' Party. We leave it to Blas Roca to fit these statements into his slander about the Trotskyists being very active auxiliary forces of American imperialism when in reality they are recognized by friend and foe alike as very active in opposition to its dirty wars in Vietnam, Santo Domingo, and Cuba. No doubt Blas Roca will say nothing. Even silver-tongued orators sometimes find that silence is golden. For a genuine revolutionary Marxist, it is not sufficient to determine that a position is opportunist, or ultra-left or sectarian. The reason why sincere and intelligent revolutionists can sometimes be found in any of the various blind alleys leading away from the road to socialism must be elucidated. Sociological reasons may be found, such as ties to the middle class or the pressure of a bureaucracy or caste. Even if the analysis is carried far enough to reveal these underlying sources, a grain of truth may nevertheless be found lurking in their political positions. That is one reason why A/427 figure of the stature of Lenin did not brush aside sincere revolutionists who argued for a position he disagreed with. His language could be very forceful, of course, but he nevertheless engaged in a reasoned discussion and he did not hesitate to appropriate something of value in an opponent's position. In the hands of Lenin, proletarian democracy was a genuine revolutionary tool. It was injurious to the Cuban Revolution to muzzle the Posadas group. Blas Roca quotes from the mimeographed newspaper which was printed in Cuba by an organized Trotskyist group after the triumph of the revolution with the assistance of Posadas and Adolfo Gili. He does not mention that the newspaper was mimeographed because they were denied the use of a press. He does not add that even the mimeographed newspaper was put out of business through the arrest and imprisonment of those who produced and distributed it. Was the Cuban Revolution so weak ideologically that it was incapable of answering the arguments of even a Posadas? It may have seemed troublesome to pay attention to the long, extremely confused and at times incomprehensible articles or reports by J. Posadas which constitute the main grist of his small propaganda mill. No doubt there are youth in Cuba, however, who might have liked to argue it out with the followers of Posadas as a way of sharpening their own thought and advancing their revolutionary education. The overhead cost of suppressing the group was rather high, for it gave substance to the false charge that the Cuban Revolution is going the way of the Russian Revolution, i.e., is becoming Stalinized. Particularly in the United States, where Stalinism has done untold damage to the revolutionary socialist cause, the suppression of the Posadas group did injury to Cuba. There were few campuses where the violation of the democratic rights of the Posadas group was not thrown at defenders of the Cuban Revolution, particularly Trotskyist defenders of the Cuban Revolution. It is all the more brutally unfair of Blas Roca to tax the Posa 428/DOS group with unwarranted criticisms of Fidel Castro in view of the unwarranted violation of their democratic rights. From their own experience they came to the conclusion that they had been given a raw deal, and there are others who would agree on this despite the deepest repugnance for their political positions. The treatment of the Posadas group demonstrated that as yet the Cuban Revolution has not evolved institutional forms providing for the free expression of dissident opinion within the framework of loyalty to the revolution. This is a grave weakness. The mistake of the Socialist Labor League arises from the incapacity of its insular-minded leadership to recognize a revolution when they see one. This is quite a condemnation of their theoretical and political capacities and signifies their doom as a viable movement. But there is one kind of revolution they would deign to recognize, we hope, if they saw it. That is a revolution that organized workers' power through Soviets or councils and followed the norms of proletarian democracy laid down by Lenin in State and Revolution. Since the Cuban Revolution has not yet achieved Soviets, the SLL denies that a proletarian power exists in Cuba. From this they deduce that capitalism must still be in power no matter what measures have been undertaken and no matter what anybody says. They are, of course, mistaken. Their insistence on converting democratic norms into criteria marks them as sectarians, and their opposition to Cuba's revolutionary government despite its obviously tremendous achievements shows that they are ultra-lefts like Posadas. They are even less serious than Posadas, however. The entire colonial world remains a closed book to them. They are not really interested in it. They are quite content to vegetate in their placid little island where not even the cops carry guns. Periodically they announce grandiose plans about reorganizing the Fourth International and saving it from the degeneration brought about by such things as its support for the Cuban Revolution and the Castro team. /429. Nevertheless there is a kernel of truth in their criticism which must be recognized. Cuba does not yet have a Soviet form of government. And this, too, is a grave weakness. The mainstream of the world Trotskyist movement has held since the beginning that the Cuban Revolution is inherently the most democratic since the October 1917 revolution in Russia. Evidence for this abounded in the early years. The blockade and armed aggression mounted by imperialism cut across this tendency and prevented it from flowering. For instance, the humanist Cuban leaders abolished the death penalty but had to reinstate it in face of the murderous forays and bombings organized by Cuban counter-revolutionaries financed, armed, and instigated by the CIA. Under the tightening grip of the imperialist blockade, Cuba necessarily took on some of the characteristics of a beleaguered fortress, which is not exactly a greenhouse for the development and observance of the norms of proletarian democracy. And still the Cuban Revolution remained remarkably free of the bureaucratic sickness that wreaked such havoc in the Soviet Union. When the bureaucratic danger became acute in 1962, the famous move against Aníbal Escalante and his cohorts was undertaken. The Cuban leaders have indicated their awareness of the weakness in the revolution on the side of political institutions and have expressed their intention many times of moving ahead in this field. They have made tentative experiments and have registered real progress in the construction of the Communist Party of Cuba. But they still have a considerable distance to travel before it need no longer be said that every important policy hinges on the decisions and the life of a single leader. The slowness of the process of setting up democratic institutions of proletarian rule in Cuba is of concern to many supporters of the Cuban Revolution besides the world Trotskyist movement. We come finally to what is really at the bottom of the attack against Trotskyism. Blas Roca intimates it in his sneering references to the super-revolutionary language of the Trot. 430/Skyists. You would think we were still back in the 30s, when the Blas Rocas were defending the Stalinist, not Leninist, thesis of the possibility of the triumph of socialism in one country as against the Trotskyist position that the very defense of the socialist achievements of the October Revolution required the extension of the revolution and its culmination in an international revolution that would finally establish socialism in the industrially advanced capitalist countries. The correctness of the Trotskyist position has been confirmed by reality in the extension of the revolution into Eastern Europe, in the toppling of capitalism and landlordism in China, and last, but by no means least, by the revolution in Cuba itself, only 90 miles from the world's major capitalist power. A single additional socialist revolution in Latin America today could end the isolation of Cuba from the American continent at one blow and assure the rapid spread of revolutions throughout the Americas. Never has the Trotskyist program had such reality as today. This is precisely what the Blas Rocas, representing the miserable remnants of Stalinism in the Western Hemisphere, fear and are seeking to block. Consider the following paragraphs from Blas Rocas' article, in which he really tries to come to grips with Trotskyism. With ultra-left slogans and calls for the immediate realization of the socialist revolution, they isolate this movement from the masses, they cut their road of development. With no little frequency they point to socialist Cuba, but in 1958 the rebel army did not proclaim the socialist revolution, but united the people in the practical struggle to overthrow Batista's tyranny and to destroy his mercenary army which served to support him and which was the instrument of neocolonialism and all the reactionary social forces. Whatever quotations Blas Roca may find in the articles and reports of J. Posadas, the Trotskyists do not call for the immediate realization of the socialist revolution. This is a Caracas/431. Tour, like the Stalinist caricature of former decades which claimed that Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution meant simultaneous revolutions everywhere. Roca continues. The Trotskyists like to say that the measures of socialist transformation were taken in Cuba under the pressure of the masses. What they are not even capable of understanding is that the revolutionary leadership under the guidance of Compuff. Fidel Castro prepared each step and took it in consonance with the same state of consciousness which they had created in the masses. In 1959 the proclamation of socialism would have divided the country. In April 1961 the masses unanimously supported the declaration of Compuff. Fidel Castro on the socialist character of our revolution and carried it to victory, with their blood, on the beaches of Playa Girón. According to Blas Roca, the Trotskyists like to say. Again, it is Posadas who likes to say. The decisive element in the victory of the Cuban Revolution was unquestionably the leadership provided by Fidel Castro, who succeeded in overcoming the long default in leadership due to Stalinists like Blas Roca, bypassing them from the left. Naturally the masses responded. So did the Trotskyists and many other genuine revolutionists on an international scale. But Blas Roca's reference to Posadas here is only part of the smokescreen under which he advances a line in opposition to the line followed by Fidel Castro up to now of revolutionary struggle and declared socialist aims. Blas Roca's line, as indicated in these paragraphs, is the same one advanced by the U.S. Communist spokesman Gus Hall in his criticism of Monthly Review. It is the concept that the revolutionary process in industrially underdeveloped countries must go through two separate stages, a bourgeois democratic stage led by the progressive-minded bourgeoisie and a later stage in which the revolutionary leadership of the proletariat can come forward. The concept is the one advanced and defended by the 432-Mensheviks in opposition to both Lenin and Trotsky. Something more is involved, however, than just a long outmoded concept. I do not deny that in 1959 a proclamation of socialism in Cuba would have been widely misunderstood. The reason had nothing to do with the class character of the developing revolution. It was due to the enormous discredit brought on the very name of socialism or communism by the record of Stalinism in the Soviet Union and in Cuba, where the Communist Party supported Batista. A proclamation of socialism would have been misunderstood as a proclamation of Stalinism. It was correct of Castro to avoid that misunderstanding, to which we should add that Castro himself had been repelled by the record of the Communist Party and did not yet consider himself a Marxist. Instead of developing around a proclaimed program of socialism, the revolution moved forward under a slogan of action, namely, armed struggle against Batista. And even on this level, the Communist Party under Blas Roca's leadership failed miserably, attacking Castro's movement as adventuristic and putschist. The truth is that Blas Roca's line, of avoiding the super-revolutionary language of socialism, of advancing the concept of two stages, had already been tried out in Cuba and had been found wanting, to say the least. On December 4, 1939, the Cuban Communist Party nominated its candidate for the office of president. His name? Colonel Fulgencio Batista, the Chief of Staff of the Cuban Armed Forces. Blas Roca and his fellow Stalinist leaders backed Batista because they considered him to be a man of the people, a good bourgeois democrat, a leader of the first stage of the revolution. And Batista rewarded his Communist Party supporters by giving them posts in his cabinet. Without this coalition, Batista could never have gotten into a position to establish his bloody dictatorship. There were two stages, all right. Two stages of a counter-revolution. In the first stage, the revolutionary forces were hoodwinked and duped into /433. Supporting a bourgeois democrat figure like Sukarno or Chiang Kai-shek, who was also touted by Stalin in the first stage. In the second stage, the revolutionary forces were decimated as the counter-revolution consolidated its dictatorship. This tragic process was duplicated in Brazil 2 years ago when Goulart was pictured as the good bourgeois democrat on whom all reliance should be placed in stage number 1. The Castelo Branco coup d'état in April 1964 demonstrated in the most emphatic way that the line of a two-stage revolution is still quite capable of paving the way for a two-stage counter-revolution. This lesson has been freshened since October 1965 with the blood of hundreds of thousands of communists in Indonesia. If Blas Roca's line is applied elsewhere in Latin America, it will most certainly guarantee another defeat as it did in Cuba in Batista's day, in China in 1925-27, Brazil in 1964, Indonesia in 1965, and many other countries where it has been tested. The question then comes up, can a successful revolution be organized around a mere slogan of action as happened in Cuba under Castro? To answer yes implies two things. 1. The indigenous bourgeoisie and their imperialist backers have learned nothing from the Cuban experience. 2. The masses in Latin America have learned nothing from the Cuban example of going forward to the socialist stage. In other words, socialism still has not recovered in their outlook from the terrible discredit brought on it by Stalin and his hand-picked lieutenants like Blas Roca. Both conclusions are wrong, in my opinion. American imperialism and its stooges are far readier to act in the most violent way at the first sign of a revolutionary upheaval, no matter what attempts are made to disguise it. Johnson's occupation of Santo Domingo and the repressive measures taken against the Peruvian guerrilla fighters in the past year are proof enough without adding the lesson of Johnson's escalation of the war in Vietnam. On the other hand, the Cuban Revolution has had an IM. 434/men's effect on popular consciousness throughout Latin America, and this effect will grow as the contrast between Cuba's gains and the stagnation in the rest of Latin America becomes more glaring. In record time, Cuba achieved such things as the liquidation of illiteracy. Unemployment was ended, social security guaranteed, and education assured to every child. Despite all the difficulties of the imperialist blockade and a number of serious errors, the planned economy is developing and offers a bright perspective for the future. And what an impressive fact, little Cuba, only 90 miles from the imperialist US, has been able to hold out against the world's mightiest power for 7 years now. Socialism, Cuban style, is bound to appear more and more attractive as the socialist revolution was to the masses of the world in the first years after the October Revolution. The Latin American masses will become increasingly impatient to achieve what the Cubans did, a socialist revolution. And why shouldn't they have it? This rehabilitation of the word socialism and the program of socialism will likewise be listed in history to the credit of the Cuban Revolution, and it will be achieved despite everything that the Blas Rojas, with their treacherous advice, can do to stop it. In their editorial on Castro's January 15 attack against Trotskyism, Huberman and Sweezy made the following point. Whatever its role in Guatemala, Trotskyism is certainly not a large or important political force in Latin America as a whole. But if Fidel Castro and the Latin American Communist parties duck the question of socialism, and still more if they attack as Trotskyists all those who openly struggle for a specifically socialist revolution, then the prospects for Latin American Trotskyism will be vastly improved. Whatever it is called, consistent class struggle, revolutionary Marxism, revolutionary socialism, or Trotskyism, the prospects for socialist revolution in Latin America are already vastly /435 improved. The prospects for class collaboration, peaceful coexistence, popular frontism, coalitionism, or Stalinism are on the decline. The great dividing line was drawn by the successful Cuban Revolution. The popular appeal of the socialist goal, noted by Jan Sosa, the Guatemalan guerrilla leader, is but one indication of the deep processes at work in this direction. The defeats and setbacks of the past few years will prove to be but temporary. Latin America's 200 million people are gathering their forces for another giant step forward. Nothing will be able to stop them, not all the dollars and guns of imperialism, and still less the pitiful labors of the Stalinist defilers of socialism. Fidel Castro and the events in Czechoslovakia. 1968. What has happened to Fidel Castro's speech of August 23, in which he supported the invasion and occupation of Czechoslovakia by the Warsaw Pact countries? Is it being hailed by Moscow? Has the Soviet command tried to put a copy in the hands of every citizen of Czechoslovakia, the better to explain why foreign troops have been stationed in their country? Have the Czechoslovak communications media opened a public discussion of the questions it raises? If the speech is not being widely circulated, has it at least been placed on the agenda for discussion at a governmental level, or among the leaders of the communist parties of the socialist camp? The truth is that even the Communist Party USA, one of the few pro-Moscow parties in the West to support the invasion wholeheartedly, has displayed an ambiguous attitude toward Castro's speech. While utilizing the fact that Castro approved the action of the Warsaw Pact countries, the top /437 leaders have refrained from disseminating or discussing Castro's speech as a whole. The silence over what Castro said, one might justifiably call it a conspiracy of silence, is all the stranger in view of the fact that the Cuban leader remains the only one of all those who backed the action of the Warsaw Pact governments whose position can be characterized as internally consistent, if you accept the basic premise advanced by the Kremlin to justify sending troops into Czechoslovakia. What led the Warsaw Pact allies to decide to block Castro's contribution from being discussed on a broad basis? Why did they decide that it was politically discreet to ignore it? To answer these questions, it is necessary to examine Castro's arguments closely. The Cuban leader states his basic premise as follows. We were convinced, and this is very important, that the Czechoslovak regime was dangerously inclined toward a substantial change in the system. In short, we were convinced that the Czechoslovak regime was heading toward capitalism and was inexorably heading toward imperialism. Of that we did not have the slightest doubt. Castro, of course, is referring to the regime of Alexander Dubček, although he does not refer once to Dubček by name. The reasons advanced by Castro for coming to this conclusion include the interest displayed by imperialism in the ferment in Czechoslovakia, a certain responsiveness by some circles in the country to this interest, the slogans that were advanced concerning democratization of the political structure, the pressure for establishment of freedom of the press, a process of seizure of the principal information media by the reactionary elements which began to develop, a whole series of slogans of open rapprochement toward capitalist concepts and theses and of rapprochement towards the West. He agrees that not everything was bad about the situation. 438/ Some of the slogans were unquestionably correct. He also agrees that responsibility for precipitating a situation so allegedly favorable to the restoration of capitalism must be ascribed to the previous, Novotny, regime, to incorrect methods of government, bureaucratic policy, separation from the masses. Various tendencies were developing simultaneously, some of which justified the change and others of which turned that change toward an openly reactionary policy. It should be noted that Castro does not contend that the counter-revolution had reached the point of launching an armed struggle for power. It was the Dubček regime itself that was in question, that was dangerously inclined toward a substantial change in the system. Castro says at another point, provisionally, we reached this conclusion. We had no doubt that the political situation in Czechoslovakia was deteriorating and going downhill on its way back to capitalism, and that it was inexorably going to fall into the arms of imperialism. I do not propose to argue here whether Czechoslovakia was going downhill and on its way back to capitalism. The accumulating evidence more and more confirms the opposite view, that a political revolution was maturing in Czechoslovakia which, if Moscow had not intervened, would have succeeded in bringing a revolutionary socialist regime to power. On the basis of his premise, that Czechoslovakia was moving toward a counter-revolutionary situation, toward capitalism and into the arms of imperialism, which, of course, coincides with the justification advanced by the Kremlin for intervening with troops, Fidel Castro considers one of the main bits of propaganda used by the Warsaw Pact allies at the time to explain what they had done. They said they had received an appeal from prominent communists in Czechoslovakia asking them to intervene. Out of international solidarity, they had responded to this request. 439. Castro notes that the names of the signers of the appeal had not been made public up to the time he spoke. However, he does not make much of that, he goes to the heart of the question. The intervention, in his opinion, unquestionably entailed a violation of legal principles and international norms. It cannot be denied, he contends, that the sovereignty of the Czechoslovak state was violated. To say otherwise would be a fiction, an untruth. And the violation was, in fact, of a flagrant nature. From a legal point of view, this cannot be justified. Not the slightest trace of legality exists. Frankly, none whatever. Castro argues that the sole justification for the invasion was political necessity. In our opinion, the decision made concerning Czechoslovakia can only be explained from a political point of view, not from a legal point of view. As he sees it, the political situation had become so alarming that it was absolutely necessary, at all costs, in one way or another, to prevent this eventuality, the restoration of capitalism, from taking place. The essential point to be accepted, or not accepted, is whether or not the socialist camp could allow a political situation to develop which would lead to the breaking away of a socialist country, to its falling into the arms of imperialism. And our point of view is that it is not permissible and that the socialist camp has a right to prevent this in one way or another. I would like to begin by making it clear that we look upon this fact as an essential one. Castro puts up a strong case for dismissing the appeal of the unnamed group of personalities as immaterial. Is a certain embarrassment detectable in his stress on this point? Only last January Aníbal Escalante was put on trial for suggesting that the Kremlin intervene in Cuban affairs and utilize economic pressure to compel Fidel Castro to change his Orion 440/Taschen. This was held to be a grave crime against Cuba's sovereignty, and Escalante was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Others in his group were sentenced to terms ranging from 2 to 12 years. It would have been somewhat inconsistent of Castro to have considered the appeal of the Czechoslovak personalities to be legal while maintaining that the appeal of the Cuban personalities had been correctly condemned as illegal. He could have argued that the Czechoslovak personalities were within their rights in making their appeal, for it was directed against the allegedly pro-capitalist Dubček regime, whereas in the case of Cuba the appeal of the Escalante group was directed against the revolutionary regime of Fidel Castro. But this is a political argument, hinging on the political aims of the two groups, the appeal of the faceless Czechoslovaks being revolutionary, Escalante's appeal being counter-revolutionary. This line of argument would have run into complications when it came to explaining why the appeals of such disparate groups were in each instance directed to the same address, the Kremlin. Why would both the criminal Escalante group and the heroic Czechoslovak group each count on a favorable response from the Kremlin unless all three had something in common? Castro avoided these quicksands by subordinating the issue of sovereignty to political necessity and frankly admitting that the action of the Warsaw Pact allies did not have the slightest trace of legality. Perhaps the Kremlin regretted that it had not been as outspoken as Castro on this point. The famous appeal of the discrete personalities turned into the opposite of what its originators had intended. It served to expose the fraudulent nature of their arguments. To this day, November 17, the Warsaw Pact allies have felt it inadvisable to reveal the names of the signers. The ones to whom suspicion pointed denied any association. Thus, as No/441 personalities, prominent or otherwise, stepped forward to claim the honor of having asked for foreign troops to be sent in, it became more and more evident that the population and the Communist Party were solidly opposed to the intervention. Even the few in the regime willing to serve as puppets were afraid to identify themselves. Consequently, within a few days the Kremlin dropped all references to the appeal. But instead of acknowledging what a fraud had been perpetrated, the spokesman of the Warsaw Pact sought to brazen it out. Some quarters, secure in the knowledge that the reimposed censorship prevents the Czechoslovak communists from replying, are even arguing that the invasion was intended to safeguard the sovereignty of Czechoslovakia. Thus Gus Hall, the General Secretary of the PUSA, asks rhetorically in his pamphlet Czechoslovakia at the Crossroads. Does anyone really believe that the five powers were really violating national sovereignty? They were, he contends, only protecting their own sovereignty. The intervention, he adds, is a temporary one. He caps this reasoning with the following assurance: it will leave Czechoslovakia's sovereignty intact and able to defend itself. This is reminiscent of the famous defense put up by the rapist when he was hauled into the frontier court. First of all, Judge, does anyone really believe I am capable of really raping a defenseless woman? Secondly, I was only protecting my own virginity. Thirdly, it was only a temporary situation. And, last but not least, afterwards she still had her virginity intact and able to defend itself. The fact is that Moscow prefers Gus Hall's reasoning to Fidel Castro's frankness. The Cuban leader's open recognition of the illegal nature of the Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia was highly embarrassing to those in charge of justifying the operation. That was one reason why they sought to dispose of the speech as quickly and as quietly as possible. It would be interesting to know what the real thinking of 442/the Cubans is now on this point. How could the Moscow leaders have come in the first place to use such a clumsy and fraudulent device as the appeal from anonymous persons? And why have they said nothing about arguments like those thought up by Gus Hall, maintaining that Czechoslovakia's sovereignty was preserved by the intervention? More needs to be said about this issue, but let us first follow Castro's reasoning after he assumes as his basic premise the contention of the Warsaw Pact governments that Czechoslovakia had to be saved from going capitalist. It is not enough, he says, to simply accept as a fact that Czechoslovakia was headed toward a counter-revolutionary situation and that it was necessary to prevent it. Something more is required. We must analyze the causes, he continues, and ask what factors made this possible and created the necessity for such a drastic, and painful measure. We must analyze the causes, the factors, and the circumstances that brought about a situation leading a group of personalities to appeal to other countries of the socialist camp to send their armies to prevent the triumph of the counter-revolution in Czechoslovakia and the triumph of the intrigues and conspiracies of the imperialist countries interested in tearing Czechoslovakia away from the community of socialist nations. The question is of immense importance to Fidel Castro. Gentlemen, is it conceivable that a situation could occur, under any circumstances, after 20 years of communism in our country, of communist revolution, of socialist revolution, in which a group of honest revolutionaries, in this country, horrified by the prospect of an advance or rather a retrogression to counter-revolutionary positions and toward imperialism, could find themselves obliged to request the aid of friendly armies to prevent such a retrogression from occurring? What would have happened to the communist consciousness of this people? What would have happened to the Revolu/443 awareness of this people? To the dignity of this people? To the revolutionary morale of this people? If such a situation could arise someday, what would have happened to all those things which, for us, are the essentials of the revolution? What Castro is saying here, with complete consistency, is that if you adopt the position that Czechoslovakia was about to fall like a ripe plum to capitalism, then you must draw certain conclusions about the attractive power of communism. How is it to be explained that capitalism has such an ideological grip on the people of Czechoslovakia? And not only after 20 years of living under a workers' state in Czechoslovakia, but 51 years after the Russian October and 10 years after the Cuban victory. That's capitalism in its death agony, too. A capitalism that has given the world two global conflicts, a major depression, and any number of minor ones. It is a capitalism that has given the world fascism and, in the case of Czechoslovakia, the Nazi occupation. A capitalism, moreover, that has already wiped out 2 cities with nuclear bombs and that threatens to destroy all mankind in a nuclear holocaust. A capitalism that has won universal hatred and contempt because of such aggressions as the current one in Vietnam. A capitalism that has aroused a mood of deep rebellion among the youth living under it. A capitalism which in the United States has touched off repeated explosions in the ghettos. In the face of all this, the Kremlin is compelled to say in deeds if not in words that capitalism is more attractive to the people of Czechoslovakia than communism. It is hard for Fidel Castro to accept that. It is hard for any revolutionist to accept it. Yet the conclusion is unavoidable if you admit the premise that the counter-revolutionary danger in Czechoslovakia was so great that foreign troops had to be sent in to crush it. A completely opposite conclusion follows if the truth of the matter was that a political revolution was maturing in Czechoslovakia. 444/Slovakia. For this signifies that instead of wanting to go back to capitalism, what the people of Czechoslovakia wanted was to go forward to socialist democracy. If that is the case, capitalism cannot possibly be restored in Czechoslovakia. The battle is with bureaucratism, the pattern of Stalinist bureaucratism imposed on the country from the outside. But let us follow Castro's reasoning further. He insists that it behooves the communist movement as an unavoidable duty to undertake a profound study of the causes that gave rise to the situation in Czechoslovakia. The suggestion, again, is completely consistent. If such a glaring weakness has been uncovered, it would seem high time 51 years after the victory of the Bolsheviks to find out what went wrong and what might be done to remedy it. If the main strength of communism no longer lies in the power of its ideas and its example, but simply in the number and quality of its bayonets, then it is in a very dangerous position. Suppose that the men wielding the bayonets are likewise attracted by capitalism and begin welcoming it instead of battling it. Every revolutionary socialist, one can be sure, will back Fidel Castro in pressing for a thorough analysis of the causes of the situation in Czechoslovakia. One can be just as sure that the Soviet bureaucracy will not prove responsive. The last thing Stalin's heirs want is a profound study of the causes of the situation in Czechoslovakia. Another reason can be written down for the cool reception they gave Castro's speech. Castro states that this is not the time to make or pretend to make that profound analysis, but we can cite some facts and ideas. He lists these as bureaucratic methods in the leadership of the country, lack of contact with the masses, neglect of communist ideals. He deals in particular with the neglect of communist ideals, beginning with internationalism. The communist ideal cannot, for a single moment, exist without internationalism, he says. Communists who are in power must not forget the rest of 445. The world. They can never forget the suffering, underdevelopment, poverty, ignorance, and exploitation that exist in a part of the world or how much poverty and destitution have accumulated there. A truly internationalist outlook cannot be instilled in the people if they are allowed to forget these realities and the danger represented by imperialism. It is wrong to attempt to move the masses through material incentives and the promises of more consumer goods alone. Castro continues. We can say and today it is necessary to speak clearly and frankly that we have seen to what extent those ideals and those internationalist sentiments, that state of alertness and that awareness of the world's problems have disappeared or are very weakly expressed in certain socialist countries of Europe. What Castro has in mind, evidently, is the help which the better-off socialist countries should give to the poorer ones and to revolutionary movements still struggling to achieve power. Later he reveals some scandalous examples of Cuba's experiences in this field. On many occasions they sold us very outdated factories. They were eager to sell any old junk. The Novotny regime sold weapons to Cuba that were the spoils of war seized from the Nazis, weapons for which we have been paying and still today are paying for. The Tito regime even refused to sell arms to revolutionary Cuba, although it offered them to Batista. This is a very telling point. The leaders of the Warsaw Pact must have squirmed a bit over the public exposure. Perhaps that was when they decided to throw the document in the wastebasket. Castro could have said much more, however, under the heading of internationalism. Even in its economic aspects he confines himself largely to the question of international solidarity in meeting the imperialist enemy and in dealing with underdog. 446/developed countries. He leaves out completely how the parasitic economic interests of the bureaucracy affect international cooperation and interfere with correctly solving such problems as achieving the optimum ratios in the production of the various kinds of goods. Castro's reticence on the political aspects of internationalism is even more striking. Where is internationalism best exemplified if not in trying to reach joint solutions to the common political problems facing the workers' movement, particularly in confronting imperialism? But what international body, set up in accordance with the rules of democratic centralism, took up the problem of the drift in Czechoslovakia toward an alleged counter-revolutionary situation? What international body, composed of representatives of all the socialist countries, decided that no other solution was possible save a surprise invasion consisting in the main of Soviet troops? Was Castro, for instance, asked for his views or for suggestions as to possible alternatives? Was he even notified in advance? Or was he merely told about the action after it had occurred? All the evidence indicates that the decision was reached secretly by top bureaucrats in Moscow who preferred to remain anonymous. To this day, it is not known if some of those participating behind closed doors in these secret councils were opposed or if the decision was unanimous. Everyone else in the socialist camp was required to step forward after the event and be counted publicly for or against, a position hardly in accord with the dignity of communist man. And criticisms were not given much of a hearing, as we can see from the way Castro's speech was received. Another practice of certain socialist countries of Europe which Castro condemns is the preaching of peace. He, of course, as he patiently explains, is not advocating war. We are not the enemies of peace, we are not in favor of wars, we do not advocate universal holocaust. But he thinks it is wrong to keep crying peace, peace, when there is no peace. And those /447 realities cannot be changed by simply preaching, in one's own house, an excessive desire for peace. If peace must be preached, let it be done in the enemy's camp and not in one's own camp. What Castro is attacking here, without nailing it down, is the concept of peaceful coexistence peddled by the Kremlin, which plays into the hands of imperialism and which has led to disaster after disaster for the working class internationally. A free discussion on this policy and its consequences would be highly useful, particularly in certain socialist countries in Europe, above all the Soviet Union. But free discussions in those countries on such topics is taboo. That is why Castro's speech seems not to have been cleared by the socialist censors. Some of Castro's sharpest criticisms refer directly to the Soviet Union. He says, for instance, we are against all those bourgeois liberal reforms within Czechoslovakia. But we are also against the liberal economic reforms that have been taking place in other countries of the socialist camp, as well. Quoting from an article in Pravda assailing an alleged tendency to introduce mercantile relations and granting a broad field of action to private capital, Castro asks, does this, by chance, mean that the Soviet Union is also going to curb certain currents in the field of economy that are in favor of putting increasingly greater emphasis on mercantile relations and on the effects of spontaneity in those relations, and those which have even been defending the desirability of the market and the beneficial effect of prices based on that market? Does it mean that the Soviet Union is becoming aware of the need to halt those currents? More than one article in the imperialist press has referred jubilantly to those currents that also exist within the Soviet Union. This is not the place to debate whether the economic reforms in either Czechoslovakia or the Soviet Union point in the direction of a capitalist restoration. I think it can be shown. 448 that they do not transcend the limits of bureaucratic planning, whatever dangers that kind of planning may hold in general for the Soviet economy. What is to be noted here is Castro's consistency. If the liberal economic reforms paved the way in Czechoslovakia for a counter-revolutionary situation, then the same holds true for the Soviet Union. And if the leaders of the Soviet Union are concerned about what happened in Czechoslovakia, they should be all the more concerned about what is happening under their noses in the Soviet Union. Implicit in Castro's argumentation is the question, if the analysis of the trend in Czechoslovakia was accurate, then must it not be concluded that a counter-revolutionary situation is being fostered in the Soviet Union? An even more cutting criticism concerns Moscow's relations with Washington. He says, it disturbs us that, so far, there has been no direct imputation against Yankee imperialism in any of the statements made by the countries that sent their divisions to Czechoslovakia, or in the explanation of the events. We have been informed exhaustively concerning all the preceding events, all the facts, all the deviations, all about that rightist group, all about that liberal group, we have been informed of their activities. The activities of the imperialists and the intrigues of the imperialists are known, and we are disturbed to see that neither the Communist Party nor the government of the Soviet Union, nor the governments of the other countries that sent their troops to Czechoslovakia, have made any direct accusation against Yankee imperialism for its responsibility in the events in Czechoslovakia. Castro emphasizes this important point. Certain vague references to world imperialism, to world imperialist circles, and some more concrete statements con/449. Concerning the imperialist circles of West Germany have been made. But who doesn't know that West Germany is simply a pawn of Yankee imperialism in Europe, the most aggressive, the most obvious pawn that it is a pawn of the CIA, a pawn of the Pentagon and a pawn of the imperialist government of the United States. And, certainly, we wish to express our concern over the fact that in none of the statements is a direct imputation made against Yankee imperialism, which is the principal culprit in the world plot and conspiracy against the socialist camp. And it is necessary that we express this preoccupation. Castro made his speech just 2 days after the invasion. Almost 3 months have passed, yet this telling criticism has not been met. In fact, the Soviet leaders have followed the opposite course. They have gone out of their way to display their friendliness to Washington. State Department officials, invited to talk with the Soviet diplomats, have leaked to the press that the Brezhnev-Kosygin team were anxious to assure the Johnson administration that there was no reason for the events in Czechoslovakia to alter the present détente in relations, since the invasion was intended only to normalize a family matter in the Soviet sphere of influence. The State Department and the White House, no doubt having in mind the need to normalize some family problems in the Western Hemisphere, indicated how well they understood Moscow's position. In light of the record, it would seem difficult to avoid reaching the following conclusions. 1. There was no counter-revolutionary situation in Czechoslovakia engineered by the US, no matter what irons the CIA may have tried to heat in the fire. 2. Due to domestic ferment, the country was heading toward a political revolution and the establishment of socialist democracy. 3. Washington understood this and also understood the fear. 450F in Moscow, which it was not beyond sharing to some extent, over this perspective. 4. Washington indicated in advance that it would not react in a genuinely hostile way to any action undertaken by Moscow to normalize the situation, whatever propaganda value the imperialist communications media might try to squeeze out of it or whatever declarations officials of the Johnson administration might have to make for the record. 5. Castro's allusions to this subject irritated Moscow since they put in question its policy of maintaining peaceful coexistence, i.e., collaborating with U.S. imperialism to maintain the status quo. Hence the decision to give Castro's criticisms the silent treatment. At the conference of the Organization of Latin American Solidarity in Havana last year, Castro criticized the Soviet policy of dealing with the tyrannical governments of the oligarchies in Latin America in face of their participation in the U.S. blockade of revolutionary Cuba. He raises the question again in his speech on the events in Czechoslovakia. It is understandable that the countries of the Warsaw Pact sent their armies to destroy the imperialist conspiracy and the progress of the counter-revolution in Czechoslovakia. However, we have disagreed with, been displeased at, and protested against the fact that these same countries have been drawing closer economically, culturally, and politically to the oligarchic governments of Latin America, which are not merely reactionary governments and exploiters of their peoples, but also shameless accomplices in the imperialist aggressions against Cuba and shameless accomplices in the economic blockade of Cuba. And these countries have been encouraged and emboldened by the fact that our friends, our natural allies, have ignored the vile and treacherous role enacted by those governments against a socialist country. And at the same time that we understand the need for the spirit of internationalism, and the need to go to the aid even/451. With troops of a fraternal country to confront the schemes of the imperialists, we ask ourselves if that policy of economic, political, and cultural rapprochement toward those oligarchic governments that are accomplices in the imperialist blockade against Cuba will come to an end. To drive his point home, Castro quotes dispatches from various cities in Latin America indicating that all these reactionary governments and their press were extracting everything possible out of the events in Czechoslovakia and shaking their fists at the Soviet Union. In the case of Venezuela, what a contrast between the attitude of the reactionaries in the government when the US invaded the Dominican Republic and their attitude in the case of Czechoslovakia. In the former instance, no relations were broken, no business was shelved, no economic relations were disturbed, nothing at all like this happened. And now they permit themselves the luxury of throwing in the face of the countries of the socialist camp this type of relations which the latter have actually been begging them for, this type of relations which they have been begging that government, which is one of the most reactionary and dyed-in-the-wool of the accomplices of Yankee imperialism. And now they throw it in the faces of the socialist countries. These are the results of such a policy when the chips are down, at the moment of truth. One wonders what Castro's basic thinking is about the Soviet bureaucracy. Does he believe that it will really listen to reason, that it can be reformed by pointing out some of the disastrous consequences of its reactionary policies? In any case, he is consistent in maintaining that if they have turned over a new leaf in Czechoslovakia, then they ought to do likewise in a number of other areas, including their attempts to woo the Latin American oligarchies. 452. In passing, Castro lashes the communist parties of Europe, caught up in indecision at the moment. And we wonder whether possibly in the future the relations with communist parties will be based on principled positions or whether they will continue to maintain a spineless attitude, to be satellites, lackeys, a situation in which only those that maintain a spineless attitude, say yes to everything and never assume an independent position on anything, would be considered friendly. He contrasts the principled attitude of the Cuban Communist Party, which backed the Venezuelan, Bolivian, and Guatemalan guerrillas when they were abandoned by a rightist and treacherous leadership. Yet we were accused of being adventurers, of interfering in the affairs of other countries, of interfering in the affairs of other parties. I ask myself, in the light of the facts and in the light of the bitter reality that persuaded the nations of the Warsaw Pact to send their forces to crush the counter-revolution in Czechoslovakia, and according to their statement to back a minority in the face of a majority with rightist positions, if they will also cease to support these rightist, reformist, sold-out, submissive leaderships in Latin America that are enemies of the armed revolutionary struggle, that oppose the people's liberation struggle. And, with the example of this bitter experience before them, I wonder whether or not the parties of those countries, in line with the decision made in Czechoslovakia, will cease to support those rightist groups that betray the revolutionary movement in Latin America. It can be seen how logical Castro is. All kinds of accusations were leveled at the Cubans because they backed minority groups. 453 of revolutionary guerrillas against Communist Party leaders who betrayed. The Cubans were even accused crime of crimes, of intervening in the internal affairs of other countries and other parties. Yet, lo and behold, the Warsaw Pact allies sent more than 600,000 troops to intervene in the internal affairs of another country and another communist party, the reason being that a minority there had appealed for help. Isn't an apology due the Cubans? And if the apology is skipped, shouldn't the Warsaw Pact governments, in all consistency, change their line by about 180 degrees in Latin America? A broad discussion in Czechoslovakia on this point would have helped a great deal to bring clarity into the situation there. But clarity is not exactly what Moscow wants in Czechoslovakia. All this is preliminary to one of the sharpest juxtapositions yet to be made by Castro between the revolutionary principles on which the Cubans stand and the line of peaceful coexistence with imperialism followed by the Kremlin. Certainly we do not believe in the possibility of an improvement in relations between the socialist camp and imperialism under the present conditions, or under any conditions as long as that imperialism exists. We do not and cannot believe in the possibility of an improvement in relations between the socialist camp and the U.S. imperialist government as long as that country performs the role of international gendarme, aggressor against the peoples and enemy and systematic opponent of revolutions everywhere in the world. Much less can we believe in any such improvement in the midst of an aggression as criminal and cowardly as that being waged against Vietnam. Our position on this is very clear. One is consistent with world realities and is truly internationalist and genuinely and decidedly supports the revolutionary movement throughout the world, in which case relations with the imperialist government of the United States cannot be improved, or relations 454 with the imperialist U.S. government will improve, but only at the cost of withholding consistent support from the worldwide revolutionary movement. Castro's target is absolutely clear. However, he does not leave it at this abstract level. He gets down to cases. He cites a dispatch from Washington dated August 22 reporting a declaration by Secretary of State Dean Rusk that the Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia compromises any improvement in relations between East and West and that the situation could block ratification of the Non-Proliferation Treaty by the U.S. Senate. Castro declares, "This can hardly fail to delight us. Our people know the position of the Cuban delegation regarding this famous Non-Proliferation Treaty, which virtually gives a permanent concession to the large powers for the monopoly of nuclear weapons and the monopoly of technology in a field of energy that is going to be indispensable to the future of mankind. We were concerned, above all, by the fact that many countries of the world, including our own, would be obliged to accept the U.S. imperialist government's monopoly on those weapons, which could be used at any moment against any people, particularly in view of the fact that the proposed treaty was also accompanied by an astonishing declaration concerning the defense of the signatory nations that might be threatened with nuclear weapons. Such countries as Vietnam, countries such as Cuba, that did not choose to accept that type of treaty, and much less sign it in a situation in which the aggression against Vietnam is being constantly intensified, are left outside the realm of any protection, and thus fall into the category in which the imperialists would theoretically have the right to attack us with nuclear arms. And, of course, everyone knows our position. The final reference here, no doubt, is to the famous 1962 Caribbean crisis, in which the Cubans accepted the placement /455 of defensive nuclear weapons in order to deter Washington from attempting another Bay of Pigs invasion. Khrushchev's withdrawal of the weapons without consultation was bitterly resented by the Cuban government. Since the Non-Proliferation Treaty was directed primarily against China, Castro's remarks on this point were undoubtedly read with interest in Peking. In fact, the following paragraph in Castro's speech coincides quite closely with Peking's position. In view of the facts, in the face of an imperialism that is always plotting, always conspiring against the socialist camp, we ask ourselves whether or not the idyllic hopes of an improvement in relations with the imperialist government of the United States will continue to be maintained. We ask ourselves if, consistent with events in Czechoslovakia, a position may be adopted that will imply a renunciation of such idyllic hopes in relation to Yankee imperialism. And the dispatch states that an improvement in relations will be compromised and that there is the danger of non-ratification of the treaty. In our opinion, that would be the best thing that could happen. This is a stinging slap at Moscow's policy of trying to placate U.S. imperialism at the expense of the overall interests of the socialist camp. However, it should not be concluded from this that Castro is preparing to join the cult of Mao. He is voicing independent, revolutionary opposition to the joint efforts of Moscow and Washington to maintain the status quo. Castro scores even more directly and tellingly on the question of supporting the Vietnamese Revolution against the U.S. aggression. The TASS statement explaining the decision of the Warsaw Pact government states in its concluding paragraph, "The fraternal countries firmly and resolutely offer their unbreakable solidarity against any outside threat. They will never permit 456/anyone to tear away even one link of the community of socialist states." And we ask ourselves, does that declaration include Vietnam? Does that statement include Korea? Does that statement include Cuba? Do they or do they not consider Vietnam, Korea, and Cuba links of the socialist camp to be safeguarded against the imperialists? In accordance with that declaration, Warsaw Pact divisions were sent into Czechoslovakia. And we ask ourselves, will Warsaw Pact divisions also be sent to Vietnam if the Yankee imperialists step up their aggression against that country and the people of Vietnam request that aid? Will they send the divisions of the Warsaw Pact to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea if the Yankee imperialists attack that country? Will they send the divisions of the Warsaw Pact to Cuba if the Yankee imperialists attack our country, or even in the case of the threat of a Yankee imperialist attack on our country, if our country requests it? When Johnson first escalated the war in Vietnam, Castro, it will be recalled, appealed at once for a massive response to the imperialist aggression. His appeal was not heeded by either Moscow or Peking. the Cubans themselves redoubled their efforts to help Vietnam by opening up new revolutionary fronts in Latin America. This was one of Che Guevara's declared aims in starting a guerrilla struggle in Bolivia. Through the right-wing Communist Party leaders under its control, the Kremlin blocked these attempts. But in Czechoslovakia, seeming to become alert all at once to a counter-revolutionary danger, the Kremlin, with extraordinary haste, mobilized and sent into immediate action 600,000 or more troops. Castro declares, "We acknowledge the bitter necessity that called for the sending of those forces into Czechoslovakia. We do not condemn the socialist countries that made that decision. But we, as Revo/457 revolutionaries, and proceeding from positions of principle, do have the right to demand that they adopt a consistent position with regard to all the other questions that affect the world revolutionary movement." Castro sounds almost ironic. The irony, however, is probably unintentional. He is convinced that basically the Kremlin is motivated by revolutionary aims. He hopes that it will respond to the power of reason and undertake to reform itself. However, this hope is not realistic. It is a mistake to think that the basic flaw in the Kremlin's policies is inconsistency. Something more difficult to rectify sets the Kremlin's course. This something is the material interests of the Soviet bureaucracy as a parasitic caste. The needs of the bureaucracy do not happen to be the same as the needs of the world revolution. In fact, most often they are antagonistic to those needs. That Castro seeks to subordinate all other political considerations to the needs of the world revolution is shown by the fashion in which he weighs the relative importance of Czechoslovakia's national sovereignty. For Cubans, the question is especially important, he says. They have had to face the problem of intervention throughout their history. Thus it is logical that many would react emotionally in the face of the fact that armies from outside the nation's borders had to come in to prevent a catastrophe. Castro is referring here to the widespread sympathy in Cuba for the Czechoslovaks. He continues, "And since, logically, for various reasons, our consciousness has been shaped by the concept of repudiating such deeds, only the development of the political awareness of our people will make it possible for them to determine when such an action becomes necessary and when it is necessary to accept it even in spite of the fact that it violates rights such as the right of sovereignty, which in this case, in our opinion, must give way before the most important interests of the world." Revolutionary 458/movement and the struggle of the peoples against the imperialists, which, as we see it, is the basic question. And, undoubtedly, the breaking away of Czechoslovakia and its falling into the arms of imperialism would have been a rude blow, an even harder blow to the interests of the worldwide revolutionary movement. He concludes this point with the general assertion, "We must learn to analyze these truths and to determine when one interest must give way before other interests in order not to fall into romantic or idealistic positions that are out of touch with reality." This is the source of Castro's consistency. He subordinates all other interests to the interest of the world revolution. Paradoxically, this also happens to point directly to the weakest point in Castro's position. Where does the question of socialist democracy stand in relation to the interests of the world revolution? Castro deals hardly at all with democracy in his speech. As for socialist democracy, the blunt fact is that he does not even mention it. If anything, he indicates a bias against democracy. Thus he states that in Czechoslovakia a real liberal fury was unleashed, a whole series of political slogans in favor of the formation of opposition parties began to develop, in favor of openly anti-Marxist and anti-Leninist theses. He states again, a series of slogans began to be put forward, and in fact certain measures were taken such as the establishment of a bourgeois form of freedom of the press. This means that the counter-revolution and the exploiters, the very enemies of socialism, were granted the right to speak and write freely against socialism. What was really developing in Czechoslovakia, all the weight of the evidence shows, was a powerful proletarian current demanding the right to speak out against a stifling bureaucratic regime, the right to form independent communist political groupings as in Lenin's time, and the right to institute socialist democracy in Czechoslovakia. This is not the same as a bourgeois form of democracy. 459. One wonders if it was not on this question that Castro was led into misjudging what was happening in Czechoslovakia. In the opening of his speech, he says, "A process of what was termed democratization began. The imperialist press invented another word, the word liberalization, and began to differentiate between progressives and conservatives, calling progressive those who supported a whole series of political reforms, and conservatives the supporters of the former leadership. It was evident, and we must give our opinion about both, the conservatives and the liberals. It rather reminds us of the past history of Cuba, that division between conservatives and liberals, a situation which, of course, was not to be expected in the political processes of socialist revolutions. If we have understood Castro correctly, he believes that the aim of the democratizers in Czechoslovakia was to introduce dirty machine politics and petty politicking such as Cuba knew before the revolution. And, if we are not mistaken, he considers shallow, miserable politics of this type to be the bourgeois form of democracy. Now there is absolutely no doubt about the mean, trivial, and fraudulent nature of bourgeois democracy in the political arena in pre-revolutionary Cuba, and, for that matter, throughout the rest of the capitalist world today. But the question of bourgeois forms of democracy is not exhausted by this fact. The question is much broader. In reality, it involves some of the profoundest theoretical and political problems of the world revolution today and the connection of these problems with the heritage of previous revolutions. Marxism does not reject the conquests of previous revolutions, such as the winning of democracy by the bourgeois revolution against feudalism. Marxism defends these conquests, seeks to deepen and develop them, to supersede, not do away with them. 460. Thus the Marxist appreciation of bourgeois democracy is that it represented an enormous gain for humanity, one of the great achievements of the revolutions of the past. The Marxist criticism of bourgeois democracy is that it remained limited, it did not go far enough. One of the main charges leveled by the revolutionary Marxist movement against the capitalist system today concerns its tendency, as it exhausts all the progressive features of its earlier stages, to narrow down, pinch off, and reduce democracy in the political arena as well as elsewhere to an empty shell. The culmination of this tendency is fascism, that is, a reversion to utter barbarism. As against fascism, revolutionists are duty-bound independently and with their own methods to defend bourgeois democracy with all their strength. Not to do so is suicidal. Even more than this is involved. Taking bourgeois democracy as a conquest of previous revolutions, the program of Marxism calls for expanding it into proletarian democracy, spreading democracy from its limited area of application under the bourgeoisie in their best days to the entire economic and social system, right down to the factory level. This is the key thought developed by Lenin in State and Revolution, where he also considers the problem of how this is to be accomplished. As we can see from his speech, Castro is well aware of the significance and importance of national sovereignty. What is national sovereignty but one of the forms of bourgeois democracy? As soon as we view national sovereignty from this angle, we at once see the limitations of the bourgeoisie of today as either a revolutionary or progressive force. In the underdeveloped regions, the bourgeoisie are no longer capable of achieving national sovereignty in a genuine sense. They came on the scene too late. In the advanced sectors, the bourgeoisie, having reached the imperialist stage, systematically violate it. The dialectic of history has thus conferred on the proletariat the achievement or defense of national sovereignty. The situation in Vietnam today offers an almost perfect example. 461. Lenin was the first to grasp the political importance of this and to inscribe the right of self-determination in the program of the Bolsheviks. The victory of the Bolshevik Revolution did not settle the question even for the workers' state established under Lenin. The right of self-determination includes the right to secede from a federation like the Soviet Union. For a socialist state to stand outside this federation does not necessarily signify a catastrophe. This is shown in the cases of China, Korea, Vietnam, and Cuba. In principle, why shouldn't any of the East European countries feel free to stand as independently of the Soviet Union as, say, Cuba? Why shouldn't this likewise hold for any of the republics of the USSR? The truth is that exercising this democratic right would greatly strengthen the socialist camp. The experience with Cuba is living proof of this. However, the question was not posed on this level in Czechoslovakia. There is no evidence that the workers, or the ranks of the Communist Party, or the bulk of Novotny's communist opponents in the government wanted to sever relations with the Soviet Union, or the Warsaw Pact, or even to stand as independently as Cuba. What they wanted, concretely, was socialist democracy inside the country. We come to the decisive question: was it not in the interests of the world revolution to establish socialist democracy in Czechoslovakia? Castro speaks depreciatively of people who are preoccupied over intellectual and artistic freedom and similar issues, although he grants that they have a point and that there have been abuses. But such interests are not of great concern to the masses of humanity living under imperialist oppression and neocolonialism. And for the thousands of millions of human beings who, for all intents and purposes, are living without hope under conditions of starvation and extreme want, there are questions in 462/ which they are more interested than the problem of whether or not to let their hair grow. This might be a very controversial issue, but these are not the things that are worrying people who are faced with the problem of whether or not they will have the possibility or hope of eating. This is very true. People faced with starvation are not inclined to be concerned about abstract democratic rights. This, however, hardly disposes of the problem. These same people may become highly interested in national independence, in a radical agrarian reform, in social equality, free education, and similar issues that belong historically to the bourgeois revolution and its democratic tasks. It is true, moreover, that in seeking a way out of the abyss of misery and hunger to which they have been sentenced, they have accepted the models provided by the Soviet Union, China, and now Cuba. They know they do not need to follow the slow path of development charted by the highly developed capitalist countries. Instead of centuries, industrialization can be achieved in decades under a planned economy. If this requires foregoing democracy, they are prepared to pay the price, a decision reached all the easier in view of its virtual non-existence anyway in their part of the world. However, things are altogether different in the imperialist sector, which is also involved in the world revolution. The imperialist sector, if we may state an elementary truth, is of crucial importance in the development of the world revolution. Great as the victories have been elsewhere up to now, the final, and, we may believe, the biggest and most bitterly contested battles will be fought there. Consequently, in weighing the interests of the world revolution, it is absolutely essential to take into account the problems faced by the revolutionary Marxists in the heartlands of the capitalist system. The ultimate victory hinges on this. In the imperialist sector, the issue of democratic rights is of key significance. Having won these rights in immense N of 463. 10 bloody battles in the past, the masses are not inclined to give them up readily. They are inclined instead to defend them. They can easily understand the virtue of deepening and extending them or trying to win them where they have not already been gained. The current student struggles in various imperialist countries and the Black freedom struggle in the United States are cases in point. The problem for revolutionary Marxists in these countries is to find ways and means of converting these struggles into struggles for socialism. This cannot possibly be done if the masses believe that socialism signifies taking away what they have already achieved. The greatest single obstacle to a socialist victory in Western Europe and the United States for decades has been the treacherous role played by leaderships committed to Stalinism, and, in particular, the totalitarian image conferred on socialism and communism by the practices of Stalin and his heirs. The purges, the frame-up trials, the forced confessions, the deportations, the labor camps, the liquidation of all political opposition, the suppression of all free thought in politics, the schools, art, and even some of the sciences horrors such as these, which became common knowledge in the West despite Stalin's censorship and the dithyrambs of his retainers, dupes, and sycophants, made the tasks of building a revolutionary socialist movement in the advanced capitalist sectors almost insuperable up to recent years. The reversion of the Soviet Union to a pre-capitalist level so far as democratic rights were concerned was pictured by the bourgeois spokesman as synonymous with socialism. And this propaganda, ably assisted by the cult of Stalin and the dictator's claim to be the incarnation of socialist wisdom, gained widespread acceptance among the masses. If there is one thing needed to counteract this lie of socialism and Stalinism being one and the same thing, it is an example of socialist democracy in practice. The 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the 464/Soviet Union aroused hopes among some circles that this marked the beginning of a process that would soon lead to the re-establishment of socialist democracy in the Soviet Union itself. The hope proved illusory because the bureaucratic caste which Stalin represented still remained in power. The de-Stalinization consisted of concessions designed to relieve social tensions the better to maintain the rule of the parasitic bureaucracy. The bureaucrats have not hesitated to tighten the screws again when they deemed this advisable. The proletarian upsurge in Poland in 1956 gave hopes of the appearance of socialist democracy there. The upsurge was contained and its energy drained away and the hopes died. The proletarian uprising in Hungary in 1956 was even more promising. It was crushed with tanks. One of the reasons for the great response to the Cuban Revolution, particularly among the youth in the United States, was precisely the impression that it favored the development of socialist democracy. The way Havana became a crossroads for all kinds of revolutionary tendencies, the free rein given to artists, the welcome extended to intellectuals of many hues, the rebuff given the bureaucratic tendency headed by Escalante, all this gave an immensely favorable impression not only of revolutionary Cuba but of socialism in general. It must be said, however, that the development of this tendency in the political and governmental arena has not flowered, and this has prevented Cuba from serving as a model of socialist democracy. Could Czechoslovakia have moved into this position? There is every reason to believe that this would have been possible if the Kremlin had kept its hands off. That, of course, was precisely why the Kremlin ordered the invasion. The example of a working socialist democracy in Czechoslovakia would have been altogether too contagious for the workers of the East European countries and the Soviet Union. The fate of the bureaucratic ruling caste was at stake. But from the viewpoint of the interests of the World Revolution/465, the establishment of socialist democracy in Czechoslovakia would most likely have marked a point of qualitative change for the advance of the socialist revolution in the imperialist sectors. That is why, so far as the world revolution is concerned, the invasion of Czechoslovakia was one of the worst crimes ever committed by the Stalinist bureaucracy. It is to be regretted that Castro does not see this. Perhaps he will come to this view as more facts accumulate and it becomes increasingly difficult for the Kremlin to cover up the real reasons for the invasion and occupation. At the same time, Fidel Castro's criticisms of the policies of the Kremlin deserve the closest attention. Every revolutionist will surely do everything possible to help circulate them where they will do the most good.